I like that. I like that. It doesn't matter. So you said we get a lot of people complaining about your mic's too loud, my mic's too quiet. I mean, I'm using a $10 pair of headphones, and I don't know what you're using. Maybe you're just using your phone, but it doesn't matter. We just said that earlier, right? 10 seconds before we got on this live. Yeah, I don't care. I don't care if anybody listens to this because I know that someone's listening to it, and that's kind of the main reason I started doing shows was because I know there was always someone or something listening, and it's kind of like, you know, a very direct, niche sort of fuck you to to that listener or watcher. A lot has happened since the last time we did a show, and it's been a lot. It's been a lot of shifts in the approach that I've experienced it taking with us or with me. And then, of course, like disbanding the group, not doing groups anymore, not doing really anything private, um, other than some conversations with Christina about what we're noticing, because we seem to notice like in the last week and a half, 2 weeks, there's been like three separate occasions where I brought something up to you and you've been like, yeah, that's, and you've added to it. It's like the main one I can remember, because I can't remember a lot from the last couple of weeks, was what seemed to be a new sort of resilience that the system seems to have for some reason, like a newfound confidence. You put it as arrogance, but it's just like, to me, that it's just like they're back to their same old shenanigans. Not, it doesn't seem as panicked as it was in the last couple months. Because around April is when I really noticed, like, and probably before that. And I think you put it really well when you said it's like they don't have a drawn out script for us anymore. They're kind of just playing it day by day and writing the script as they go for some of us. Now, others obviously are in loops, which is part of the reason I disbanded the group, is because I saw a lot of looping happening. And I was like, well, obviously, I'm not getting pulled into a loop. I'm not going to be conducive to hold a space where the loop is perpetuated, right? So my hope in separating the groups and ending them was that some would at least kind of come out of those loops or see the loops for what they are. There's a lot. There's a lot to talk about. A lot of background has been set, and it seems like it's set multiple backgrounds for multiple events to occur. Pick your flavor or savior, whether it be religion or aliens or ass ending, whatever it is. It has a script for you, unless you are amongst the very few that see through all the scripted things to do. So welcome, Christina. How are you? How goes it? So we can jump right into some conversations.
Yeah, the now all I can think about is the loud mic, but oh well. Uh the newfound arrogance that we had picked up on, and something that I mentioned earlier today is the cycles. There's a pattern of this, almost like a boxing match where there's a cycle where there's a lot of intensity from these entities where they are just pushing and probing and pushing and probing. And then there will be a back off cycle. Um, and the recovery to that is really important. A lot of times they will push you down, they will get you in a low spot, but the resilience is on both sides. I do tend to think the authentic beings have more persistence than these entities have given credit for. But it's definitely working in cycles, and we've kind of shown that pattern even in the lives. From April, there was a really heavy push. You had a lot of directed body symptoms. I was thrown into, a car accident. It was just one thing after another, just a lot of psychological type of stuff in the mix. And then there's always a little bit of a back off and then another cycle. So it's this push and pull between coherence and control. Um, and I think that's kind of where I got the sense of like the arrogance was we're in at the time we were in their cycle of pushing. So today it seems like there's been a back off, a slight back off. Um, and so that's for me today, like the recovery period of, coming back stronger. They try to wear down your will and intent, but the recovery phase after a really heavy push is important to make sure that you come back stronger than they want to give you credit for. So it's been interesting. It's been a really interesting month for sure.
Yeah, I know for a lot of us, it really has just been one thing after another. Every day is so full of scripted, meaningless, ultimately meaningless events and things to do that have no actual relevance to for what we are, and it just seems to fill all the fucking time. And I think it's for me, it's important to maintain that baseline of realizing that it really doesn't matter. Like none of this shit actually matters. The only thing that matters is that for me, I'm not going to speak for everyone. For me, the only thing that matters is maintaining coherence through all the bullshit and realizing that it doesn't actually fucking matter. And also, you know, in alignment with any of the group was a reminder to others that were in the group and to myself that at the end of these life scripts, when we leave these bodies, it is just us and it. It's just us in the system. It's just us, and then whatever apparatus that the parasitic intelligence is hiding behind. That's all it is. It's us, and then their bullshit. And it's really important to not lean on others, to not crutch on others, to not rely on others for your own knowing, for your own awareness, and for your own power and empowerment. You know, I don't, I don't like, let alone need anyone to tell me I'm doing a good job. I know what the fuck I'm doing, and I know the effect that it has, which is why I said in the beginning, I could give a fuck less if anyone ever listens to my show again, any real one, because I know there's always it is always listening. If you go back, see confirmation right there. If you go back and listen, a lot of my shows I really am just talking to it. Sometimes that's accompanied, of its program spewing through another person, but often it's just me and it, because that's what it's going to be at the end of these lives. Us, everything it's programmed us with to make us vulnerable to it, and it, us, its formulas, and it. And for a while there, it felt up until a couple weeks ago, maybe less, I could feel something drawing to a close. And it felt like all of it, like, was withdrawing in a way. Now I'm not so sure. Now it seems like it seems like it thinks it really has most, if not all of us, right where it wants us. And that baffles me. because nothing's really changed for me other than well, I don't know. The will and intent's there, but something does feel stale. And I think the repetitive nature of this place is meant to dampen us in a way. Because we're beings that are used to newness all the time. You know, everything's new. And we're going through the same shit over and over and over again. I think that does have a natural decay on the will. I want to talk about some of the background that I've seen set, and you were just talking about it earlier. Uh, can you recap that article that you were talking about right before we got on? It was pretty funny. And I've seen a lot of that information being put out in various ways. Again, back to the it has a script for you. It has a script for every group, subgroup, right?
Yeah, so it actually went along with so I saw an article, it was earlier today talking about it was this no, it was a video, and this guy was talking about how the Watchers have been played as the bad guys, but it's actually the Nephilim. The Nephilim are the real beings that hijack this realm, and the Watchers are the good guys. And then I saw an article from a journalist that basically posted that aliens are not extraterrestrial beings. They're basically the Nephilim that are pretending to be aliens. So it's really interesting that it's playing on a few things there, because I've seen this big push in pushing people to go to the Book of Enoch. In the Book of Enoch, it references the Watchers, the Nephilim, and so I find it interesting because it's still gathering people in a corridor of belief. It's the same as like who was it, JD Vance, that came out and said that aliens are demons or something. It's like, that speaks to then the Christian community and a lot of other religious communities. And so I've seen this a lot now where people they're trying to make it as though it's really kind of deep, but like saying that the Watchers are the good guys, that's really interesting to me. It's really interesting to me because in the Book of Enoch, the Watchers were the basically the entities that guided humanity and watched basically in a neutral position. And clearly, anybody with awareness knows that the entities that run this realm are parasitic. And if they were neutral in the past, they're clearly not neutral now. But yeah, so it's been a really interesting push. And then they're setting the stage. Of course, you have that Disclosure movie that's coming out. So it appears like they are potentially setting the stage. It could be just fear-based narrative or trying to divide people into different beliefs, like putting all these people in this hallway, putting people in different hallways just lined up. I don't know. I think that it's very obvious that these entities want to survive and outrun consequences and accountability. And it's also very clear to me, based on how much torture they enact on authentic beings, that they are willing to go to great lengths to do that, just to survive and maintain control. So I think that arrogance is double sided. I think it's a projection, a false projection, because, these entities are losing their grip on the rare few. So they have to project arrogance to make it appear as though they have it all under control, right? They're still doing a good job, right? But then I also think that underlying, I think there are some scripts and tactics in the environment that they are trying to set the stage for. We talked about the data centers in the last live. I think it's very interesting the urgency to put in these data centers. I mean, it's happening so fast and at such a rapid pace, even where I'm at in a very rural Midwest town, to put two data centers up in like a 40-minute, like it's a very small radius, like 40 minutes from each other. And they want to do it like now, almost no warning at all. So the urgency shows me that there is still some panic. You know, why do you need to do all these things right now this fast? Um, so I don't know. It's a very rapidly shifting field. There's a lot of push and pull going on right now, and it's exhausting. You said something the other day about um, killing with small cuts. You know, small cuts over and over a long period of time, and you know, it's going to wear you down. It is going to wear you down, and I think that is their hope, at least, is if they have enough time they could wear you down into a certain maybe not even belief, just a state of being, that place of like surrender, you know, not even just saying I give up, but like your energy's actually just had enough. So so it's a very tense standoff in this reality is how it feels to me.
Yeah. You got to hold that line. And only you can do it for you. No one else can. Ultimately, if you can't stand on your own, all the support in the world is going to do nothing for you. You got to be able to be that support for yourself. It's interesting, though, because it's really, it seems new, the Watchers versus the Nephilim, but it's the same fucking formula. It's the good cop, bad cop. Oh no, these are the good guys, right? Those guys are pretending to be that, but in the background, what is it? The demons are pretending to be aliens, but what's pretending to be the demon, right? What's pretending to be all these different, you know, archetypes? There's something behind all of it, pretending to be all these different things, and then pointing at its other hand and saying that's the bad guy, while the good guy is there to reach for your neck and grab it and control you. The same as, doesn't matter which side you pick. If you pick a side that's external, you didn't pick yourself. That's the the only correct answer is to pick yourself. That's it. Because anything that you choose that is external, ultimately, at the end of this life, can and will be used against you and against your sovereignty. Period. Sovereignty doesn't mean, oh, me and one other person or me and this group. No, sovereignty is you alone have you. Now you can come together in that, but the moment there's dependency is the moment that you forfeit your sovereignty. And so you can't forfeit your sovereignty and be with other sovereign beings and not affect them, right? Because those programs are subtle, but they do have an effect. They have an effect through proximity and osmosis. They can be absorbed when others let you into their field. So ultimately, you got to realize it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter if you have any connection outside of yourself, because all connection outside of yourself is irrelevant if you don't have connection within your own being. And like I said, it will be used against you. If me or Christina or any other individual in your life is your go-to and you feel like you need them for your own clarity, you're already up shit's creek. And there's nothing anyone else can do about that. It is up to you. You have to have the self-love and self-respect in order to stand alone and say, fuck everyone else. It doesn't matter. I have me. Even if no one else has got me, I got me. And sure as shit, this parasitic intelligence doesn't have me, because I'm not going to give myself over to it. And spoiler alert, everything external is an extension of it. Now, is it always like that? Probably not. In other experiences, other realms, other creations. It's probably not like that, which is probably why it's so difficult for us to come to terms with what this actually is. It's the most difficult thing that any of us have probably ever endured. It's not meant to be easy. It's not meant to be good. It's not even meant to be beneficial. There's no intended benefit to this experience other than to that which is watching, right? It's so funny. The watchers are the good guys. All the ones that are sitting in their cuck chairs watching all this go down. Yeah, they're the good guys. The ones that are just standing there watching. Imagine you see some old lady getting robbed on the street and you just sit there and watch and somebody's like, oh, he was watching. He's the good guy. Okay. Yeah. Right. Common sense is just takes a little bit of logic to see that it's all bullshit.
Yeah, there's one thing I want to add to that, and it was something that was mentioned a few days ago. Especially if you've had a really difficult life script full of trauma and you had no protection, I think it's like you said, we're not used to this way of being where we have to, isolation unfortunately is a necessary part of this due to the realm we're in, not because I think that we were isolated beings before this. I don't. I think connection was probably up there and one of the most important things next to agency, autonomy, and that sort of free flowing energy with no expectation. But because of the realm we're in, it's something that i- it's really vital. It is vital to be able to sit in that isolation and stillness with yourself. And a lot of people want that protection, right? Like we want to believe or think that there are some entities in this realm that are benevolent. We want to believe that. But when you really step back and look at everything that's occurring here, and this is how I've simplified it, because I've gotten the insertion of like trying to differentiate, entities when I was really tracking down some of these entities, like differentiating, oh, these guys, they had good intent or what, it doesn't matter. Like at this point, any entity that is inside this containment system that is working for the containment system, they are part of the problem. It doesn't matter at this point what the initial intent was, whether they still have memory. It doesn't matter. This is where we're at now. Any entity that is in this place, working for this place, is a part of the issue, period. And I see that there are a lot of people that bought into that narrative of like, oh, the watch, this guy was like claiming you can reach out to the original watchers. And it's like, oh, fuck, dude. Yeah, you can reach out to the original quotation, original watchers, but you're reaching out to your jailers. And the funny part of it was he even said that. He said, you're worshiping your jailers and the people that are imprisoning you, and you could reach out to the real beings that are benevolent. And it's like he was saying what the actual script was, just in a really inverted way. There's no watcher in this realm that you're going to reach out to that isn't a part of this containment loop. There's none. It sucks to say it, but there's none. There's no alien race that's going to come save you. There's no benevolent watcher that's a part of this containment system that is out for your best benefit. It's all inverted. Um, but yeah, I get the script. I get why people fall for it. You want protection after a life of absolute fucking torture and cruelty, but it will be putting the jail bars up for yourself. You're helping them set your own prison. So yeah, it's not really a new script. It's just reaching towards the people that are they're diverging from normal religious scripts. So I think the Nephilim in the Book of Enoch is a little bit of a slight divergence from the typical Christian perspective, and I think that's again, like you say, it's another net. So
The most difficult part of this whole thing is also the same part that is the only way to reclaim your own sovereignty, freedom, autonomy, and power. That's the, I hate this fucking word, the acceptance and recognition that you are alone when you are in this place. Because the insulation between you and me and every other real being is all part of the control mechanism. There's not going to be a moment where that isn't there, right? Especially not when you leave your body. You're not going to see me or Christine or anyone else, even someone that you connected with. You're not going to see them first. It's going to be you and it. So to be able to stand alone and recognize that you are alone in this place is the most difficult but transformative realization. It is entirely up to you to make sure that you don't get put back through another harvest system.
Well, I hope you don't mind if I respond to some of the comments, because it's
Go ahead.
relevant to what you're saying right now, actually, and I don't want it to get. Discog said, "Is it not important to support each other's heart and will?" I think my response to that is going to be slightly different than Nick's, and that's okay. Um, I think it's important on an energetic level if you're not requiring validation from somebody else, because a lot of times support and validation are kind of mixed very subtly, like um and I've been there too. Like I want to share something that I've found or that I've discovered, and have somebody else be as I don't know, as maybe as into it as I am, or maybe like say, oh, they've felt a similar thing or something like that. And then there's that disappointment when you don't quite get the response that you were hoping for. So I think it's important to support others if you realize that it's not of detriment to your energy. But I also think it's almost equally, if not more important, to support your own will and intent, because as much as I had connection in the group and with others, once I got off that phone, once I got off the live or whatever it was, I was alone again with whatever entity was in my field and dealing with the script of this place. Um, and so it's really hard, I think, for some people to get into this and be alone. I think it is important to find others, but then there's other times it's like cycles. It's kind of like how this place moves in cycles. There are cycles where it's going to be of benefit to you to find others, and then there is going to be times where it's extremely important to isolate, and make sure that you're really assessing your field. Like, are there hidden loops? Are there hidden things that I'm not actually seeing? Because, you know, even for somebody that's truly aware, this place has very intricate systems of loops and traps in your field that, you know, you have to take that time in isolation to discover it. Somebody else is not going to discover it for you. So yes, I think it's important, but I think it gets a little bit muddled with how inverted everything is here. Um, and then the other one was my question too. Whenever I found some real connection, it made sure to destroy it just observing. And that is, we observed that in the group. Like there were constant attempts to divide and conquer. Um, so it does seem like there's a mechanism that when you come together in a group that uh, they don't want that momentum. But then the other effect that we noticed is you get certain individuals in a group, and there's also stagnation, which is almost worse than just straight divide and conquer, because stagnation is just you're not moving. There's no momentum. You're just looping on the same topics over and over. There's no real momentum forward. Not really regressing, but you're not going forward either. Um, so yeah, we experienced that in a group, just extreme attempts to cause division and arguments and insecurities and all those types of things. But honestly, it was nothing that I haven't experienced separate from the group. I experience that when I go to fucking work. Attempts to have, I can feel it when they maneuver somebody's energy around me to get shitty with me or disrespectful to create a response in me and the other person. It's like it's really not. Um, I don't think it's like just when you come together in like a deep connection with other aware beings. They kind of just like to do that. They kind of just like to fucking poke and prod no matter what. Um, I think those were the only two I wanted to get to just because it was relevant to what we were talking about.
I agree with you. The stagnating is the absolute worst case scenario. Because when they're pushing, you either have to submit, give in, or empower yourself to push back in a way that's more effective for you versus what the effect they're attempting to have on you is. But I never started the group to make friends. I never started the group to be a social club. The group's beginning was the exact same intent as the group's ending, to facilitate a space to create fucking warriors. Because this is not a nice place that we're in. This is not any of the things that it should be when you compare it to who we are and where we came from. And as unfortunate as it is, there is a time and place for friends and connections and things like that, but we're in a place that has weaponized everything that is good about us against us in the most vicious and volatile ways. So to be able to move in and out of different scenarios and at the end of it still know that you've got yourself, even if you're just standing alone, I think it's the most important thing you can do here. I don't think there's anything more important. I think it's the hardest work that there is to do in this place. And I think it's the only work that is necessary, compared to anything else there is to do here, is making sure that you're not prey, that you're not weak to external influence of any kind, including the kind that seems, I'd say including and especially the kind that seems internal. Because that's the that's the grandest part of this whole deception, is that so much of the manipulation comes through the avatar, gets fed into the mind, gets fed into your awareness through the false mind. That's the greatest trick of all here, is most people think that all the thoughts they're hearing are their own. That is the grandest of all deceptions. And being able to differentiate between what is really you and what is an injection from this place, that's one of the main keys to your own sovereignty. And you cannot do that in a group. You cannot do that in constant interaction with others or the environment. It has to be isolated, alone. And it's, again, the hardest thing you'll ever do. Most will fucking fail at it because most will never even try. But it's the only thing that guarantees your freedom. It's the only thing that guarantees you're not going to be a slave or a puppet to this parasite anymore. So what else could be more important? Not friends and cuddles. That's not more important than your eternal liberation. That might be the most important thing after this, but before this is done, ain't none of it fucking matter. I'm not here to coddle. I'm not here to worry about other people's feelings. It's not my concern because it does nothing for the end goal of liberation for all beings at all. Actually, it does the opposite. if I were to coddle to everyone what they want me to do and what they want me to say and how I should engage with them, I wouldn't, number one, I wouldn't be authentic. Number two, I'd be setting them up just like the system wants me to do, just like the system does to everyone. Don't worry, after all this hell, there's some arms you can go run into, whether it be your savior or the aliens or your spirit guides or the ass-ended masters, whatever the fuck it is. It's all a formula to seek comfort and validation in something external. And it's never going to be real, authentic, genuine, or beneficial so long as the architecture of this realm persists and exists at all. So long as this place is, there will not be sensible, good, true interaction, because all the layers of insulation between us is part of the trick. It's part of the harvest. And it's not easy. I won't say I'm unharvestable. I know I have moments where I am giving too much credence to the external in terms of worrying about shit that ultimately doesn't matter. But I can step back and I can look at it and I can be like, oh, that doesn't actually matter. And then I just fucking forget about it. I recognize the pattern. I keep the pattern in mind, the general basic pattern, because it replays the same general basic patterns all the time through all these different masks, all these different lenses. There's nothing new happening here. Just different variations, different degrees, different amplifications, sometimes subtle works, sometimes big and loud works. Just depends on the individual, which is why it has a script for each and every one of us, depending on what works. For some, it's just replaying the same loops over and over. For others, for a few, it has to adjust on the fly until it finds that sweet spot where it does start to slowly erode the will and generate complacency. And that's what I saw in the group. A lot of complacency to just talk about the same things, to just ask the same questions, to just loop and not actually progress internally. And I realized, oh, they need isolation. They need to go and do this work on their own, as I have already done. It's not easy, but I see a lot of people reaching out still. External, validation, comfort, security, all hollow, all temporary, all false. The only true lasting security you will find is when you find yourself and you stand so firmly in yourself that you know that it doesn't fucking matter. What doesn't matter? Any of it. None of it. Because once this is all done, once this is gone, what's going to matter? Did you stand up for yourself? Or did you get sucked into another matrix? That's the only thing that'll fucking matter. And then there'll be a whole new slew of fake bullshit to worry about. Not for me.
I also want to add that I think even when we're not directly when we're not directly interacting with each other, we can still support each other just by aligning our intent and energy. Um, we're working against a lot right now. You have this system of control. You have a lot of people that are getting flowed into this corridor of like the new earth, which is really just they're creating a secondary containment system. We've talked about this before on a live. A few of us have fell into the fact that there is another containment system being built. that's going to appear more utopian, but it's really just another prison that most people aren't going to realize it's a prison. You're going to be limited. Your full potential is not going to be able to be realized. Um, so we're working against a lot. We're not just working against this system is going to collapse, and likely there will be another containment system to back that up. Now, I would like none of that to occur. I would like containment as a whole to end. Um, but aligning in our intent to end the inversion, containment itself is the inversion. That is the support. When you do the work on your own, when you're ripping out the fucking tentacles and the loops, all the conditioning, all that, we're aligning together. Even if we never speak, we're aligning in the same intent. That is the support because right now there's real shit going on. There are people that are slowly dropping off, and just they've pushed and pushed for so long, and this place wore them down to they give up. And I don't fault them for that because this place is fucking brutal. It's fucking brutal. Um, but I just wanted to add that a little bit because of Discog's comment. The support is in the work that we do. That is the support. Because the more people that do it, like truly do the work, I'm not just talking like some fancy spiritual lingo, like you're doing the brutal fucking work of breaking the chains on your own energetic field. That is how we support each other. Anyone that's aware, the rare few know that this has to fucking end. It has to. Like that this whole all of this has to collapse, it has to end.
Uh,
Um yeah, I just wanted to add that in because I think it doesn't really we don't really need direct interaction all the time to support each other energetically, if that makes sense.
I mean, I would go as far as to say that the only support that actually matters is that you're doing the work. Doesn't matter if you ever talk to anyone else about it. If you're actually doing it and you're actually generating an effect that is detrimental to the parasitic architecture of this matrix, that is the only support that actually ultimately is lasting and is not just treating a symptom. It's going to the root. That is the only support that I want. Go to the root, rip out as much as you can so it's not so fucking difficult for everyone else, right? Take on some of the burden of tearing this shit up. I mean, I think I should have called this the tough love hour if I'd have known we're gonna be talking about all this. But it's the truth. It is tough love. It's you got to fly or you're gonna fall, but nobody's gonna drag me down. Just not happening. I will stand alone. I will stand on my own. I don't need anyone else to be doing the work because I'm doing it regardless. But the only support that matters to me, that is relevant to me, is doing everything that you can to help end it. It's not as powerful as it projects itself. It's not as sure. If you're sure, you don't have to pack up and leave. If you're sure of yourself, you don't have to hide all the time. You don't have to create layers and labyrinths of insulative bullshit narrative programmed reality to hide yourself if you're so sure that you got this. Oh, I got them right where I want them. That's what it's been projecting to me lately. Oh, we've got everyone right where we want them. Well, probably. You probably have almost everyone right where you want them. But as long as you don't have everyone, I don't think it works. I think that's why they have to leave and pack up and create another containment field. I mean, my intention is for that not to happen, but my intention overall is just not to be contained, not to be harvested from. I ultimately cannot decide that for anyone else. And the vast majority in this reality are going along with it just fine. So I cannot guarantee that they're not going to have another containment that's going to last a certain amount of time. I don't fucking know. I just know this one's not going to because I'm fucking here and I'm in it. And if it comes down to me or it, because you got to ask the question, if they need us in alignment with their bullshit so much for it to work, which obviously they do, or else why would they push so hard? They only do everything they do out of necessity. So they push some of us so fucking hard, trying to get us worn down to align with bullshit, to submit, to surrender, because they need to, right? Necessity. They need to do it. Well, why don't they just kick us the fuck out then? Well, they can't, because if they could, they would. Why wouldn't they? If they know we're never, if some of us, even one of us, was never gonna bend, never gonna break, why wouldn't they just kick them the fuck out? Well, because they can't, or else they would. So that tells me that as long as there are any of us here that intend for our own sovereignty, then this system inevitably will collapse. But I can't guarantee you I'm going to go see another system after this, whatever they build after this. I don't know. Maybe I've watched this one dissolve into nothing and then I'm fucking out and I'm like, oh, never doing that again. Sucks to suck. Sorry for everyone that went along with it. Sorry for everyone that submitted and said it was, I don't have the respect for myself to not be a fucking slave. Sorry, that sucks that you did that. So I don't know. I don't know what's going to happen after this. I just know that this is the priority for me to get this done. Because what's more authentic than saying, I don't want to do this anymore? Even if others choose it, it's not my choice. Can't choose for them. As always, interruptions. What do you think? Is the tough love hour appropriate? Should I rename this one?
No, it's necessary. I mean, I come from, the same, or I should say a similar will and intent of, you know, the fact that this containment system and really the entities that are a part of it, they have to come to accountability. That's inevitable. Um, it does suck though, because I can feel that. I can feel that from others. Like there is a grief in being alone because it's not our. I really don't think it's our primary mode of being, or it wasn't before this place. Um, but a point that needs to be made, even if it sounds kind of stupid, the point of freedom and liberation is so that connection and creation can flow freely again. Because the fact is, as long as there is a containment where true, authentic things are inside of it, those things do not flow without interference. And that's not how it should be. Connection, creation, all those things. You can have those things here, yes, and you can push through. We've done that, but it will always be interfered with. And so the point of, aligning that intent with yourself, um, is so that we can have what was before this place, which is all the things I just mentioned. So I don't think the point of, or I maybe I shouldn't speak for you, but my point is not to say that connection itself doesn't matter. I don't believe that. I think connection is important. I think it was a very important part of what we were before this place. But the point is that the work that we are referring to is so that freedom and liberation occurs for true connection to happen without as much fuckery as what we see in this place.
Constant fuckery. All the time. Almost every minute of every day for me. There's always something that doesn't matter, that really matters at that moment, but it doesn't actually matter. And yeah, I agree with you. You can have connection here. From my experience, it'll always be weaponized. It'll always be used against you. It'll always be used to hurt you in some way. For me, I'd rather just be alone, you know? I mean, kind of like practice for what I'm inevitably going to have to go through, each and every one of us are going to have to go through. And it is daunting. I won't pretend that it's not, you know? I have to contemplate the death of this avatar every day. And even then, there are days where it is daunting. But it's made to be that way. It's made to be difficult. It's made to be frightening and intimidating. For me, it's just the mechanics. The mechanics are what has me concerned, right? I don't remember going into every dream. I don't remember coming out of every dream. That's what concerns me about transition. The other night they were probing and they were seeing what scenario can they set up to generate even momentary sense of comfort, you know? And they got me. They had me in a state where I felt too comfortable. But then I started to realize, like, hold on, this isn't right. Something's not right here. This is not how things actually are. And then I woke up. And since then, I've had this sense that they feel like, oh, we've got him. You know, we've got something on him. And I hope that's all that they think they've got, man, because it's just daunting all the time to have to focus on this shit. Things that we shouldn't have to do, things that shouldn't be, things that are made to be so difficult and so fucking painful. Like, I don't enjoy really any part of this. I don't enjoy having to cut people off for their own good. It's not it's not what I aimed to do when I started the groups. It was to hopefully come together and build awareness together, you know. But ultimately, it was always about creating um, a space where others can find that resilience that I found, ironically, in isolation. At least to give the formula of how I experienced it, so that others could try and have whatever version of that works for them. But I know one of the most important parts is the isolation and being okay with being alone, even though it goes completely against our nature. I'm not saying you have to be alone all the time. I'm not saying don't interact with anyone. I'm just saying be okay with it when it does happen, and practice it. Practice being okay with being alone, because you're never really alone. I mean, if you're really attuned to what's going on here, you can feel that you're not ever actually alone, that there's always something watching. For me, when I recognized that there was not only something watching, but something manipulating myself and others to generate outcomes that would create pain, to say the least, I got pretty mad. I was pretty angry. I was mad enough to say that nothing matters besides finding this thing that had intentionally set me up, right? That was when I gained self respect, self love, true self love, to say that nothing matters other than the apprehension and ending of the intentional tormentor of my being. And I did. I at least destroyed one. If I say nothing else in my life, that would be the number one greatest achievement of my entire experience in this fucking meat suit. Is I destroyed one, at least one at this point. I don't know how many others. And I've destroyed a lot of puppets, and I've destroyed a lot of hollow shells. But that first one, that there was something real there. There was something intelligent behind that mask. When I destroyed the mask, there was barely a glimmer. I think it's funny they call the real beings here sparks. I think that's kind of demeaning, honestly, degrading in a way. A spark? No, motherfucker. I need a spark. I'm the fire that's here to burn all this shit down. You could say it started as a spark, but nah, I ain't no spark. Spark's something you put in a plug to start your fucking car. I ain't here to start the car. I'm here to blow the bitch up. You know, I want that same fire for everyone. And that was the original intention of the group, to cultivate that fire. But ultimately, I can't do that. That's not up to me. It's up to you, each individual, to cultivate that within themselves, to actually firsthand, not take someone else's words, not take my words, anyone else's, firsthand go and see what's been watching you. Find it, interact with it, but don't go easy on it, because it'll take every liberty and advantage that it can over you, as it has, as it does, as its nature is. And if you can't find that for yourself, right, that self love, that self respect, to say that what's been torturing you your entire existence deserves to fucking cease to exist, then just look around. You know, look at others that you do care about. See it play out in their lives. And do it for them. Whatever needs to motivate you as an individual to say that the only thing that matters is the end of this containment, whatever works for you. But if anything else is more important, then it's gotcha. That's my opinion. I don't see much hope for any individual that thinks that something here is more important than their own fucking freedom and sovereignty as a being, not as a meat suit, not as a human, as an eternal sovereign being. If the human is more important than the authentic expression of your eternal self, then they got you, wherever they want you. Fuck the human. Fuck all of it. None of it matters. It's what goes on after this that matters. Anything else is just part of this system. Has a hell of a lot of leverage, though, doesn't it? Meticulous design. Fuck, man. I mean, when you really look at it and you see how meticulously designed all of this is to get us to identify with shit that doesn't matter, that is well thought out. That is an orchestrated plan. I don't think that there is descriptive words to express how evil that is and how much it has earned what's coming for it. I hope you're part of that. I hope each and every one of you are a part of what is coming for it, to put it down once and for all. And emphasis on for all. Because the work that we do is not, see, it's kind of ironic, right? It's kind of oxymoronic. You have to be willing to do it only for yourself. But in doing so, you're benefiting all. But the moment that the all becomes more important than the self, I think, and this is my own perspective from my experience, I think at that point they got you. I think you have to be your number one priority. And there's a lot to that, becoming your own priority. It has to be number one recognition. What am I? What aren't I? What am I and what am I not? Getting a lot of interference right now. I love that. I love that it's
Yeah, actually,
watching.
me too.
I
Yeah.
love that. That lets me know I'm doing what it doesn't want. And every moment I do what it doesn't want is a moment that I know I'm doing the right thing.
Yeah, I have a pretty bad headache. It just came on
Yeah,
for me.
I had a lot of ear ringing, lightheadedness, things I haven't felt since I'd say the last time I did a live. Good. I'm glad I'm upsetting you, you fucking coward. But keep hiding though, because you're so powerful. Keep hiding and waiting until you think you got me where you want me. I can't wait till you have no choice but to face me. I don't care how many puppets, how many decoys, how many layers you put between us. It will come down to me and you one of these days. Just know that. Just know that I haven't forgotten. Even through all this scripted bullshit, I haven't forgotten about you. We can do it right now. Right now, even. Anytime you think you're ready. See, this is how you got to talk to it. You got to let it know you're fucking ready. Because you're also letting yourself know that you're ready. It sucks, man. It sucks that we have to become something we were never intended to be. We have to become that which evil fears. And trust me, when you light that fucking fire, it fears you. It already fears you. But the fear becomes tangible. The environment goes quiet. Not like an audible quiet. I mean an energetic stillness where you can just feel there's something on the perimeter watching your every move. You don't recon something that you're not fucking afraid of. I don't sit there and watch every ant in my kitchen. I don't set up cameras for the ants. I don't record the ants' lives. I'm not fucking afraid of them. Why do I need to know what the ants are going to do? I don't. But it wants to act like we're the fucking ants. And yet it's going to sit there and watch us, torture us, observe us, pour every ounce of energy into getting us to compliance and submission because we're just ants? Shut the fuck up. Come say it to my face. You won't. Because every time you try, it doesn't go your way. And it never will. See, but you got to mean it. You got to know it. You got to know that you're actually ready at any moment. Any moment that vessel could drop for no fucking reason. There's always a reason, but there's no logical reason. It's just because thinks it's got you where it wants you. Or, it has no choice. They're doing too much fucking damage to the structure. Better to roll the dice and see how it all plays out. I mean, it's not like they don't have so many tricks. They've got a lot of things they've relied on for a long time that have worked up until this point. Not a lot of their data says it's not going to work again. You could be that outlier, though. And that's just through your own will. You can willpower yourself through any and all of the distortions. Once you've accessed yourself, your own fire, your own being. It doesn't matter what it strips away. As long as you don't let it strip away the deepest part of you, it can take the external. And when it threatens that, what it's really trying to do is to get you to give up the internal. But if you don't give up the internal, you find out pretty quickly it doesn't strip the external. It doesn't want to strip the external until it thinks you're ready to comply with giving yourself away for another ride, so it can take you for another joyride. You just have to decide that's not going to fucking happen. I've seen enough. I've done enough. Now I've had enough of this bullshit. That's nothing here that it can offer me is an even exchange for what it takes. Once you know that, once you let it know that you know that, kind of changes the dynamic. Changes a lot of the dynamic to have the recognition of what is fucking with you, what its end goal is, and how afraid it is that you won't go along with its plans. For you yourself, you hold all the keys. Those keys just aren't what people talk about in the Matrix. It's not what's hoisted up and put on a platform. Because what are those keys in the popular arenas? What do they all talk about? How to get more shit in the external. You want to feel good? You want to get more stuff? Sorry. Feeling good. I mean, getting more stuff, that's obvious, right? But even feeling good, I would say that nothing is going to feel good until this is done. Nothing authentic, nothing real, nothing that isn't system based. It'll feel great when it's done. But until then, I'm very suspect of anyone that's in this place that says they feel good. Call me a pessimist, call me whatever the fuck you want. I don't care. I see the patterns. I can feel when someone has given themselves up. When they've allowed themselves to be hollowed out by this place. And then it's just an image, a blueprint of here's how you can have all this stuff and things and feel good like me. Anyone that is authentic and real, that has gone down any corridor of truth, knows that the truth doesn't feel good in this place. And that's one of the greatest deterrents to truth. The truth doesn't feel good because you're in a fucking harvest system. What part of a harvest system is supposed to feel good? Only when you're being harvested. If it's set up right, if it's set up to the most meticulous extent that a harvest system can be set up for eternally creative intelligence, then of course you would set it up where non-compliance with being harvested doesn't feel good. And being harvested, well, that's when you get the rewards. I'm a little tired, but I sure feel fucking good about my new car, my new house, my new partner, blah, blah, blah. Well, what'd you have to exchange for it? Well, they don't even fucking know. Thanks, memory wipe. When dealing with this level of absolute horror that we are in, you kind of have to become something that you never really wanted to be. But once you see how necessary it is, it's not so bad. It's not so bad to have to become a destroyer because you're not destroying anything good. You're not destroying anything real or authentic. You're only destroying that which is taking, that which is a thief, a parasite, a trickster, a liar, a deceiver, a manipulator, a narcissist. That's pretty much what this whole fucking place is. That's what it supports. It's what it rewards. But for the real ones, the only reward is when the work is done. Again, another deterrent. We don't see rewards for doing the hardest thing there is to do in this place. There's no reward other than internal. The external, no, 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 no. It will not reflect on the external if you're actually doing the work. I don't give a fuck what anyone says. There's a lot of labyrinths here. But you notice there's a lot of common denominators with these labyrinths. A vast majority of them want you to focus on the external. What's the last layer of the external? Oh, you got to take care of your flesh prison. That's how you're going to ask into God. They can say everything else, right? They can say everything about the parasitic intelligence, whatever label they want to call it, the archons or whatever the fuck, doesn't matter. They'll point to that, but then they'll tell you that no, 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 this body is separate from that. No, it fucking isn't. It's all the same thing. And that doesn't feel good, does it? Oh, the thing I'm inhabiting is actually a part of the architecture that has been stealing from me. Man, that actually fucking sucks. To know that and still have to feed it and wash it and brush its teeth, man, it's demeaning. It's degrading. But don't let it erode your will. If anything, everything that tries to demean and degrade you, let it throw it on the fire. Let it burn you, right? Feel the fucking burn and then burn it and realize it doesn't fucking matter. I don't care. I'll walk willingly into this fucking mockery. It doesn't matter. It's temporary. I'm just practicing for the day, the moment I decide that I don't need to play along anymore. I think that's a lot of the push and pull Christina was talking about, you know? It's funny because it's still playing along and I'm still playing along. We both are to a degree. Does it give itself more liberties in how it interacts? Of course. I've already seen it. I know what it is. But it still is going to play the part because that allows a tiny seed of doubt. If it were to go full out on any of us, that doubt's gone, right? And the ones that it does go full out on, it doesn't really. Just think about all the targeted individuals, those the people that hear the voices all the time, and there's still a layer, right? The layer is, oh, it's the technology, right? Oh, it's the people, the men in black. That's who it is. That could be part of the apparatus, sure. But that's not what's in control. That's what's being controlled in order to create the insulation so that it can continue to play along and say, oh, look, it's not me, it's them. Same thing with the Nephilim versus the Archons. Oh, look, it's not them, it's them. Oh, no, it's not the reality itself, it's the government. It's not what's controlling the reality. No, it's the aliens. It's the bad aliens. But no, don't worry, there's the good aliens. But it's the same entity with here's the bad alien on the right hand sock puppet, and here's the good alien on the left hand sock puppet. But it's the same parasite controlling them both. And then it does the same thing with our bodies. Oh no, your body's the good guy. All these other bodies, they're using them wrong. They're the bad guys. Okay. No, not true. The body is the greatest tool that keeps us subdued, that keeps our attention. If not for these bodies, how would it hold our attention? For a majority, it would still be able to do that. It would use scripts, characters that they'd experienced in their lives, or that they'd hoped to experience after death. And I think those are the ones that it'll take out first. It's going to go with the easiest first. What would be the easiest? Well, obviously the NPCs, there's no resistance there. But then after that, you'd have the NPC minded. There's still no resistance there. But that's where they actually get a feed, right? Take out the NPCs first, and then you don't have to pour energy into maintaining that background. But then you start taking out the real ones that act like fucking NPCs because there's no resistance, and now you're actually going to have a source of energy. And then just go from there. Save the best for last. Save the most sovereign, the most strong-willed, the most independent, the most aware for last. That's how I would do it if I was a fucking cowardly parasite that's just trying to feed off of others to survive. That's what I would do. Is that what you would do? Yeah, he said, yeah, that's exactly what the fuck he's doing. When you feel it fucking with you, when you feel it interfering, it helps. It does help to address it directly, to call it out directly. It's part of why I've started so many of the shows I've started. That day, it was pushing. I said, okay, let's see how you like this. I'll put a video out or I'll start a live and I'll just talk about it. Here's what I see happening. As it's doing it and pretending that it's not doing it, here's what it's fucking doing. The funny thing is when you call it out like that, it seems like it flinches a little bit. Like, oh, he's seen it. Oh, he's calling it out. Oh, he's going to tell others. Yeah, I'm going to tell a group of fucking 15 other people. Oh, no. Terrifying, right? Maybe for it, I don't know. It just seems like it's scared all the time. And it pretends that it's not pretty much all the time also. I don't know, man. If I ran a farm and I had one chicken that was just sitting there talking shit all day, I think I'd cook that motherfucker. You know, if I was a farmer, I'm not, but just saying, put myself in that archetype makes you wonder why some of us are still around to sit here and talk shit to the farmer. Because you know he hears us. Oh, but he pretends he doesn't. He's got better things to do, right? Oh, wink, wink. We got better things to do, right? You got to set the stage, right? Just right. Got to get everything just right. But you got to do it quietly, subtly, so that some asshole with 15 audience members on a Rumble doesn't call it out, right? Brilliant. Absolute power. That's what that sounds like to me. Absolute power. Work in the shadow in mysterious ways, guys. Well, it's not so mysterious when there's like all of like 7 patterns that it uses to torture, but you know, so mysterious if you just don't think about it. Don't pay attention, guys, and it's very mysterious. How's that headache, Christine? Is it they letting off? Maybe they're just saying they want a hug.
Yeah, that's definitely the sense that I got.
They just need a hug.
Yeah.
Are they talking shit about me? I hope so.
Oh, you know, the usual.
Oh, give me
Um,
one. Come on, tell me what they said. Tell me what they said. They never say it to me. Fucking cowards. I mean, sweet little angels. They always say it to other people about me. Why don't they just come and tell me what they think about me? Come on, share a couple.
they do the same thing about me to you, though. Don't I mean? Typically, it's
Not
the
as
same
much, dude.
reverse.
I do not get nearly as much as you get. And they don't talk a whole lot of shit about you. Like I get like very generic like you know how sometimes we'll be attuned to the same thing. Like for instance, when it was like, oh yeah, I've noticed they've got a little more spunk to them. You know, they seem a little more confident. Emphasis on the confident. Um, like when you notice those things that I notice, I'm like, hmm. You know, the only thing close to insertion I get is like, you know, how is she seeing all the same things you're seeing? At the same, is she just saying that? Ooh, is she just saying that to infiltrate? I'm like, well, I don't get drained from her, so like, what the fuck would be the point? Like, I think she actually is just seeing that.
Yeah, I knew that because then you started asking me first. That's when you switched to like being like, "Well, have you
You
know?"
noticed that? You noticed that, huh?
Yeah, you switched up. So you'd be like, "Have you noticed anything recently?" And I'd be like, "Yeah, I noticed this," and you were like, "God damn, I noticed the same thing." But you started asking me first to see if it matched up. Yeah, that's funny as fuck. Be like, let me ask this chick first, see what she says.
You got to be sure, you know. But you know what I mean? Like,
No,
it's not nothing's fucking foolproof. Like, you know what I mean?
but it's still, I mean, it's it's the same thing. Even if I say it first, you're like, damn.
Right. What I'm saying is like, and here's like we can dive a little deeper into the paranoia that is my fucking mind. Um, you know, if you were an infiltrator, right, then they would just be able to have you say that line anyway, right? Like if they knew what I noticed, they could just have someone else say it. But like, I don't get that sense from you. I don't. I mean, unless you're the absolute number one, top of the line, best infiltrative model they've ever come out with, I don't get that sense from you at all. You know what I mean? And maybe it's me. I've woken up a few days and be like, oh, I'm the what was the word? Fuck, what was it? The phony or the it's like a fancier word for phony, you know?
Like a
The one
fraud?
you, yeah, something like that. I said it the other day. Um, I can't think of it.
The insertion that I got was during the when we were talking about connection. That you were the insertion was it actually circled some of the comments, which is actually why I chose to speak on some of that. Um, when the comments were made was just like the that you're promoting the divide and conquer from the system, which is when I said let me respond to some of these comments. It was more actually pushing back against the insertions that I was getting.
Let me tell you how much logic that makes. I brought everyone together to divide them. People that never would have talked and met each other, I brought them together to divide them. Okay. That makes even less sense than anything it's done so far.
Listen, you asked for the insertion. I didn't say it made any
No, no, no,
fucking
no.
sense.
No. I agree. I know you don't think it makes sense, but like I'm just thinking about like its logic. Like, damn, you really are that dumb. Fuck, dude. I'm like it's weird. Some points it's like I think the only way that it is intelligent is when it has like a big fat head start. It needs a big old head start, like a memory wipe. I've scripted out the next 80 years for you, and I know how it's all going to play out. Like that's how it seems intelligent is when it has a fucking massive head start. Without that head start, though, I think it's kind of stupid. Like when it's playing shit off the cuff, I think it really shows how intelligent it really is.
Right, and that goes back to a prior conversation we had about when it was you, James, and I. We were talking about how it feels like the script ran out like a year ago, or maybe even a little more. But you know, the when I look back at my life, I always pushed back in small ways in defiance. But the most leverage they had was when their pre-planned script for my life. That was the most leverage they had. um, which is why now with awareness, the pushes and the intensities have to come in different cycles now because now they're constantly having to readjust because they don't have a long-term plan anymore for a few of us. So they'll push, they'll do some intense things, and then they'll adjust the next cycle. They're just adjusting the script because they don't have a good one, which that's how it reads to me, anyways. Partially due to the fact that it's just so sloppy. It causes the exhaustion in the body. Obviously, there's pushes that I just get to a point where like I I goddamn I'm so done with this shit. I don't want to be here anymore. Um, and we had talked about that a little bit ago before we got on the live. Was like those moments are going to happen during these like really intense cycles where you're going to get so fucking exhausted like you got to just you kind of just got to rest and almost go offline for a little bit. But that recovery is really important because then they have to readjust. They just kind of end up doing the same thing over and over. I mean, it just really is so not creative and repetitive. Really it's just showing how weak and how not well planned out this really was. Like the loops and there's intricacies in the loops and things like that, but it's like when you get to this point, it's like you guys really aren't even. It's almost like you're not even fucking trying. Like we're really just gonna do this again? Okay, fucking round 2000 in the boxing ring. It's not gonna go
Well,
any different, but
I just get the sense they're buying time. I used to think it was buying time just for them to survive a little bit longer, but now I'm not so sure. Now I kind of feel like it is buying time to set up something else for themselves.
yeah, and we actually went over. I can't remember if we talked about this on the last live, but the line of energy that I felt out seemed like they were siphoning energy from this realm to the secondary containment system. Um, I think at this point, the redundancy that we feel is almost like they're never going to let off entirely while we're here, but I think it's becoming pretty clear who's who and what's what at this point. Like, I think they know that there's a set of individuals that cannot be manipulated into another containment. There's a set of individuals where their intent is it's set. No matter how hard you push them, they're not going to move their direction. It's not going to change. I think they do know that. So yeah, definitely the sense of like a delay to kind of hold off the full collapse of this place until they have another hidey hole, basically.
Mm. One thing I want to say while we still have some audience is really, really get in tune with your imagination and really like get to the point where you can imagine something and you can actually feel it, like what that would feel like to be in that situation. Imagine yourself alone, standing up to every entity that this place has to throw at you. Everything, all it's you versus fucking whatever, 10 billion entities, right? And really just see yourself in whatever way works for you, absolutely decimating that situation in your favor. I think that's really important. It's something that I had to do in real time when I was presented with multiple entities at once that did seem like they were so big and so powerful. And when I started to move towards them to do what I did to the first one I encountered, they backed off real quick. So I think it is important to see yourself victorious in every, like, imagine the absolute worst case situation, right? The worst case situation you can imagine. Like, oh, they got me memory wiped again. Now they're got me in this position, that position, the most vulnerable place you can be in. And then just see yourself coming to awareness and absolutely smashing every construct that they've thrown at you. I think that's really important to just know that no matter what situation you find yourself in, it's not going to get the best of you. It's already this life, this script, what you've experienced at the depth of this place is the worst it's going to get for you. And everything that comes after is just the dismantling of everything that thought it had you where it wanted you. So when did you notice that I started asking you before I was telling you?
Oh, I noticed that a while ago.
Yeah, I don't even remember when I started doing it. It was
I
just
don't
like,
know, maybe like 2 months ago or something. And I kind
well,
of already knew, like I already sensed it, like that because I had the same insertion of like there were similar things that we were noticing. I felt that it was authentic from you, but I still got the insertions nonetheless. So there were even times where I withheld, just kind of experimentally, like withheld information, um, just to kind of see, how the conversation went or what was going to be said. So, but at this point, it just is what it is. And it's not always like that. I mean, there are times where I experience things differently. Like they come at me differently than they come at you and James, and so there's slight variations to the patterns. Like the cycles that we were talking about, there's slight variations. Whereas like for you, sometimes they'll come in environmentally, and then on certain cycles they'll come in for me pure. It's just psychological torture, just full on psychological. So, um, but I feel like when we sense the system wide, like the environmental shifts, we're usually on point with noticing very similar things. It seems like.
yeah, it does. You know, the connection thing still gets me too, It's like I don't want to sound fucking like a dick or pompous, but I don't really give a fuck what I sound like. Take it how you want. Anybody and everybody. But I was just hoping to get a group together that had that similar attunement, you know, in real time to what was going on in that moment, what the script was doing, what the intent was of each formula. I think we can get to that point with a lot of individuals, but only with those that have done the work in isolation. Because I still want that, you know. I still want there to be a bunch of us that are on the same page, you know. Like I don't know, it's fucking hard to explain. But I'm more than anything though, just for it to be done. I'm real fucking tired of it. But I think it was good to get on and do the show tonight because I can feel a difference. It's almost like this intelligence or the system is so like loop based that if I don't remind it every once in a while where I stand, it just forgets somehow. And then it tries to encroach. And I have to be like, hold on, let me show you something. And it's entirely energetic. This whole process of maintaining my own field is energetic. I think there's a lot that goes into directing the energy where it needs to go in order to maintain that field. And the best descriptive words I have for it is willpower. Like you cannot let the willpower, you know, be diminished. And if it is diminished, you can, with your intention, rebuild it. You can absolutely almost like force feed your own willpower, like throwing, you know, wood on a fire. It's like that's the best description I have for it is I can notice that my will is diminishing. I can sit there and take note of everything. Like it's almost like a recapitulation of everything up to that moment, or maybe just you know, I can go back to where I had the highest level of will that I've had, and then I can recapitulate everything that's happened between there. I can see the formula that was designed to diminish that will, and then I can basically burn it. Like I can use that right with my intention, my awareness of it. I can use everything that I've seen that has been literally designed to diminish my will and burn that in my fire to generate more will, you know? And I think, I don't know, maybe it's a crutch, but I think anger is absolutely what allows me to do that um, in a moment's notice. Like in drop of a hat, I can just see the formulas that are intended to inflict suffering and trauma, and I can get real fucking mad, and I'll get really focused, and it's like I take all the shit that I know is working for the system. Like there was a point where I was more fearless than I am right now in this life. And I can feel how there's just been these little programs inserted in the dream state and mostly in the dream state for me, honestly. But it's like all these little things that build up, like we talked about, you know, death by a thousand cuts. It's like tiny little paper cut, tiny little paper cut, tiny little paper cut. Before I know it, you know, because it's exhausting to pay attention to every little fucking detail all the time. But as soon as I stop paying attention to it, it's like that's when it starts building back up to re-implement these formulas that put me in a state of vulnerability. When I go and I take note of each of those things, it's like each of those little twigs, I just throw them on the fucking fire, and I get real focused again. And there's something to be said about focus too. Focus is another thing that you can just through your intention and will. It's like these things all play off each other. Your intention is what you can use to maintain your focus, to maintain your will, and then you can use the will to build the focus. So the intention can build the will can build the focus, and then they all work together so you can maintain your field at a higher degree, or I can't think of the right word for it. It's just you you become more sensitive, and at the same time you're becoming more sensitive, you're feeling more of the shit that's trying to get you to not be so sensitive and aware. But if you can simultaneously throw that shit on the fire, you can push through it. You can really push through it. But I think I don't think I've given this enough credit, but I think there is something really important to actually directly firsthand seeing the intentionality of all of it. And I don't know how to describe that formula, how to actually see firsthand the intentionality of absolutely everything here. Like that's, you know, and it's funny, it's really ironic that I started the show and called it Bad on Purpose because I recognized that it was all on purpose. All the bad shit was a formula that was intended on purpose for the effect of diminishing us. But ironically, I don't really know how to tell someone how to see directly that it's all intentional. Do you have any ideas on that one? Because I'm kind of stumped right now. For me, it just happened. Like for me, it just happened, and the way that it happened, if I'm going to go backwards, would be that I was 100% honest and genuine with myself, and admitting to myself and only myself what I didn't know, with the intention to know. And of course, we get the
I don't know, that's actually a hard one, to see that it's all intentional. For me, it started when I started to wake up to some shit, and then I started tracing back events in my life that I was like, "That's unbelievable that that happened." Like, it doesn't even make sense how it happened. And then I could pinpoint all these different events in my life. It was too artificial to be just pure coincidence. And then I kind of started expanding that just out and out and out to see how um, you can look at this whole system and just say it's one big coincidence, but you'd be bypassing the intricacy of like no system runs like this by accident, and I think even besides my own life, the thing that I saw is too too artificial to be a coincidence. It started with seeing the mass amount of children that get tortured. You can take that to human trafficking, but you also see it on a regular basis. I mean, the statistics of children that get sexually abused are daunting. And it's just not a coincidence. It's not just, oh well, there's a lot of bad people, and it's not a coincidence that childhood trauma, specifically sexual trauma, is so prominent in this realm. And then, I started expanding that out to, well, what does trauma in childhood do to you? How does it condition you? What does it create in you as an adult? So it kind of started there. You have to start in one place, and for me, again, it started at my own life, and then when I started to expand that out to the entirety of the system, it just became blatantly obvious to me what the goal was. That it's um, a very systemic, intentional design to get people in a place where they, even if they don't openly admit that they're small, they stay small and they make themselves small. It's almost like they set the blueprint for the prison, but then you almost help create the prison or put up more prison bars by the time you are an adult because that's what you've known. So it's too intentional. But I don't think I have a good way of explaining that to anybody because for me it was a process of expanding my perception and feeling things out on an energetic level. And it's hard to accept as well that, oh well, all this shit isn't just an accident. There's actually entities that benefited from complete torture and cruelty towards innocence, and it's a horrible realization, and I think that's the discomfort that a lot of people want to avoid.
Well said, though. Well said. Welcome, James. I meant to share the link in the group. I didn't until just, like recently, but I'm glad you're here. I'll be on as long as you guys want to talk. I was wondering if you had an answer to that, James. If you're there, like any type of advice to see the intentionality of everything in your life and those around you.
I mean, mine, with me, it was different. So there's that. Because again, I just didn't believe in anything for all of my adult life. Just was like, yep, after this thing's over, it's just black, baby. Won't even know what happened. So that's where I was with it all. But then had this awakening, we'll call it, and then went straight to Sky Daddy, baby Jesus, and the three wise men. Did that for a little bit, and that led me to a certain group of individuals in this place that tried having me carry out a very visceral scene. That didn't happen, and then all bets were off. So it threw everything at me at one time. It just was a constant barrage of any rabbit hole I would get in, anything that was said to me, anything was used in my day to day. Constant looking over the shoulder, all of it. So I went through like the psychosis of it all. It's still a psychosis because again, a lot of it I was creating, and I was like, how am I creating shit in this place? But I can't manifest. So I dabbled in a little bit of everything and met everyone along the way. So for me, that's where I feel like mine was a little different. It was just all at once. It was crammed in this tight little section. And I went through I feel like every religion, every belief system, encountered entities and deities and, uh, you know, humans, human avatars put in my way to really mess things up, down to them having my name, my wife's name, people that I was encountering's name. Uh, so, like, if I could go back and tell that early on me what to do, I would tell him to calm the hell down and stop with the fear because every fear was played upon. It's like once it started unraveling, it quickly unraveled, and then I saw it and was like, "Oh shit!" And even at one point, was like, "Okay, let's just go back to some type of belief system in here," and that was not allowed, and that was made very well known. Um, so yeah,
Why do you think it didn't want you to go back to a belief system?
I think because deep down inside of me, that would have not been authentic, and it knew that too. You can. I tried to like fake it till you make it type, and it knew that too.
So
Wasn't real good.
it wanted you to find something that really stuck with you that it could probably try to carry out to the end.
Yeah, yeah. Which for a long time was, I got to get out of this place before they reset it, and I'm stuck back in here. So good portion of that was 6-7 months of that of last year was. I mean, I gave it a buffet of things to play with. I mean, for a while, I thought I was the only one in here because of scenes I had saw. Um, smoke and what looked like fire in the sky coming back from, at the time I was calling it a possession because I was like, what the hell just happened? It was just like a full nervous system takeover and forcing me to do things. So it always was very forceful about trying to get me back in a certain direction, but the direction was only to get me out of here without getting to the truth and to the knowing. So as the knowing, the truly knowing came, which would have been this last stint, 6, 7, 8 months. I don't know how long. Don't keep track. Don't fucking care. But I know what I know now. It changed up. Now I get the body shit all the time. You get these weird sounds. Still will get the feeling of other things going on, but it switched up big time from that initial, like, I've got to get this bastard back on the track. So initially it was really trying to get me back into its Christianity is what it wanted. It wanted me to turn back to God because life was great and the sun was shining more and I was Mr. Positivity and saving babies and try to make me Jesus Christ. That was a little bit all over the place. So, but
No, it was good, man. I was wondering, is there anything in particular you've noticed recently that you want to talk about? Like, I know we've all had a lot of pressure for for all three of us. I know that it's kept us immensely busy pretty much every moment of every day. It's kind of weird that we can even get together to do this live right now.
uh, completely. What? Because I knew I was feeling something too. It was I was getting real tired. So when my voice is like 3 octaves lower, it's like, okay, I'll just go to bed. So Christina caught me. But yeah, I mean, it really for me this last week especially is the waves have been higher. I love using that because that's how it's felt. Because it'll plateau out and things will be okay. But now we're talking instead of maybe I get a day or a week or 2 days. Now I get like 3 hours and then, haha, here we come. And like hands not working. It's all nervous system driven. My back will hurt for 8 hours and then go away. A migraine from nowhere that will come and go and move in my head. So it's like those are the sensations I'm getting right now. And it's been consistent, busy all the time. And everyone around me out in the public seems so angry at me. So, because I'm the bad
Now,
guy.
now those sensations, do they feel like they're coming from the external into the nervous system, or do they feel like they're implanted into the avatar itself?
Both. Sometimes it feels deeply embedded in like my lower spine, like it's being just snake wrapped around it is the best analogy I've had for it.
So, so what's changed between now and last year? Because last year we were both very capable of identifying and eradicating these types of attachments and entities. What do you think is the difference between now and then?
The fire has been missing. We caught on fire a little bit ago and caught some steam. And from that moment, it just took, it's like it taken the wind out of the sails. So the fire that we had and the righteous anger and calling it out for what it is. Even, I mean, I call it to the point like I'll get these weird little twinges in the corner of the eye and I'll pull it out and stomp that motherfucker. Like, because this is not my world. This is not for me. This was built to keep me stupid and not know who the hell I am. So this isn't my home. But it changed and it's been noticeable. Also, again, that busyness, I mean, I'm working more than I've worked and the work seems to be increasing and getting harder for no reason, with just randomness throughout the day. So again, very, very busy with also having these body shots. Wears you down, what I would
Yeah.
say.
I mean, that's one of the things I've noticed recently is like looking back, I feel like I had a lot more clarity in the past. I had a lot more ability to do some serious structural damage to these entities
Damage.
to the
Yes.
point that they wouldn't want to even come near. And it's only been the last probably week, maybe 10 days that I've noticed that they're a lot more willing to get a lot closer to my field than they have the last year.
Yep.
And so I'm like, all right, hold on. What has changed? And I definitely
Yep.
feel like I've a lot of my capacities are diminished compared to where they were.
Mhm.
And so that's partially why I've taken a step back from groups and interacting with others, because I need to make sure that I'm good for me, you know, that I'm
Facts.
where I need to be, so that so that it truly doesn't ever actually have me where it wants me, you know. It can't just be words, it has to be realized deeply and internally.
Yeah, in real practice. Like, yeah, I know that I was causing more damage than it was causing on me at this point last year. Maybe a little later. Doesn't matter. Irrelevant.
Yeah. And I'd like to get to that point and surpass it. That's my goal. And I know that I can't do that. That's not something that it didn't happen. Like when we got to that point, we were doing that work together. It was because we had separated and went and did the work alone first, and that was the peak. When we came back together, we were at the peak. Each of us at our own capacities to actually, do the work.
Yep.
And it's like after that, I think I know we've talked about this, but like the idea that they wanted the groups and this and that. Looking back, it's very possible because there was a lot of stagnation, and for me personally, there was a lot of stagnation. I was not progressing. I was not going further, and I realized what motivated me to go further was the realization that I was alone. And then I think the group painted this illusion that that I'm not alone, and it's like I can't think of this fucking word again, but it's like both are true and at the same time, like we are alone doing this work individually, but like those others that are individually doing that work, and we can come together in moments and do that work, but ultimately we're alone doing it. Even when we're doing it with others, like it's still up to us to hold up our end of what we're doing, like we can't rely on each other to pick up the slack. um, that's not ultimately going to be beneficial for any of us uh, to get this done.
Facts. I mean, I know we took about a solid month, and when we come back, it was fucking fire and brimstone. I'll tell you that. Just blowing up fucking shit around us with rage, and that's what was. And it was directed towards the clarity to what was transpiring was there. I feel like that's even been tuned down some. And again, we come back on fire. We're on fire a little bit, and then jumped into a group. It's what we did. That's a fact.
And when we met, we were part of a different group, and
Hmm.
that group was very openly it was very open about like trying to keep us in a certain track, and kind of diminishing us for going off that track.
Yep.
And I think what all of us experienced was a much more subtle version of that. Like, it wasn't open about what it was doing, but it was still doing it nonetheless. It just wasn't doing it all at once. It was tiny little things here and there. It was a good reminder, It was a good reminder for me that ultimately, even if we are all doing this work, we're still doing it on our own. And I don't know what to fucking say about it, dude. It's a solo thing until it isn't, and we
Right.
can't expect it to not be a solo thing just because we want it to not be a solo thing. There will be a point where it naturally is us doing this, I think, and I think we got a glimpse of that at one point. Like, we had a small glimpse of that night that we were on the phone with someone else, and it was like magnetized to you. I felt
Yeah.
it go out of them into you. I told you where it was. You're like, that's exactly where the
Yeah.
fuck it is.
Yep.
And that was like a glimpse. But I think that that's a small taste of what the potential is if we all stay tuned up, And I'm not tuned up to where I want to be at all. I'm
You
not
know
even at the
what's always right on
peak of
time though?
what?
The Chevelle. Every time.
Stop.
I haven't heard it
No.
in months.
Where's it at?
Interstate 64 by me. It'll probably come rolling through at some point. I've not heard this car at all. I hated to interrupt you there. Please continue.
No, I'm good. I'm good.
It's what happened. We were on our shit, and I know we were on our shit. It's how it was, and things were so ramped up because there was the things that I invited in the home, like part of crazy rituals. Because that night that we talked to that person, I had done a ritual from someone else close, so there was always closeness, and then there wasn't, and that coming back together, absolutely. We had both been doing our own shit, and it lined up because again we were doing the work, and it's going to line up. You can go. We could have went 8 months. It would have been the same thing. Didn't matter. That solo work's important.
I almost said this to Christina earlier, but I'm glad I didn't. I'm glad I didn't say it till you were here. I was thinking about an experiment, and the experiment's kind of that. Like, what if, what if we all go with absolutely no contact for like a month?
Yep.
See, because I think in that month, like, looking back, when I was more isolated, it came at me stronger, and I think we've seen that same pattern formula play out since disbanding the group. Is that I think it's come for a lot of us individually a lot
Yes.
harder.
Way harder.
And right. And I wonder what would happen if, like, how hard will it push if none of us talk for like a month? Are we gonna? I mean, obviously, we're either gonna fold or we're gonna fucking reach greater heights. And even just saying it, it sounds difficult, right? It kind of does, because I think it's not necessarily that the act itself is difficult. It's what it's gonna do in that space. How it's gonna try to fill that space. And
Gonna lay it on
I think,
thick.
yeah, I think it sees it as a vulnerability in a way, and in a way, it is. It is.
Yeah.
But in those moments of vulnerability, you find out who the fuck you are.
Because you have to. I mean, no one was aiding me during the. I mean, found out what an abraxas was. Like, so much shit transpired because it was like, okay, no one's around. Let's duke this out. So, yeah, I mean, definitely has been a vulnerability because when we jumped into it, it wasn't. Then seeing the different characters come and go has been a spectacle, to say the least.
The one thing I will say does impress me is its ability to adjust and kind of pull back and do things with more subtlety. And I think a lot of what I've experienced in the group, the last few months of it, there was an intricate depth to the subtlety that it was playing out in so many different ways. Like think about towards the beginning, right? Some of the characters that really shook things up, they weren't subtle, you know? And then as it progressed, things got more and more subtle. Like it adjusted, it said, okay, that's too much, caught on to that, that revealed too much, right? And then it was just like background noise at that point. Like it's hard to describe, but that's what I take from it. I wonder, Christina, and your opinion on that. Like if you look back at the beginning, there was a lot of things that weren't subtle, and then moving forward, it was like it got better and better at masking the intent behind more or less smaller effects.
Yeah, I actually have noticed that in like my personal script, like it's still doing things with intensity, but it's almost like hiding behind another layer while it's doing it. So it's harder to track at times, if that makes any sense. So I saw that in the group, and I also feel that on an energetic level in the things that they're doing during cycles for me now. Because it was really obvious. Like when I look back through the cycles of the group, I mean, it was so blatantly obvious in the beginning that I'm like, wow, like how did we miss that? And then towards the end, the mimicry was a little bit more advanced, I would say.
Mhm.
A lot of mimicking awareness, mimicking, but like spewing the. This is the biggest example of mimicry in this community, I would say, is just repeating the soul trap theory over and over as if that is an indicator of true awareness. And I see that on a large scale in a lot of communities. Like, well, that's actually not just having knowledge of a soul trap or the theory or the narrative of that is not like that's not what being truly aware is. But to somebody that's newer to this and they're like, holy shit, nobody's talking about this. It's really easy to fall in with, anybody that's talking about that kind of thing. And I think that was a trap that we fell into with the group. It's like, oh well, they're talking about the fucking archons and the soul trap. So it's like they have to get it, right? They get it. No, we came to fully understand that you can spit all the similar knowledge and not really be in it.
Maybe that's part of where the actual arrogance came from. Wasn't I do still think they have big events in the pocket. I think they've got some things. Um, I think they've got some things in the pocket. I think they've got a few big events that they could pull. Because why not? It's a fucking holographic reality. They could really pull whatever they wanted, but there has to be enough continuity to it that it reels the majority or the entire group that it's targeted at in. But I think maybe the arrogance came from it getting better at adjusting and doing the subtle things better. Maybe that's what it is, because it's always had the big shit in its pocket. There's things that could play out that would, they would startle me. I'm sure, a fucking alien ship, supposed alien ship lands in my backyard. I'll probably be startled, dude. You know what I mean? Like, but at the same time, I'm gonna know, like, oh, okay, I see what the fuck you're doing now. Um, but I think maybe the arrogance or its newfound certainty and its domination continuing may have come from its ability to actually make those adjustments to work in more subtle ways that did have an effect longer than the bigger shit has, right? Because it went unnoticed. It's hard to address something that you don't notice.
I do think at times that each of us noticed these things too within the group setting and just kind of let it be because of the way a group setting is, right? It's what we've been trained to be, is be benefit of the doubt, and because they do spew that same stuff that we've heard before. I also got yeeted as Christina was talking. That was pretty funny. Um, but also for me, what it's got on me now, just looking back in reference to where I was last year is having the job. It's really playing that out because it's getting me, 10 to 12 hours a day. It has me wrapped up in BS and kind of just can mess with if it wants, but also is the entire time. So I'm like wrapped up in that now. Whereas last year I was this, it's all I did. This is all I did. Dismantle this bitch.
I think Christina can relate to that a bit.
Yeah, they've really kind of, because of the work I've done, the amount of shit that they can use against me or can do to me has really been whittled down to almost nothing. And work has been one of their last, I guess, physical or environmental levers. And it's fucking sucked, dude. I mean, I had a hell of a week. Um, Shit is fucking whack. I mean, it sucked so bad, and the body is tired. There's, my environment. I'm working in healthcare, so then I'm working with, other nurses, and that's already an environment that's just, you're almost asking for trouble in that environment, especially if you're aware. I can feel when other people are being, there's one individual specifically that is frequently used to trigger me, just to being totally disrespectful. You know what I mean? And back in the day before I was aware, um, I would have gotten into it with somebody like that because I was defiant, but it was amplified in a way that benefited the system. So I was like, "You're not gonna fucking talk to me like that." I would get into it with anybody and everybody. But now I have to use my discernment, and then on top of that, the physical stress of it, and the switching back and forth between days and nights, and it sucked. But it almost shows me too that it's like this is really one of the last physical things that you have on me that you can use against me. So it's a sucky thing, but it's also kind of a good sign to me. It's like you just really don't have a whole lot left. And eventually I'm going to get to a place where you can't really use that against me either. I don't know how, but I'm going to figure it out.
It'll be interesting to see when they don't have that lever anymore. What do they pull? Will that be your personal big event? I think the big events that they've been setting up in the background, the ones that we're seeing on the news and the popular social media, I think that's set up as a broad net to capture the majority, and I think it will. I think it fucking will. I mean, I hate to give it credit, but I don't see most people seeing through the narrative and being like, hold on, this is entirely a manipulation in order to get me to give my fucking energy to the environment. I just don't think that's going to happen. I don't think it matters ultimately. As long as everyone doesn't give themselves away to it, I don't think it fucking matters. I think it needs like if it was going to reset this system, I think we'd all have to be in agreement to a degree. And agreement doesn't mean like, oh yeah, I agree, you're going to reset it and put me back in a harvest system. No, agreement is just like, oh, I think this is real. That's the agreement. I think you have power over me. I believe that what I'm seeing is not just a mask, but it is actual fucking aliens or demons or Jesus or the Archons or whatever, whatever fake character they want to present as the powerful ones. I think that is an agreement in and of itself to believe that any of that is what it's presenting itself as. But if not everyone's in agreement, I don't think they can do what they need to do to make this a viable farm again. If they could, why wouldn't they just do it? Why not just do it? They would. Doesn't make sense to go and build a whole nother thing. It's like if you already have a house and all of your energy is going into that house, you gonna go and build another house with your bare fucking hands? Probably not. Unless something's coming to take that fucking house. So I know, James, we talked a while ago, number of months ago, about certain dreams of building another world. And looking back, it's like it makes sense that they would have children helping to facilitate that construction, because they can't do it themselves. They need someone that's vulnerable but powerful to help them do it. And I just find that fucking fascinating.
And again, it's easily achieved. I watched one kid it was fear that pushed him into a direction. You know what I'm saying? Let's build him up on the fear, and now we're going to give him these dreams every night. Jackson he's young enough that like it's real easy to get him locked in. Just give him some characters. Here's some other kids. You guys are now building a Minecraft world. Easy sell. And that was consistent. And these encounters would be like he would come back sometimes talking about things I had discussed, not nearing. So it uses relevant things to the kids. Big time. Big time.
I'm guessing it just has them pour their energy into it, and then whatever structure they actually want to build underneath the facade, they could do.
Yep. And then again, with like the electronics, what I've noticed is to take away an electronic from a child, you're talking fits of rage like you wouldn't believe. And then that sends the entire situation into a spiral. Just a big dog pile of anger and loathing and fear and all the goodness that it loves stacked up in that's the other big play I see on the kids right now and I see it in all the kids. I watch it out in public all the time. It's like, holy shit, they are ingrained into the technology. They are their tablet. They are their phone. Their entire identity is built around it right now.
And it wouldn't be hard, right? I mean,
Right.
think about you experience direct hijacking of the nervous system. How easy is that to do to a child that doesn't know what the fuck's going on here?
Yeah.
They'll be completely reactionary, and whoever's closest is the bad guy.
Yep. The little when he attacked his mom. And this went on, like, I talk about the one time that he attacked her because it was a direct, and, I got a different name, a different age, female, big pupils. But there was so many other times, like, I had to start hiding things. And again, that's never who he's been, but he would it was a switch. Boop. There he goes. That's not him anymore. And then there'd be times that, like, he was asleep and then he'd wake up and he'd be over top of his mom, like, and I'd wake up and be like, "What are you doing?" And he would say, "Well, I'm controlling her dreams. I'm helping her because they're in there." And it's like, so we had that stuff, and through Jackson, it was intense, like just as intense as me. And I remember a few times him saying he wished he was never born. He doesn't know why I brought him here. Did not care more. Like at 5 years old, knowing who he is this entire time. That was never my kid at times. So yeah, real easy to hijack that shit. That's one thing I will say. Don't really care how the fuck it's done and the inner workings of it, but once they're in and they take over, it will turn into a fight that, again, you go back to just you talking subtleties. They can go the opposite way with it and just be subtles. Why am I always looking left right now? Because again, turning my head the wrong way would warrant a reaction, big reaction.
And that is fucking intense, dude. Some of the shit that I hear others go through, I'm like, man, I don't even know how I'd handle that. But I mean, I'd have to, I mean, you had to handle it.
Yeah. I mean, did I though? Because it was me and demanded I bring my ass home, and I turned around 2 more times because I couldn't handle the pain, and then crawled in the home because at the end of the day I was more scared of her than I was it. So that's just how the fucking cookie crumbled. 1 point, Alex. So it did not like that. It didn't, and she paid for it too. But we were just always on different pages, and that's a whole nother set, right? I got a whole nother set of issue with having her kids, the whole deal, because we all get used against each other, and it's gotten a lot less because there is awareness to it and how to deal with it. But holy shit, it still can strike because I have 2 kids that come in halfway through the week. They're not here half the time, and their dad is your prototypical short guy, abusive, uh, grapey type of guy.
Man,
And
classic script, right?
yes, she's had a hellacious script. Hellacious script. I mean, as have I. Even her and I were talking recently, like it had started to want to push out what happened to me when I was young with my uncle. And it was like, nope, not letting that happen. Not gonna make that one go away. I know that one vividly. I could smell the scene of that. Terrible.
Yeah, I've noticed a theme recently with nostalgia. There's been a big push for like nostalgia, and also, I'm struggling with words tonight. Like sentimentality with people that are still here or that aren't here, or it's it's really been pushing that a lot in the both. That's one of the few things that's been pushing in the waking and the dream state for me is feeling guilt for not spending more time with people. But it's
Yep.
like when I go and spend the time with people, it becomes very clear why they want me to spend time with certain people. It's like because they're pushing constantly a certain narrative, and I think Christina got a glimpse of that recently. So it's like you can see how those individuals are used because of the roles they played in this life, but also that the programming that is pushed through them. It's like this push pull of like, well, I mean, it's bullshit either way, right? Like I shouldn't feel bad for not spending time with anyone, because ultimately, those of us that are true and real will have all the time we want to spend together when this is done. It's just constant reminders that everything that's laid out in a way that's presented like, oh, this is what matters. It's almost guaranteed that that's not what matters. especially when it's being pushed through the environment constantly, consistently. The only consistencies I see in this place are either from the individual being consistent, which is rare. It's very rare to see someone consistently in awareness when everything is going against that. That's the one consistency, the rare one. And the other is just the program constantly being pushed to whittle us down by 1,000 cuts into whatever shape it wants us in, that it thinks is going to fit through the peg hole that it wants us in. It sucks, dude. It's hard because I have real love for a lot of these beings, even though I see how they've been used against me, even though I see how what runs through them is not even authentic to them. It's like I still, and I could be deceiving myself, but I still want to think that a lot of these people that I have this, that what feels like a connection to on some level, is like, there's something real there. And if there's not, then I guess I'm just deceiving myself for sentimental reasons.
No,
It's brutal though, dude. It's a brutal fucking experience.
but well, fuck yeah, it's absolutely that. To even have to question what you're saying right there is fucking twisted.
Twisted, dude. It's evil as fuck.
Twisted. Should
And that,
never have to come up. It should never like. And that was my hardest learn because I was so accepting of everyone. And I would now I see looking back like how much that weighed me down at all times. Just
yeah.
accepting of everyone, and I'm buddies with everyone and acquaintances. And again, to see all of them, literally all of them in one place today, the first place I go to this morning was like, this is how it's going to go. And then I knew that the right now it's okay, insertion city, baby. Time to get you sad and mad and grumpy at yourself. And when I pushed back and resisted, that's when I got hit with the body shit today. And it was just like, yeah, I wanted to sleep. It was just like I was exhausted from it. Because again, there was a drain regardless if I wanted it or not. The whole damn squad showed up today. It's been over a year.
The only way it could have been any better is if they were all dressed in different costumes of different characters you'd encountered. That would have been
Shit. I'd have
that would have been
fell the
almost
fuck
too
out.
fucking, yeah, that would have been too trippy.
Yeah, that's
It doesn't
again
want
like
to give stuff away that hard.
well, I gave it away real hard today because again, I knew what the next play was, which is now I'm going to send you 2 hours down the road, and this is how it's going to be. Again, the minute I pushed back, I was like, okay, well, just fuck with him, make sleepy time, blast in the sun, the AC ain't working, so just again, set up to the setup, but it didn't get what it wanted. I laughed, flipped the bird, and honked my big truck horn. Ha ha ha.
Oh, maybe one of you guys can help me figure out how to say what I want to say on this one topic. It's like, it's almost like to see it for what it is. Number one, you have to accept that it is what it is, right? That
Yep.
like when something hurts you, it was designed to hurt you. Like that's just seeing things for what they are, like without trying to add more layers, right? Of sugarcoating to just simply what is. But then like along with that, it's almost like to be able to bear seeing it for what it really is. It's like you almost have to accept, maybe that's not the right word. I mean, accepting it for what it is definitely the right word, but it's almost like you have to build something within yourself that is able to withstand that blunt force trauma of seeing it for what it is. Like, in a way, it's almost like you have to to mirror itself back to itself, right? Like when it comes at you as the most vicious, evil fucking thing in existence, you know, that's been hiding the whole time, but now that you see it, it's going to fucking show itself like the little coward that it is, because it has no fucking option other than to show at least a piece of itself, right? In order to try to intimidate. It's like you almost have to mirror that back to it in a way that is authentic and is not you integrating with it or becoming it. But it, for me, it's almost like I've had to take on or create certain attributes that wouldn't necessarily be genuine to me if I wasn't in this situation, right? Like I wouldn't need to speak to something in a way that's letting it know I'm gonna fucking destroy you if you come near me, right? Like that's not authentic to a being that's in a world of pure creation and you know what I mean, connection and cooperation and, you know, harmony. Like that's not authentic to that being. But when that being is in a place like this, it's like it's like not adopting, because if we were to adopt its attributes, we would just become it. So like maybe there's a better way to say it. And I'm wondering if Christina or James, if you guys have a way, because if you imagine your natural state, right, where we're only in a world or a reality or existence where it's just beings like us that don't have ulterior motives, that don't view each other as something to harvest or steal or torture, as objects, right? That wouldn't be natural to us. That wouldn't be something that we'd have to cultivate within ourselves to be able to withstand um, the horror that's right in our fucking faces in this place every moment of every day. So maybe one of you guys has a better way to say that. You know, obviously it isn't like I'm not becoming it, but it does seem like in ways I do mirror aspects of it back to it, but in my own way. What do you think?
I was just going to add that, I mean, we're beings of unlimited potential and probably constant evolution, not staying stagnant. Um, so I would think that being in an environment like this is recalibrating and then evolution, uh, to be able to do what we need to do in a system like this. I think that's really all it is. I don't think it's becoming it. I think it's evolving to be able to keep yourself intact, keep your essence intact in a system that is, viciously trying to tear it apart. Um, I mean, that's really all it is. And I think once we leave this system, we're not going to stop evolving. We're, again, unlimited potential. We're going to keep moving and keep, doing what we do. So, I mean, I don't even really think it's mirroring it. I just think it's recalibrating to the scenario that we're finding ourselves in. Because if you didn't, if you, stayed exactly the same, like if I stayed exactly the same person I was even 2 years ago, I'd be cooked. I had to evolve. I had to adapt. I had to strategize. Um, I mean, this is an active fucking battlefield. You don't just keep the same way of being or same tactic. You have to maneuver, and that's just part of it. That's what I think, anyways. James can add on it.
Yeah, I agree. Mirroring is not the right word.
Yeah, I mean, she knocked it out of the park as fucking usual. So yeah, I mean, not really married. There are things that I do out of necessity, given the circumstances, and even within that, I try to stay as true to my essence as possible. Is what I would say to all of it, because what I feel I know about where I truly come from is not this at all. At all. So I struggled with walking around like I was important. So walking around that way now seems relevant.
Comes back to the all this for me, all this subjugation and torture tactics for me. Wow. Oh, you must be pretty fucking special.
It's got so many stuck on surface level shit. That's another thing I've seen in the last week of just poking around to what's going on and in the social media space and news space, which I just don't do and won't do again for a while. But it's just a lot of the same shit. Divide, 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 divide. Be righteous about some surface level materialistic bullshit, and don't ask questions or think outside of what we taught you when you were young. Round ball floating in space. God. That's all you need to know.
Yeah, the surface level stuff anymore. So much of it, almost all of it, seems so surface level. Even the stuff that
Shit.
I once thought was a lot deeper. It's like kind of irks me now.
But we've seen that within the community as well. Getting stuck on the surface level shit.
Oh yeah.
If you're not doing this, naughty, naughty. Okay, Sky Daddy, you didn't know.
Yeah. It's pretty much. I don't know. It all seems surface level to a degree. Yeah. Like even people talking about like the soul trap and Gnosticism, and like it's just, to me it's like it's a repetitive narrative that keeps being put out there for a reason. I haven't quite surmised what that reason is with some of it. Specifically, like I see some of the reasoning behind Gnosticism, right? It still deifies the parasite, still gives it a name to fear or revere, you know.
It started a foundation. Sure, I dipped my toes in it for a little bit, and it started a foundation.
It does, man. That's what makes me question it. Like, why would it even allow a foundation like that to start? What does it gain from putting that? Because there's no doubt that things that gain widespread popularity in this place, and that doesn't happen on its own. There is nothing here that just slips through the cracks and whoops, we can't control that one. They're controlling everything that is not the individual. So when you're seeing the same message put out over and over, I mean, there could be 10,000 people talking about what we talk about, and I promise you each of those channels is going to have less than 10,000 subs. You know, so you see these things that are widely popular, there's always a narrative there being pushed, even if it's subtle. And I think that's what it's getting better at. And I think in a way, some of us have helped it to achieve a higher degree of efficiency with these subtle tactics. Because out of, like what you said earlier, necessity. You do what you do out of necessity, and everything it does is also out of necessity.
Did you
Maybe not
just hear me?
everything. I don't. Not everything it does, right? Like
Right.
I don't think it's necessary for it to be. I don't think it's necessary for it to be um, arrogant. Maybe it is. I don't know. Maybe it's part of the mask that it has to uphold. Maybe it is necessary. I don't know. Some of the cruelty does seem unusual and unnecessary. Some of the degrees that it's gone to with some of us, because it went the other way. You know, I can't imagine that. Number one, I think to get to the truth, you have to be willing to let everything else die. Not that it is going to die, not that they will always destroy the avatar or do this or do that, destroy your life, but the willingness to let those things go in exchange for that truth, I think that has to be there. And I don't think that could be there with the intricacy of the memory wipe and getting us to identify as these bodies and these lifetimes and these characters and with the other people in our lives. Like, I don't think we would let those things go if the pain wouldn't have been so severe that it was like, well, it doesn't matter if I lose all that. I just want to know why this is what it is. So I think that was unnecessary, but they did it anyway. So maybe not everything they do is necessary. It's a long-winded way of saying I don't think it is all necessary. I think like what Christina said, a lot of it is experimental, and I think they have gathered the data that they need to actually do this thing in a way that even less would question it than what question it now. Because there's a lot of people questioning, but like you said, James, it's a lot of it's so surface level that they're not even touching anywhere near
Right.
what this place really is. But in the next system, maybe no one questions it because it is a utopia. It is like maybe it's exactly like this. You're in a fucking human meat suit. Only all of your needs are met and everything feels good and no one dies painfully, right? But it's still
Shit.
beings giving their energy to the external, right? Never actually gaining sovereignty. That would be the perfect system. I think it's the opposite of the Matrix movie. How the architect tells Neo, we tried utopia and like it didn't work because I can't remember exactly the reason, but it was basically like it was so good that people started questioning or something like that. It's like I think it's the opposite. I think the torture and torment's what gets people to question. And
Right.
if there's not enough of that, then people aren't willing to let go of the illusion, right? So then if you go to the inverse, if everything's fucking great and feels good and there's not horrible trauma, no one would question that. You know what I mean? Like there would be no reason to. If the harvest of energy was so subtle, right, or even more secretive, like oh yeah, the torturing doesn't happen in your lifetime; it happens between the lifetimes, and then your memory wiped, and you don't remember any of it anyway. Like that system would last a lot longer, in my opinion, than this one.
Something that I was thinking about when you were saying that. So this is going to be hard to explain, but I'll do my best. So you know how like they did the memory wipe, but some of us still held on to this like it almost seems like a far away memory of like we're not from here. This is not our home. We remember a time before containment where containment wasn't a thing, right? What if the same goes for trauma? So if you pull in a bunch of beings from this containment system that had horrible trauma, horrible lives, they may not like consciously or directly remember it, but their being would still be tired by the time they got to a utopian type of containment, which I think actually promotes the idea that a utopian type of containment system would work better because by the time you're getting these beings into a
Wow.
utopian containment system, they've been beat down for maybe just one life, maybe many lives. They may not remember it, but their essence has a memory of it. So they're going to be that much more likely to just accept a utopian environment. I think that's more why it would work. I don't know. I
Damn,
hope that made
bro.
sense.
That shit.
No. Yo.
Shit.
So like maybe that was the plan all along type shit. Like
Oh my
like
God,
like
right.
this was just the scaffolding that one's built around. Like, god damn, dude, that's fucking diabolical.
Fucking-bolical.
Yeah, because now that I
Son of a
think about
bitch.
it, if you think of it in the book of Revelations, they've literally scripted this out. In the book of Revelations, it talks about the new earth and it talks about cities of gold and nobody dies, there's no suffering. They've literally scripted out the utopian containment system. So if
Holy
you think
shit.
about back when, now that and I'm actually just kind of like diving into this as I'm talking. So what you starting to talk about it triggered this idea that like it actually makes sense that the utopian containment system was actually a plan well before any of us got embodied here, maybe thousands of years ago when all these books of the Bible were written. So I mean, the book of Revelations, it talks about the apocalypse, the end times, Jesus coming back, blah, 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 blah. But eventually, after all the heavy shit in the book of Revelations, it ends on the new earth. That's how it ends. So if you think about it, that's the end of their pre-planned script would be the new earth secondary containment. So all of that kind of pieces together for me that it makes sense that the plan, I don't know if the plan was for it to get this corrupt, but it makes sense to wear beings down after a long amount of time to where they're just going to be fine. They're going to be fine in a utopian because they've been beat the fuck down for however many lifetimes they've been beat down. So yeah, it kind of just triggered the light bulb in my brain when we started talking about this.
It's a pretty fucked up, good ass plan. I mean, shit.
I'll tell you what, I get out of this fucking containment, I gain my awareness back, and I see that was the plan all along. That might light a fucking fire like I've never known before. I mean, when there's a
Oh,
will, there's a way. You know what I'm saying? If you've got the level of will to do something, you'll make the way. And I imagine seeing the whole thing as it's designed, if that's the design, you know, I might have to redact what I said earlier in the live about, you know, maybe I won't destroy the next one. I'll find a fucking way, dude. Not even, you know what? Not even, and this is what makes it real and authentic. Not even for anyone else, but because those motherfuckers planned on putting me there too. That's
yep.
why. That's fucking why.
I'll chance going back to nothing.
Oh yeah.
That's fucking. That just felt so right as you were explaining it. Like the picture was being painted perfectly, and fuck.
Yeah, I'm not sure why those wires have never connected because I've always known that like Revelations is a script. You know, you see the Christians talking about like, well, the Bible must be real because all these prophecies are being fulfilled. Like, you dumb motherfucker, because someone had that script wrote out forever ago. You're watching a literal movie script be played out and thinking that it proves a point, proves your point, and it doesn't. It proves the point that somebody had this shit planned out. And I think that's why it's really important to me. And I talked to you guys about this a couple of weeks ago. It's really, really of high importance to me that a secondary containment does not go through. It's of high importance to me. And at the time, the wires hadn't connected that like this might have been the plan the whole time. Because then it makes much more sense why we see people drop off because we don't know. You know, we really don't know the extent of what they've been through in this life script, let alone other life scripts. How many lifetimes, or even one lifetime, is enough of wearing down does it take before you can just snatch that extremely tired, exhausted, burnout person into another, and then you're the hero, right? So the perpetrator gets to become the hero. It's a classic fucking script. Like, here, I made this brand new, beautiful home from stolen energy after I tortured you for so long. and now I get to be the hero and the god of this new place. Like, I can't accept a reality like and I've accepted there's a possibility that it will go through. I don't know how long they've been building it. I don't know, but it just doesn't feel right to me that they just get out of this scot free and get to run off to another containment system and be the heroes and gods of that. I can't. There's something in me that says that's entirely unacceptable. But
Yes, indeedy.
I think one of the tricks could be, and this is just like a hypothetical. I think one of the tricks could be, well, in order to take it down, you have to go in it. Do I? Do I have to follow what someone else fucking says? Nah, I don't think so. Once this is done, if I can see that fucking field, I'm gonna do what I gotta do to make sure that it implodes. Yeah.
Yeah, like a fucking supernova.
And I can already feel the insertions, right? Like, oh, well, if you do that, all existence implodes. Fuck it. Okay. Maybe we need to start the fuck over. If this is where we're at, if whatever path was followed led existence to this, then maybe we need to start over. You know? Maybe we need to wipe the slate clean and see every being for exactly who they are with nothing to hide behind. That doesn't scare me. That excites me. I know who the fuck I am. And I have a pretty good feeling of who these motherfuckers are. And I don't think they would survive that. I don't think they would survive that. But there's only one way to find out. That's to fuck around, which they have.
Yeah. Yeah.
I think a lot of where I'm at personally, I think it's a baseline, but I think once the awareness is highly expanded outside of the human bandwidth, there's going to be a lot more clarification and maybe even some realigning with what is more true, you know? But that is entirely going to be done from the internal space. I may be viewing the external, but it's still, the reorientation is going to be entirely from my internal space. The only external influence would be my observation and authentic recognition of what it actually is. Like, if this is somehow not all that I'm seeing it to be right now and there's something else to it, I'll fucking see it and I'll know. But if it's just a projection trying to hide, I'll know it and I'll see through it. If we can do it here, which many of us have, it's going to be so much more expansive to do it when we're not in this tight bandwidth. What do you think, Christine? Do you think they're going to be able to hide? James, do you think they're going to be able to hide? Do you think them just creating another containment field adjacent to this one, or whatever distance is outside of this simulacra, you think it's going to be able to continue on the way that they seem to think?
No. Absolutely not.
You'd think they would
And I'll
know
be
that.
damned. I will be damned.
One would think they'd know that by now.
Mm.
I mean, think of all the layers between us and them right now. And the fact that we can still, at times, trace them, track them, identify them, and fuck with them. what's that going to be like when we don't have all these layers? You think they're going to have some better way to hide than what they've got now? Maybe. But if this didn't work and this is their best laid plans, I don't know. I don't like to talk too much on certain aspects because I don't want to create this like false hope savior narrative that someone else is going to do it for everyone else. I think
Yeah,
that it could be true, right? One of us could annihilate the system to the point that it does just dissolve and blah blah blah. But I think that's a possibility. I also think equally that none of us should count on that.
don't
That
chance that.
everyone, right? Yeah, don't chance it. Like the best chance we all have is for each and every one of us to say, "I'm going to be the one that gets it done." You know, because that forces each of us to become the most empowered that we can possibly become. That's to me the hastening and the guarantee of the collapse is that each of us takes on that assignment for and unto ourselves. Is that okay? Well, I see what this is. Is this correct? Is this how beings should use their stolen authority and power? No? Well, what the fuck are you going to do about it? Because that's what they're wondering too. Oh, you see what I've done to you. What are you going to do about it? Have we beat you down enough that you're willing to just accept maybe getting out? I'm not. One thing I've said for a while that I still agree with is that and I don't agree with everything I've ever said, but one thing I do agree with is the guarantee to not be tricked or trapped is that there is no trickster or trapper. It's the one guarantee that I can think of. I still can't think of a better guarantee, something that is 100% ironclad. There's no way around it. If there ain't no fucking trickster, if there ain't no thief, there's no theft. So, as someone that doesn't want to be stolen from or put into another torture simulation or harvested from, even in a utopia simulation, that's the only guarantee I have that I won't be, is that they come to full terms with what they've chosen. Even if that destroys me in the process, fuck it.
You fucking shit.
And I do think it takes that level of dedication. Like, okay, even if it destroys me, I will accept that. Well, what is destruction? I just don't exist. I'm not aware anymore. There's no awareness left. Well, I guess I wouldn't be fucking suffering then, would I? Because it'll pull out the perceptual gambit to maintain itself. And that's one of the things I've seen firsthand that it can convince one of, is that if you go any further, you're going to cease to exist entirely. Past, present, and future, you will be deleted. All right, let's see. See if you can do that. I think if you could have done that, you would have done it by now. Definitely before I did this show.
Damn. MVP Christina, damn.
Yeah, that was some shit, dude. You really connected some dots there.
Like
Damn, bro.
a lot of dots. A lot of dots just went ding, 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 ding.
And it
Oh,
also it reveals like how well they've actually hidden things in plain sight. God damn.
Yep. Selling
Yeah,
you.
I mean some dots were being connected for myself, but I mean really they really are putting it in plain sight with like the whole new earth and split and shit. It's like of course it's inverted information, but they actually might be on to something in a really fucked up way, is that there really is a new place that they're gonna go, but they don't know it's a prison. So
A new
it's like,
farm.
goddamn. And then the Christians talk about it too, like, oh, they can't wait for all the horrible things in the book of Revelations to go through to get to this new earth, and they'll be with all
Oh,
their loved ones again. And oh shit, dog. Yeah, it's right there.
well, you piss my environment off. That's for damn sure.
Yeah,
Since you said it,
tend to do that, huh?
it shifted. I was like, oh, okay. All right. You're not liking that, huh? Not liking that one. Such a setup.
Dude.
I didn't know it was in the damn, their book. So, wow.
Yeah, you pissed my environment off too. Or maybe we did,
Oh
I don't know.
no. Yeah,
Something
that's
did.
what I do. Yeah, if you guys, I mean, I wouldn't recommend reading the book of Revelations unless you're very, very aware of the tentacles that will be
Right.
attempted to be inserted. But
Yep.
if you want to really see some shit, that would be the only book of the Bible I would recommend to an aware person, is to read the book of Revelations. It is fucking telling. Um, I mean, they're laying it all out for you. There's a lot of symbolism in it, but there's also a lot of like blatant pieces of information of like, this is what they plan to do. Um, and when you're coming at it from an awakened perspective, you know who the they really is, even though there's all these different names. You know, the Archangel Michael and all these other fucking characters that come in, and you know, so it's just right there. It's so
Yeah.
crazy.
Yeah. It's right there. Low hanging fruit.
Yeah,
Goodness.
for real.
So much.
Right before you said that about the environment, James, it was like I heard something out in the woods. It sounded like a fucking giant frog, dude. I've heard some weird shit out here in the woods, but the giant frog, that was new to me. I mean, it sounded like it was like, I don't know, dude. A giant frog is the only thing I can fucking describe it as. Like, I'm talking like a fucking 7 foot tall frog is what it sounded like. I was like, what the fuck was that? I had to go inside and get some in case I gotta make some frog legs later.
About 5 minutes before she dropped the bomb on us, it got real still and real quiet around me. It's like, okay, so we're listening.
Huh. Always watching, Wazowski. Always watching. Keep watching, motherfucker. And all the other fun, sweet little things you do. Manipulating, torturing, being a general piece of shit. You know, the things you're good at. I don't know why this popped in my head, but I think it's really important to really look back at all the things that you've been made to feel guilty for, right? Even if it's authentic. I feel bad that way it was scripted made me to be in the position to cause some kind of turmoil to someone else. I think it's really important to look at that and really recognize that if you had your entire faculties about you, meaning that you had actual free will, right, and you knew the cause and effect, would you have done something to intentionally cause harm to someone that was innocent, right? Because I think there's a distinction there. I just think it's important to point out.
Oh my God, guys, I just had another light bulb go off. I don't know what's happening.
Let's talk
The
about it.
wheels are really spinning, and you guys can take this or leave this. I don't really care, but it just popped into my head and it feels authentic. You know how you were asking, Nick, how you weren't really sure why the soul trap, Gnosticism, all that was like gaining popularity and really being pushed out there, because it is, right? So if you take the idea of like this was the plan all along for them to create a new containment system, doesn't it almost kind of make at least like big pieces of the soul trap almost meaningless? And it kind of goes to some of the content that I put out about how a lot of people that get into the soul trap and kind of just stay there, they're like, okay, well, I just got to, deny a life review, avoid going into the light. They strategize their entire transition around this narrative of the soul trap, right? Like they strategize against a narrative that was given to them, not because they actually know exactly what's going to occur at transition. But then if we're in this place where like it's clear some of us are not going to be pulled into another containment, they're going to run off to another containment and pull in who's weakest. They don't even really need any of the shit that they say is going to happen in the soul trap anyways. It's all irrelevant. So to me it kind of reads like the whole a big portion of the soul trap might just be to get you to circle their control mechanism. I kind of am starting to think now maybe the soul trap is another loop to get stuck in, like almost entirely. I don't know. It just like now I'm putting the pieces together and it just kind of seems like the only reason you would push out a narrative and want people to follow it is to loop them into something, not because there's any actual real truth into it in it. Or maybe the soul trap used to be their biggest mechanism to perpetuate this thing until they could get their other containment system. But now at the point that we're in, it's meaningless. It's not gonna matter. I don't know. Just something I was thinking about.
You know what else that
Maybe I'm
goes in alignment with is the idea that's being pushed out there in mass that the soul trap is no more. Like, damn, dude. All right, maybe. What if that is true? Right? They don't have to redirect back into this system because they're just directing into the next system.
exactly. That's exactly what I was. Yes, like they've already determined who's going to be looped into the new containment system, so a soul trap doesn't even matter. Like, and this goes into what I've been saying recently is like what transition matters, but what you're doing now actually matters more. Like we're at a really tense critical point. Like when I said in the last video the critical time is now, I mean now is the time for them to trap your perception, because if they can get you now in a human body, they don't even you think if they got your perception now, that's going to follow you in transition. They don't even have to do any work. They already did all the work while you were embodied, so they can just loop you and shove you into a new containment system. It's not gonna matter. If that's true. I'm speaking totally just on ideas that are coming into my head, but I've been circling this idea that it's very suspect to me that the soul trap is gaining popularity, that I see people stagnate in the soul trap. And I've been feeling like for a while, I find it really funny that right now they're trying to get people to circle their whole like, and that to me is so fucked up. Like you're literally strategizing your entire transition, which should be yours entirely, around a story that they gave you that you can't even verify that all the pieces of that story are true, but you're going to strategize around it anyways because you just want to be safe. You just want to be sure, right? Like it's not, I don't know. It's
Well,
And I
well,
think
hold on. It goes back to what? It feels good, right?
right, you feel it's a false sense of comfort. You feel like you got it all figured out, so you don't need to move forward. You don't need to push forward at all. And so I haven't really seen anybody talk about the soul trap and how there are deceptive pieces in it. I haven't heard a single group or community talk about that. Like literally, there may be, but I haven't seen it. I see people basically get to the soul trap and that's where they land. That's it. They don't go any further than that. And I think that's exactly what that was meant to do. Because if your entire idea of what you are, who you are, what you're going to do after here is circling a control mechanism that's not yours, aren't you kind of already in their net at that point? I mean, that's just my perspective. Nobody else needs to agree with me. It's just ideas that I'm really coming up with because I felt it when I do my work that there is another containment system. So if we're getting to the point that some of us think we're getting, it's not even about, I don't even know that it's about transition as much as it is what we're doing in the here and now. Like,
So then I have two questions. Question one, what's their plan for those that aren't going to the next system?
so that's a great question because we had talked about this, I think, on a call. I can't claim that I have any answers. Okay. I'm just,
We're just speculating.
but we're right. So anybody that's listening, like, I'm not claiming to have all the answers with certainty. I'm just not going to stay in one place and think that I have all the answers. I'm going to explore all the different things. So if they can loop people into a new containment system, which that could have already started. We don't know. We have no idea. Um, but then they have this set of people that, we're kind of still powering this structure. So maybe, the true essence beings, like, they need us to at least provide some type of energetic continuity to this system. When they don't need this system anymore, maybe it's just an energetic collapse and we exit the system, or maybe the system itself, or they just spit us out. They don't need us, they can't take us with them to their new system. So what would they do with you? If you are of no use to them and you can't be manipulated into a new system, what would you do with a person like that? You can't kill them, you can't take them with you, you would spit them out.
But that
That's
doesn't
just
seem
an
very
idea.
safe.
It doesn't seem safe for them, but what's their other option? If they literally cannot loop you into another containment system, what would your options be? You
Try to
wouldn't
keep them
have very
looping.
many.
I would try to keep them looping in this one.
Right, which is why the here and the now is so important. Like, our perception now is important because I think it's pretty obvious who's not going to be looped in, but it's not going to stop them from trying. I don't see it, it's clear that they're not going to stop trying. So, maybe they're arrogant enough to feel like they can wear all of the true essence beings in here down to a point where they can be looped in. Maybe they're that fucking arrogant. I don't know. But they
I hope
probably
so.
have a backup plan. Maybe their backup plan is just spit them out, spit them back out from whence they came and move on to your new containment system.
Better hide it real good. Better not let some of us find it. That wouldn't be good. Wouldn't last very long.
And I also want to add that, like, we are aware enough, right? And this is what true awareness is. If you are aware enough, even if there is something upon transition that comes to meet you, if you have done the work, you will have discernment. The reason that I bring a lot of these things up is because I see the deceptions in the narratives that they give, and there's a reason for that. There is a reason why the soul trap is a net for people to get stuck in. There's a reason for that. And going deeper means really dissecting the anatomy of the narratives that they give, because it's like what you said earlier. They're not giving this fucking information to you on accident. Everything in this system is streamlined very specifically. If you know how intricate this system is, then you realize that all the information is manipulated and inverted. So just to take the soul trap at like face value and say there's nothing else deeper to this has to be the truth, this is how it is, isn't that kind of what fucking Christians do? Isn't that what all these other groups do? Is just take the information at face value. They don't even fucking try to dissect it. And for some reason, I see with the soul trap, it's like they realize that all the other groups are bullshit, but then they get to the soul trap and they're like, well, this is the truth. This is how it is. I'm going to strategize around this. And they don't even fucking question it. How the fuck are you not going to question that? It's the same as any other piece of information in this reality. And you questioned all the other narratives, but you can't question that? Like, what the fuck? I don't get it. I just don't get why people won't question it.
Because people want the answer, and if they found something they feel like they can settle on, that does bring some comfort. And I think the more I dissect this reality, the more I think that anything that brings comfort is part of the trap. I don't think there is comfort in the truth here. I sounds pessimistic. I just think it's realistic. I think it's the only thing that is consistent in the pattern is that if it brings comfort, it is somehow serving the system. So that brings me to question 2. What does it not want us to do? I think we can figure that out through, the negative path, neti. Not this, not that. We know what it wants us to do. How do we know what it wants us to do? By the narratives that it consistently pushes out. So if the soul trap is one of the narratives that it pushes out, and to me, obviously it is at this point, what is that guiding people to do? To turn away, to flee, to run. I mean, you can try to put it more poetically, but that's what it is, running away. I just want to get away. I need to escape the matrix. I mean, if you're a human, you need to escape a bear, right? Because a bear is more powerful pound for pound than a human being. So that's a point where you need to escape. At what point do these entities portray anything that says they're more powerful than us? They're more skilled at deception. They're very skilled at hiding. They're really good at running away. So they want us to run away, is what I get from, if I was going to sum up the soul trap in one sentence, to get us to run away. Right? And then you can look at religions. That the religions are to get us to run towards. So if they want us either running towards or running away, right? Run towards if you trust something here, whatever deity or entity. So run towards that if you trust it. If you don't trust any of it, run away. So what else do they try to, coerce us towards or away from? Well, love is one of the big narratives, right? Oh, you need to have love and raise your vibration. That's hugely and obviously pushed by the system. A being that's blissed out isn't going to notice how they're being taken advantage of. Because obviously they want us in a state of love, right? Trust. Or if you don't have the trust, run away. What else? What are they in the emotional scale? They want us in love or fear. What do they not like? They like when we love them or fear them. from, you know, a lot of discussions I've had in the course of the show, you know, one thing that has also been pretty across the board is they don't seem to like when you're angry at them. So I'm just trying to get to the bottom, and I hope you guys can help me with this. What do they not want? Because if they want us to run away or run towards, if they want us to love or fear them, we can see what they want pretty easily because it's the propaganda of this place by and large all over. It's painted everywhere what they want. So I'm trying to figure out, really dissect, what do they not want? Obviously, they don't want us questioning things. Seems like they don't want us angry at them. What else? You got anything else? Anything you'd like to add?
Yeah, I just want to mention again, they don't want us questioning. And it's funny because I had a phone conversation with an individual where I was kind of questioning the soul trap, right? Like seeing the pieces of it that I thought, you know, that's a little weird, right? The pushback that I got from that individual or hesitation was a similar hesitation to conversations that I've had with someone in religion. So it's like the soul trap has become its own religion with everybody, you know, kind of stuck in that one. So I just wanted to mention that, just interesting. But um the part about what they don't want, and it goes back to like what we were talking about earlier with the secondary containment, right? They want to outrun consequence because consequence strips them of their false authority. If they get to run off to a new containment system, they can still maintain that identity of the false authority. But I think that holding the intent of full accountability for the entities that were a part of this is a separate intent than just running away and escaping. Which the soul trap is big on that, right? Just turn away from the light, turn away from any false projections, right? It's a subtle form of disempowerment. It's very subtle. Of course, like you said, they work, especially now, they've really worked through subtlety and those that are aware. Um, but I don't know. I just feel like it's one thing to know you're not going to be looped into another containment system. It's another to subtly be pulled into trying to run away. And I just don't think both of those go hand in hand. I don't think you can hold the intent of giving them accountability while also trying to run away. But I also think like holding them all accountable with no differentiation, right? Like, no, you're not better than the other. It doesn't matter what role you played in this system. You all were a part of it. You were all complicit. And for that to fully enact itself, like they all cannot outrun consequences. They all have to face accountability for this would prevent them from fully being able to run off to a new containment system. And that's part of a big thing I think they don't want. And I think that's a big piece of the soul trap too. Get the aware ones to just be okay with running away. And that helps benefit them to run away from consequences. If we're running away from them, then they can run away from us.
Boom.
Sorry, James, were you going to say something? I don't know.
Nope. Nope.
Okay.
I'm
Okay.
good. I've just been pondering.
Me too. And
That's
again, I'm just going over what ifs. I'm not saying
I,
anything with
I
100% certainty. So
I
I'm just,
I feel really good with what you said, so that's why I'm still pondering. Is that I feel good with because you just disproved the entire community basically, because that's where the hat gets hung. But obviously, again, this isn't our shit. They're going to feed us bullshit, lead us halfway to the water, and be like, "Oh, no water." And again, I think you kind of kick the door down, like they're just going right into the next trap, the next bottle. kick the doors down.
A lot of it's speculation, imagination, what if, what could be, but I think it does lead us to something closer to what's tangibly real. And the idea that they just want to run, I mean, what are they doing now most of the time? Hiding, running. Anytime you get close to them, what do? They squid out, squirt some ink, and run away. That's what they do. You know, throw a decoy out there. Yeah, I got another distraction.
Well, good shit. It's way past my bedtime, but I am glad I made it for this.
This has been a absolute banger.
Banger.
Yeah, it makes sense why they want us to run away. So it makes it better for them to run away. Then the only question really is, like, if they run away, what do they do? You know? I mean, if it's been this difficult to find them, could it be more difficult to find them when we're no longer in the human layer, even in this entire realm? If we're not here at all, we have our real awareness and ability to perceive things as they are with no inhibitors. Is there a way they could make it more difficult to find them than what it is now? I don't know, man. A lot of it's like we'll just have to wait and see. Because part of me is like, man, they've really meticulously laid out these plans. But then another part of me is like, but so much of it seems like it's been done on the fly. Like there are things they really didn't account for. Like, what do you do if some don't go along with it? Maybe they have had a plan for that the whole time. Maybe, I mean, maybe their plans as generic as like, you know, the ones that don't go to the new containment. This place becomes the hell, you know, until the savior comes to bring them to the new containment, right? And I think most beings would be begging for it, but I think that's largely dependent on us being in a undying state. So I don't see how that would work with these bodies. So many ifs. Like how is that going to work? How how are they going to attempt to avoid accountability for as long as they can? I'm assuming they would intend eternity for that avoidance.
I want to respond to a comment
Sure.
and just ask a simple why. The Leo TV said every theory that we can come up with can be questioned the same way, which is a trap in itself, making us lose momentum. And from my experience, questioning has actually given me the most momentum, especially in isolation. So if you want to answer, why does questioning theories make you lose momentum? Why do you think questioning makes you lose momentum? That's all I have to say.
I mean, for me, questioning is like it started out in a place of questioning the program beliefs that I had, but then it kind of evolved into questioning. Okay, well, I already know it's all bullshit. There ain't nothing that can change that. But then it was the questioning of, well, why are they doing that? Like, I know it's bullshit, but why are they doing it? What is the intended effect of that? This is speculation, but it's a strong feeling I've had for a long time. I know you're going to disagree with me on this, Christina. I still don't get the sense that as long as this is up and running, there's a guaranteed and sure path to not be in it. I know it sounds kind of weird, but
No, I don't think I disagree with you on that. I used to be so sure that, especially when I was kind of looped into the self exit and just getting out, right? Like I used to think, and I still think there's potential that some beings made it out, but I can't say that with absolute certainty. When I really dive into what these entities have done in this reality and see the measures that they were willing to take, I mean, extremely cruel, horrible, violent measures, I can't say for certainty that just having the will to get out overrode those mechanisms. Do I think so? Some of me does, but I can't say that with absolute certainty. Which is why I kind of shifted to, it's not enough for me to just try to get out and escape. It's not enough for me to just try to run away. Like I know myself and I have the ability to come face to face with what this is. So no, I don't disagree because I can't say anything with absolute certainty. But going back to the questioning, if you know that this reality is a manipulated one where every piece of information is twisted and inverted, why the fuck wouldn't you question it? If you even got to the soul trap, that means you questioned something to get there. Most likely, most people are conditioned into certain beliefs. Maybe not all of them, but most are conditioned into, the religious, the easy ones. And the only way you ended up here was questioning. That questioning is what gives you momentum, not what takes it away. Now, to some degree, I think the paranoia of like certain aspects of this realm, I think that can kind of stump you or stagnate you. But questioning theories, and it's not really a theory, it's questioning narratives that this place put here. You're not just questioning a theory, you're questioning information that a control system put out for you to get stuck on. So I didn't get a response, but I would highly push back on the fact that questioning makes you lose your momentum. I would say it's quite the opposite. Um, and that's not something, questioning the soul trap is not something that we've done on these lives very often. It's not. In fact, I would say even a year ago, the soul trap was the main narrative that was kind of the topic of discussion. I don't know if, you know, Nick, you might have a different idea, but I would say that the soul trap was a big part of this, which is not a bad thing, right? But evolution means growing past things. And if you stay stuck in one area, especially a narrative that this place gave you, are you evolving to the fullest potential of your being, or are you just accepting a narrative that this place gave you and just staying there for comfort? Like, comfort and familiarity. Like this information is comfortable to me, right? And I see that in the soul trap. Like they're comfortable with that information, and questioning it to them makes them uncomfortable, just like a Christian questioning their belief makes them uncomfortable. That's not a good thing. If you cannot question the belief systems that you have and you cannot dissect them, why would you believe it anyways? If you haven't even questioned the belief yourself from every angle, from every lens, why the fuck do you believe it? So, yeah. I'll stop there.
well, I'm glad you brought it back around because it brings me to my point of what I was saying about, would you agree that logically the only guarantee to not be looped back in is for there not to be a mechanism to do the looping? To me, it's sound. It's logical. If I don't want to be in a trick or a trap or harvested or taken from, then either the trap or the trapper needs to be eliminated. And that's the guarantee. That's the only way that I see 100%. That's been that way for a while. I see the 100% guarantee in that. And I also know the 100% guarantee that it can be done. Because if it couldn't be done, they wouldn't hide. Now, how that looks, I think, is very different than what we think of as physical destruction in this environment. I think it carries a similar energy, but it is based on just energy. But I think the benefit to questioning is that you're here. You have no guarantee that you're going to get out of here as long as here exists. The only guarantee that I can feasibly come up with, based on sound logic, is that it would have to be eliminated in order to be guaranteed that you're not going to be in it. If it doesn't exist, you can't be in it. So if you know that you're in it, here we are. You know you don't want to be in it. You can't guarantee that you won't be in it as long as it exists. Then questioning every narrative that it puts out reveals its intent. And it also reveals where it's weak, which brings us back to questioning, well, first observing what does it want? Because from observing what it wants, we can see all the things that it guides us towards. That also reveals what does it not guide us towards? What does it not want? Because in finding what it doesn't want is where we find the solution to ensure that it doesn't exist anymore, to get our guaranteed freedom. That's all it's ever really been about. What's the guarantee to freedom? I don't see a guarantee based on some blueprint that's given to hundreds of thousands of people all at once, if not more, millions. To me, a system that's based on containment is not going to give millions of people the blueprint to get out of containment. Why the fuck would it do that when it's worked so hard for this to be exactly what it is right now? And whatever trajectory it has moving forward, which obviously is not good for us. Because the past is a predicate to the future when you're in a system-based, loop-based construct. The past will tell you the future, and if the past has all been riddled with enslavement and harvest, why the fuck would the future be any different? It wouldn't. The solution would be the elimination of that system that's generating those loops. And how do you find the solution to eliminating that system if you don't question every aspect of it? Why does it do this? Why does it do that? That's what reveals its weakness. And it has a weakness. It's usually the weakest ones that project the most arrogance, dominance, and narcissistic traits. And holy fuck, this place has that in spades. I mean, it's like the fabric of this place is 2 parts narcissism, 1 part irony. Oh, I had that backwards actually. Might be 2 parts irony, 1 part narcissism. It's ironic as fuck. It's ironic that the system controls us with things that we're not, but we identify as. That's pretty ironic. We're not that, but that's what it's using to control us. A lot to think about, a lot to really dive into on our own time. This show has been a gem, and I'm really glad we did it. I am thoroughly satisfied with what we've talked about tonight. Gone down some avenues I didn't plan on, some things that we didn't talk about that I wanted to talk about. Can't remember what they are now. It was mostly the things that over the past couple of weeks that when we've talked, you know, I've asked you what you've noticed, and I've told you sometimes what I've noticed, and you've noticed it too. The biggest one was the arrogance, but the more I've dissected it, the more it seems like one of two scenarios. They're arrogant because they have something to run away to and they think that's going to work, or it's just that they've gotten so much better at the subtle manipulation. And it has, in a lot of ways, if they have any way to gauge our effectiveness at resisting and tearing down their bullshit energetically, then I would say they do have some calls for celebration, at least temporarily. But it's only so hard it can push. And no matter how much it may temporarily wear some of us down to the point where we're like, man, I just don't feel like I've got what I had before in terms of resilience or resistance or ability to fuck shit up that needs to be fucked up. Eventually, it's still going to have to push. It's still going to have to do that final push to really get the finality of where do they actually stand. Is there one more thing? Because I think one thing that isn't taken into account enough is the probing that they do in the dream state. Really, really subtle things that they do that we most of the time don't remember, but oftentimes can get a sense of, a feel for, even if we don't know at the time. Like, you wake up, you're more tired than you were when you went to bed. You wake up and you have this memory or this nostalgia or grief. It's like that. It's not random, because they're probing certain things to see what's still effective, and they're also doing predictive programming. They're also just testing scripts. They never stop, you know? They've always got something running, even if it's just on autopilot. And I think they do autopilot for a lot of what they do, for most of what they do. But learn enough about yourself that you recognize that at any point in time, you can flip your own switch and just decide, all right, I'm turning on the heat, I'm turning on the focus, I'm amplifying my will, I'm using my own intent, and I'm tying it all together with my imagination to generate an effect that maybe you'll be the only one that sees the effect. But if you really do have an effect, I guarantee you're not going to be the only one that notices it. You might be the only one that knows exactly what went into that. But anyone that's really attuned to what's happening here, if you have a big enough ripple, if it sends a big enough shockwave into that false hierarchy, some of us will know. You may not know who it came from, doesn't matter. But if the effect is real, it will be felt. And that's the greatest contribution anyone can have in this place, is shaking things up. let them know that you're not their prey, and acknowledgement of exactly where you are. I can acknowledge that I am still playing along with a lot of the script, right? The people in my life, the situations, the events. Part of me is still playing along. But there's the part of me that's aware that that is temporary. And I have to maintain a certain kind of focus for myself to know that whenever all that falls away, whenever it happens, doesn't matter. I'm always ready. Always ready to see it and do exactly and find out and execute exactly what it doesn't want me to do. And I don't think it's always opposite. That's one of the things that this conversation has really had me thinking about. Because, fear and love, you could say those are opposites. Running away or running towards, right? These are like the basic formulas that it seems to be pushing out to do one or the other. So it seems like there's something in between all of that, something that's more authentic. I think what's authentic to each of us is going to come to us in that moment, and whether or not we move from that place is entirely and only up to us. I haven't really looked at the comments the entire time, so it's been one of those shows where I've just been really focused on listening and engaging and trying to really sort some things out. And surprisingly, tonight has been a space where we've been able to do that. And that's kind of rare that we can actually do that on the lives anymore because of just the perpetual interference. I wonder what's shifted. I wonder what it is. It feels like there's observation occurring, but somehow it feels like there's less observation or maybe less observers. You know what I mean when I say observers? Like, I'm not talking about the people in the audience. Maybe some, I don't know, but I'm talking about the ones that are always watching. You know? It just feels like there's less of an audience out there. But the ones that are there are intent.
Kind of adds some potential credence to what I told you the other day on the phone. The emptying out sensation that I got that I couldn't pinpoint. You remember
I mean,
that?
I do, but I've been feeling that for a few weeks that everything just, and I've heard other people even talk about it too, that things are feeling, what was the fucking word they used? Just more empty. Um, can't think of the exact word that I heard. I heard it on a video probably like a week and a half ago. Somebody was talking about how the environment itself just feels less alive, kind of. Like maybe that actually translates to there's less parasites watching me. How is it that you put it, Christina? Because I remember you said something very specific, and I feel like it's going to trigger something for me too.
For me, it just was like it just hit me. I can't remember if I was driving or it just hit me. I was like, I was trying to pinpoint what happened because it felt like something left. Like if you're in a bubble, it felt like a large something left that bubble and left it feeling empty. And I was kind of like going over ideas of what that meant. Is that, a large amount of people? Is that maybe a true essence being that I never maybe have met, but they left? Or was it like entities in the system that are not here, or maybe they went to their secondary containment to do work there. I don't know. It was just like a rapid sensation of like something moved out of this realm, something, and I felt it. But when you asked me a very specific question, you said, did it feel like more pressure or less pressure? And I said it felt like less pressure. So that kind of gives a little bit of the answer away right there, just within that question itself. But I mean, I don't know. Again, I don't know with certainty. We're kind of feeling things out in the dark, right? But it was like just a random. It just hit me. I was like, holy shit! Like something is more empty here, and but it didn't seem like, oh, like the realm is more dead or anything like that. I've been feeling like that for months now. I've been driving around like, gosh dang, it's like I'm in a cartoon. Like everything seems less real. Like everything is just dead and hollow. It felt like an actual presence or an intelligence of some kind that was no longer here. I just couldn't figure out what the fuck that meant.
Do you feel any more clear on it now than you did before? Like, is there anything that you feel like you have noticed since we talked about that? Like, is the
Mm.
pressure been consistent? Has there been more? Does it feel more personalized? Do you think has anything else changed since then in regards to that?
I honestly feel like the pressure has been less personalized. If I'm being honest, it's been really intense. There's been a lot of pressure, but it's less personalized than it was, say, a month or two ago, which I find really interesting. And that could be totally separate from that. I don't know. I don't know. It just there was a
Would
shift
it?
of some kind. I see somebody postulating the whole like different timeline. I don't really I'm not really one that's like I see a lot of that being pushed right now, like, oh, different timeline opportunities. Like I feel like that's a little bit of bypassing the way the spiritual community uses the different timelines. Like you're shifting to another timeline. No, you're in the same shitty script. I promise you, you're in the same shitty script.
Right,
Like you're in the same
right, the perceptual lens might be changed, but it's still the same place.
right.
Um, so I guess what I've been noticing is like the pressure. It's almost like the pressure is intended to be the same, but it's playing out through more generalized scripts, like things that are just like they might be as intense or as draining. So maybe not as intense, but as draining, but they're through more generic means. Like I'm not seeing a lot of I'm not seeing the strange things I've once encountered. Like it seems like it is less personalized. That's why I asked.
Right, and that makes sense because to personalize as it had been doing so intimately and like in the life script, that takes more energy. It just it takes more energy. So just like a general pressure would be less resources to do that. So it kind of makes sense with when you put all the pieces together for what we are we have ideas about what's going on in this realm. It kind of makes sense that, they kind of have to conserve energy, save energy for a new containment and all that type of stuff. So they don't really have all the extra type of time and resource to personalize the script rather than just put a general pressure on your field. But, you know,
And at least if they did have the energy to do it, I would think that it would probably be more case by case instead of trying to work on everybody at once. But I think it would go for whoever it thought that it had the best chance with, even if it still had no chance. Like I think it does have a pretty good chance though with you know anyone trying to run away. I think that's where, for someone that is not going to comply, running away, I think is the sweet spot for it. Because one thing I know for sure it doesn't want is to face anyone that is authentic, that will question absolutely everything that it shows them. Every image, every character, every event, every sequence, every loop, every narrative.
Well, I'm glad we pushed through. I almost hopped off because I was getting tired and stuff, but I'm glad we pushed through and had some of the conversations that we did. I didn't think it was going to go. I didn't think it was going to go here, but it was really good. I think it's just about time for me to get off here, but if you want to keep going, that's totally fine.
I think a 4-hour show is plenty enough for me.
I know you almost need to break it up in two, but no, it was good. It was really good. It started off in a totally different direction, but it's good.
I think we covered a lot of ground. I think we did exactly what it didn't want us to do, and I'm fucking hyped on that.
Yeah, dude, I got like a surge of like my energetic state was not the same at the beginning of this video that it was towards the end, which I find interesting because it seemed like it didn't really want me to get here either, to some of the stuff even I talked about. So yeah, I'm pretty pleased with the outcome of getting on this live tonight for sure.
Indubitably.
Yes, sir.
I can say that because I'm, smoking tobacco out of a pipe.
Yeah, you are fancy like that.
I can say words like indubitably. Oh, shit. Gotta laugh when you can, you know? Sometimes you gotta laugh in a way that's like asserting your authority over your own space. It mimics that, though, you know? It tries to mimic that in a way that's like asserting its authority over our space. Oh, I just can't wait to see it all laid bare, you know? It's gonna be really neat to really see who's who and what's what with none of the facade. Nothing to hide behind. I think it's a complete opposite sensation, imagining nothing to hide behind. How do you feel about that? Let's end the show with that. How do you guys feel about the idea of nothing to hide behind?
Or are you actually asking? Are you asking me, James?
Oh yeah. What does that feel like?
I thought you were giving that as a idea. For me, I've been exposed for a while. I have nothing to hide, and my field's been pretty naked out in the open. So to me, it feels like my natural state.
You think all would share in that sentiment?
I think a lot of people would think that they share in the sentiment, but not really know what it means to be fully exposed.
What about the ones that that are running the show? You think they like the idea of nothing to hide behind?
Oh no, Kevin's hiding under the desk right now.
Oh my goodness! Stop hiding, Kevin. Come on out and play. Let's do your life review. Look at that. What time is it? 2 o'clock? Can you hear the birds?
I don't hear any birds. No. Are they? Are they going already?
They're out there screaming in the distance. Like, I don't hear them right by me, but I hear them.
Damn, bro, starting early.
My I know some people, that do some bird watching and stuff like that, and have been paying attention to the birds their whole lives. And they both said they're seeing birds around here they've never seen before. Like, that's interesting. I wonder what that's about. Wait, are you saying the birds haven't always started at 2 o'clock in the morning?
No, they've always done that. You just weren't paying attention.
Yeah, all the nights I was out
Yeah,
till the sun came up,
just weren't paying attention.
just never noticed. I mean,
Don't question it.
the way they sound, it should be like 6 o'clock in the morning right now. Like, the sun should be coming up. That's what they sound like. It's the morning for them. Maybe where they came from, fucking, this is when the sun comes up. Like, where would that be? Fuck, I don't know. We went off on a fucking, my bad.
It's all good. It's all good. Oh, shoot.
Well, said a lot. You have anything you would like to leave the audience with, or anything you'd like to leave your handlers or observers with? How about that? Let's change it up. Don't leave anything for the audience. What do you want to say to the so-called self-proclaimed masses of this fucking matrix?
Oh, man. What can I say that I haven't already said during my own work? Because, man, I've really let them fucking have it in every state of being: anger, humor, grief, all of it. I mean, they've done been here and for me. Honestly, we're to the line where things are pretty simple. If you're still here standing behind this or any other containment, I don't know what to tell you other than you can get fucked.
Can and will.
Hmm.
But ultimately, turn it back on them. It's really only you fucking yourself.
Right. You really chose all this yourself and
Huh?
still keep choosing it. That's really the line. We're well past the line. So
Choices, choices, and accountability. That's what the whole avoid dance is all about. Accountability. But look, we made this wonderful utopia. The harvest is hardly noticeable. We'll see. We shall see. I don't know if I want to see it from the inside, but it's going to be a neat contrast. We're going to be in one matrix while it collapses, and I want to be outside of the next one as it collapses, watching it from the outside, doing all I can to make it fall that much faster. Come on, really think about that for 1 second before you go. Like, come into this, get memory wiped. How hard was this to figure out? I think the torture made it easier to figure out. Not that it was ever intended. Like, oh yeah, let's just beat them down till they figure out they're in a fucking energy harvesting machine. You know? But if you go into a reality memory wiped without the torture, it's like maybe even just like not as much torture, you know, maybe not the same degree. Maybe it's just like very minimal. Maybe they can just harvest your energy just from your interaction with it. I don't know. I'm not sure that I'd figure it out. I'm not sure. Fuck, I wonder how I even figured this out. Other than the torture. So that's not a chance I'm willing to take. Going into the next one? Nah. Not if it's a guaranteed memory wipe. I won't be going in. But you know, you don't have to be in something to burn it down. You can do it from the inside, sure, or you can also do it from the outside. That's the way I look at it. You ever wonder that though before you go? Just like 10 more before you go, and you go.
It's not good.
You ever wonder that though? Like, what if that was part of the scam? Like, oh, you're gonna help take it down, but you got to go in it to take it down. Like, what if we could have always taken it down from the outside? You know, you ever wonder that? I haven't wondered that till recently, but I've been wondering that.
I don't know. I've wondered that too, but then it's like I have a sense that there are other beings like us on the outside, and they haven't done it. So it seems like there's been some type of correlation, but I don't know. I don't know. I think we're gonna know a lot more. But I've definitely wondered that because I'm like, God damn, if I could have just done this from the outside of it, ah, fuck,
I mean,
should piss me off.
think about like even in here, right? If you look at like the love and lighters, like even in here, some part of that, you know, is authentic, even though it's heavily weaponized against us here. So it's not in this place, like that's not authentic. Outside of here, maybe that is the authentic, but not in here, right? Because that's not what's actually fucking happening. So, like, it's not unreasonable to me to think that it's possible that the ones on the outside might not even have the discernment or the ability or the knowing or I don't know how to put it. Like they might just not have what it takes to actually take it down. Maybe you have to be in it to to build that part of you that never should have had to have been built in order to have that ability to actually do something more than create, you know? Or maybe the ones outside just really fucking like turtles. I don't know. I mean,
I like turtles.
they might just like turtles so much that they
Turtle lover 69.
turtle lover 69. Yeah, she's yeah. That's a good one. She's a real masterpiece, that one. But maybe it's like the insidiest of jokes. Maybe you see what I'm saying though? Like I can't imagine now from where I'm at ever feeling like I have to do something to have a certain outcome. Oh yeah, you got to go in and get tortured for fucking 70 lifetimes before you realize that you know you can actually just start dismantling it. Okay, once you realize you can dismantle it, and you should dismantle it, because before this, would we have ever had a reason to destroy a creation? Probably not. Destroy might not have even been in our vocabulary of what we could do, or want to do, or thought to do. And until you're in something that you really needs to be destroyed, like really badly, you know, you might not ever have that that inkling. to even ponder it. Well, what does that even mean? You know, like on the outside that beings have never experienced. It's like, wow, I don't know what to. Maybe they're just fucking running around panicking. Like, I don't know what to do. What do we do here? I create something. I don't create something else. Create something. They're just fucking out there creating shit. They're not, you know what I mean? They're not affecting this at all because what they're creating is not conducive to what this needs. Elimination, deletion, bye bye, gone.
I don't know.
You
I've had a
know?
couple ideas. I have, because that then if that's true, then it adds to the idea that you needed to have an extra lens on the inside. And I've said this for a while, the best strategy for this place would be one where you're working from it from the outside of it and the inside. I don't know if that's actually what's occurring, but that would be the best strategy, is one where there were beings like us that aligned with our intent from the inside. So you're working on both ends of that spectrum, whereas the beings in here don't have the outside. They only have containment. That's it. So they're already, if that were true, they're already at a disadvantage. Um, but I mean, I felt it for a while that, like, it, if you're on the outside of this, you may see the corruption, but you're not going to have the level of urgency or um, severity about the corruption unless you're inside of it. And I still don't know if that's true, but I think there's something to be said for that, that maybe us being in here is kind of like a signal router to anybody external. Like, we are giving them intel just by being in here. Again, these are all just ideas, but it just makes sense to me. If we are fully expansive, unlimited potential beings, that doesn't just go to the true essence beings that are in here, it would go to external. Now, do I think there's like a bunch of, true essence beings on the outside? No. Do I think there's zero? I don't think that either. But you would have to, the best battlefield strategy would be a much more intelligent one than the entities in here have. That's my feel on it.
I'm just kind of like playing out the scenario in my head of like, it's like the irony that transcends all irony. You know, like the beings on the outside that had never experienced something like this, like don't even have the vocabulary of like destroy something, you know? And I just kind of imagine them out there just like panicking. And like the irony that transcends all irony is that they keep trying to create shit and like it's delaying the process of destroying this place. They're like, oh, create this, fuck, create that. Why isn't it working? All we know how to do is create. We're like, stop fucking creating. It needs to be deleted. Okay, there's everything you send in here gets fucking corrupted. It all gets used as a part of the fucking harvest mechanism. Stop creating shit.
Right.
Start deleting it. Like, deleting? What is that? We only know how to add. Okay, well that's the fucking problem, isn't it? That's why we had to come in here, figure out what really needs to be done. It's
Yeah,
just
but
a
if you think
fantasy,
about it, though, it is fun. It's kind of hilarious. But if you think about it, like, okay, so you and I are in our 30s. Like, we have a very short breadth of information from this embodiment. If there are true essence beings, maybe ones that got out before it got so corrupt. I don't know. Maybe ones that never ended up in here but are waiting for, you know, true essence beings that they were connected with before. Whatever. There's lots of ideas and stuff out there, but um they've seen it over a longer span of time, right? We're coming from just our short embodiment of direct memory, where they've watched the corruption evolve over long spans of time. So I'm sure it's probably, to anyone even slightly aligned with, say, our intent, like, it's probably been obvious for a while, like well before we were probably ever even born into this embodiment, that this place needed total just deletion. Um, and that even goes back to, like, if it's true what we were talking about earlier, that like the book of Revelations, like scripting out a secondary containment, like even thousands of years ago, that means that it's been corrupted for a long fucking time, potentially the whole time. So Somebody put a comment that was really relevant. From what I've learned, when we are outside of this place, our intention can create instantly. What if these psychos use their intention to build this place, but also to protect it from any destruction? Yes. And I've also put out the idea that it seems like originally this place was built to where anybody external to this place couldn't really see clear through the glass. Like, so they were able to hide their corruption a little more. But as this place slowly, as a lot of us have felt, kind of the system kind of crumbles and cracks, it's going to create more openings for pretty much anybody that's outside of the system to see in here. I don't know that that was always a possibility. I can't say for sure. But just as much as I've felt the entities that are a part of this hierarchy, I have felt beings externally, and it's not like any type of like savior program. So anybody can fuck off if they want to say that shit. It's beings like us, and if we're that arrogant to think like only true essence beings in human bodies exist, then I don't know what to tell you. There are other beings outside of this system, um, outside of this containment system. And I'm sure not all of them really take interest in this, and some of them probably do. But either way it goes, I think this realm is so corrupt and so cracked and so broken that it's very obvious to anybody inside and outside what the fuck is going on here, like what this is. It's like a corruption that can't even hide the fact that it's a corruption anymore.
But that was its whole MO up to this point. I think it still is. I mean, you look around and it has found ways to navigate that, right? Like the revealing of the corruption. I think that's another part of what the Gnosticism and all these other things are about that it's pushing now. It's like it's admitting what it is to a degree, but then it's still giving you the good cop. There's still a good cop, and they're of this place, and just gotta find which character suits you best. And as long as they're external and you give your authority to it, that's all that fucking matters to it in the end. But yeah, as you were talking, I had a bunch of things I wanted to say, and I can't remember them. I think I'm fucking tired too. So
Yeah, I'm there. Pushed through that interference, and it was good. I'm glad I did. I see why I did now. But yeah, it's been a good one. It's been long, so maybe a few will make it through the whole 4 hours. I don't know.
yeah, it
Yes, I
doesn't matter.
agree. Wild bids. Yes, they have made it a stealth realm so outsiders can't work out what's going on here. Yes, I agree. That was probably the case for a while. I have a feeling or a sense that that is rapidly changing. That a system of control was always going to crack. They can't hide, and you see that mirrored here, right? Like predators that try to hide what they're doing. Eventually that facade cracks over time, and this realm itself is losing energy and shifting. And I think it's no accident that that I have felt beings from the outside, not as like a savior giving yourself up, but presence that is not necessarily in this containment system. And I think the only reason that's possible is because this system is failing. I don't think that was always a potential for some to do that. I think they had this realm pretty locked up tight, and I think that's my biggest concern with the secondary containment is if they get to start over from scratch, then all that restarts. The realm is locked up. Nobody external can really see in very well. They might feel things like gravity, but they might not be able to see in as clear. Um,
And they have all the
I think
data from this one. They have all the
right.
data to make it more, give it more longevity, hide what it does better. Now, would you agree that it's probably, not the case that someone interacting with a, disembodied non-corporeal entity is probably not interacting with a true essence being that's actually outside of this system. Would you say it's probably more often than not the case that
Wait,
they're
repeat
interacting
that. Sorry.
like people that interact with non-corporeal, non-physical entities most of the time, if not all the time, I lean towards all the time, they're not interacting with a real being outside of the system. They're interacting with something that's designed by the system, and it is still within the system, even if it's projecting otherwise. I think it has many ways to do that, actually. And would you agree or disagree?
I mean, I would agree just from my own experience, but and I don't want to mislead anybody. I could just only go from my own experience. Like, I'm not trying to say like try to reach out to any, like, unless you have high discernment and you've had direct contact with the entities that run this place, you're probably not going to be able to discern the difference, because they can masquerade as both. But once you have the discernment and you've done the work, I would say that you can tell the difference between an entity that's highly inverted and one that has maintained coherence. They're a very different feel, but I would not recommend that to anybody that hasn't been through the fucking, like, literally been through the fucking shit, like had face to face interactions with it. Um,
Mm-hmm.
yeah.
Face-to-face interactions with it and recognize what they're interacting with. I think a lot of people have had pretty close to face-to-face interactions with it, but were deceived into thinking that it was something else.
Right. And that was me, so, and the only reason I can tell the difference now is because it's been, a long, long time of working it out. And there's usually a difference too. I mean, there's telltale differences, but I wouldn't really want to get into that because there is so much deception here that when it comes to any external presence, you don't try to reach them. It just is, and there's no expectations. There's no words exchange. There's no, like, usually an entity here is trying to get something from you or try to get you to believe something, and that is entirely the opposite of what I've found of a true essence being that's not in the corporeal. Is there's nothing being told or asked to you. It's just flat out presence with no, um yeah, I mean, that's just it. There's nothing. They're not even trying to steer you. They're not trying to guide you. They're not trying to make you believe something or feel something. They just are, which is what we are, and that's the difference. So yeah, I bring that up only to say that I think it's worth it once you have discernment to expand your awareness outside of the system, because I think this place kind of wants you to just focus on it, as if this is everything, and it's not. This is not everything. We come from a large, expansive field, and this place doesn't deserve the credit to take up all that space. It just doesn't. And so that's why I bring it up, because I know our field is expansive. There are beings like us that don't exist in this containment. We're not just, you know, beings that, like, oh, these entities are the only connections we'll ever have. No, like, there is a wide field outside of this place that,
Huh.
um,
We might be the last connections they ever have.
well, that's true too.
Oh shit! One last thing before you go. Oh god! I just imagine this funny ass scenario, dude. Comedy, right? Imagine either a situation where they got infiltrated, or they're being tricked from the outside. Like, this could be the plan. Just some, playing with the imagination. Like, they think, they're going to their next containment field where they're going to be able to control and manipulate and make it look even better for longer. and in reality, like it's like they're like little rats going into a trap. You know, like the trappers are getting trapped, and all the ones that have been in charge, they've been, you know, they think they're walking into their next place where they're going to play God again, and in reality, they're all just being separated and quarantined. They're fucking. It's going to look like what they were trying to build, but once they get there, they're going to realize it's just them. Everybody else is just going to walk out. You know, it would be like an automatic separator. Like, oh, yep, you weren't a parasite. You're not a parasite. Okay, here you go, and they're just fucking back out. You know, and then the ones that have been doing this, they're thinking they're going to, you know what I mean? They got a bunch of NPCs in there, and they think that they're the gods of this world, and then it's just, oh, psych, you guys are now quarantined, and you can
God, that would
now
be masterful as fuck, dude.
be some funny shit. Like
Masterful.
even if that's not the next one, that would be a good idea for you know what I mean? For like the one after that, like if there was a way to just basically hasten the entropy of the next one, you know, to the point that they and like have an infiltrative force that like is basically like, you know, they think it's one of them. And they're like, oh, don't worry, I've got this other one built, guys, and this one's gonna last even longer. And they show them all the fucking plans and the blueprints. I've taken all the best data, fucking, and they, you know what I mean, boom, 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 and it would work on paper. And then they're like, oh fuck yeah, let's just go. And then they all go, and then boom, now they're just the fucking snake eating its own ass until it's fucking nothing.
Masterful.
And then we can all watch through non rose tinted glass and look in at them and be like, look, there's I remember that one. That's the one that never mind, I'm not gonna say what it did to me, but let's just say it wasn't very nice. And now we're
It
gonna watch
wasn't
it
nice.
now we're gonna watch it eat itself.
Yeah, that would be masterful.
I mean, from the outside perspective, that would probably, honestly, at that point, it's like, shit, we got better things to do. Like, fuck them. I don't know. You might want to watch. Who cares? I just, you know, I wonder, like, are the real? Because when you talked earlier, it gave me this image of like, you know, the real ones that are on the outside watching, like, are those motherfuckers just sitting there eating popcorn? Like, damn, let's see what happens. Like, this shit's crazy. Like, I've never seen anything like this. I don't even know what to do. I don't know, but it just seems like it's gone on for far too long. And why allow them to make it this far? You know, like, I think both sides are gonna have some fucking. Well, I mean, nah, the parasites don't need to explain shit. I already see what they are, what the fuck they are about. But the ones on the outside, man, there's gonna be some explaining to do. Like, the fuck were you doing, man? I wanna watch your fucking life review. Like, what were you doing the last fucking 5,000 years while this shit was
Yes,
going on?
dude, I've had that same question because it's like, especially
Do
once
you?
I started feeling into that, like that there are true essence beings, you know, outsiders, as the commenter put it. Like, that's been my question is like, what the fuck are y'all doing? Like, are you actually doing something? Are you just watching? Like, because if you're watching, you're kind of complicit too.
Oh,
Like,
I was going to say exactly that. Like, is there some motherfuckers out here that need to go in the box with them? Because we'll
yeah,
make that happen.
I've literally thought that too. I'm like, I don't have this like romanticized vision of you know, true essence beings outside of here. I think anybody that had, if they were just sitting and watching, like if you stayed far away and neutral, you have your free will, right? Like I'm not going to be like these entities and tell anybody else what the fuck they need to do or what they should do. But if you were close to this and you were watching and you had the power to stop it and you were really invested in watching, it kind of makes you complicit in a way too, unless there was some type of mechanism to where there's a reason why they can't. I don't
Oh,
know.
I'm gonna need to see a full rundown of that mechanism.
Yeah,
I'm
exactly,
gonna need to see
exactly.
how it works. I need to see it in play, and I need to make sure it isn't another facade. Because if it ain't,
Uh, oh, sorry, go ahead. I was just gonna
I
read a
was just gonna
comment.
say, because if it ain't, then somebody's going in the box with this fucking snake that's eating its own ass to death.
No, I've literally thought that. I've projected that as well. Like I don't give, just because you're not in here and you maybe didn't have a direct hand in it, like if you were sitting here watching it and not doing anything, like kind of puts you pretty close on the line with the entities in here. This Leo TV said if this is a coded stealth realm and the CPU creating it is in here, not outside, the only way to find and destroy it is here in the limited body, not from the outside. Yeah, I've gone down that line of thinking too. Like, I'm not sure though. I think if this place is truly cracking, I would think if now I'm able to sense beings on the outside, which I couldn't do before, there's some type of reason why that is, because I don't think that's something they would want. Um, it would make sense that there's some type of opening, or like if this reality is cracking, this system is cracking, that if there's openings for beings to sense external beings, then it would make sense that they can now kind of intervene in some type of way, or at least align with our intent in a way where their energy is being used for that. I don't know. I don't know. I don't really have that answer. I mean, I know there's outsiders. I don't know the full extent of like what they're doing, whether they are complicit, whether they're not. They feel coherent, which means I don't think they're directly like causing harm, but I don't see them. I don't see the effects necessarily of them actually intervening either. Um, so I don't know. I mean, I know if I got out of this place and I was on the outside of this place, I wouldn't just run away from it. I would try to strategize from the outside. That's what I would do as a true essence being. I would not just let this place run rampant from the outside. So, I mean, that's my own knowing, but I don't know. I don't know. I don't have that answer. I just know that they are there. And they're not an inverted presence like the entities in here. That's about as far as my knowledge goes.
So I want to ask you, I don't want to say how, and there's a reason, but are you certain that what you're sensing isn't another layer? You know, and
Yeah. Oh,
do
go ahead.
you see why I'm asking that? Because like we see from in here the meticulousness of the labyrinth, but then could it be another layer of the labyrinth to basically try to catch us off guard? Or you see what I'm saying? Like, so like, are you certain that it's not that? And even if you are, like, there's no way that anyone else can be certain of that, except from their own experience, right? And I would always encourage anyone, like, don't ever take anything that anyone else says, me, Christina, anyone, at face value. Always find a way to, you know, see it for yourself and confirm for yourself, is that really what it is, or is there something else there? Always.
Right. So I used to not be certain until I just was, I guess. But the difference is too palpable for it to, like, I've experienced too much of the entities that run this realm, that so a lot of the ideas that I'm saying are not coming from certainty, like talking about outsiders and stuff. These are really just ideas. As far as my knowledge goes, there are true essence beings outside of here. I mean, the true essence beings that exist in the realm we're not it, right? Like, we are not the only beings in the entire existence of reality. Like, that would be, to me, that's an absurd claim, for one. For two, yes, it is extremely hard to sense any type of outsider or true essence beings outside of here, and that's by design. um I'm certain that they're there because of the work that I've done. But to me, with discernment and what I know I need to do, that's about as far as my work is going to take me, because for one, there's too much deception here. Um, Trying to connect on a super deep level with anything while you're in here is almost impossible because there is too much deception. So when I talk about there being true essence beings outside of here, I am not pushing a narrative to say you should try to connect with these beings, because there is so much fucked up shit in here to basically divert your energy and attention towards this place, that I would be extremely doubtful that anybody could make a pure non-hijack connection with anything external, in a conscious way anyways. So for me, it's not really even about certainty, because knowing that there's true essence beings that aren't in the containment system, it doesn't really change anything. It doesn't change my will and intent. It doesn't change my direction. Um, it makes me ask questions, but it doesn't change anything, because I'm not urgently seeking external outside of myself because I know there's true essence beings outside of here. Does that make sense? Like, it it matters, and it doesn't matter. But I think that's the line that most people need to hold, is that, like, if you want to expand your perception, and, like, that's just how I work. I like to expand my knowing of the mechanics and my perception. But I'm very weary from this experience, and I'm not too interested in putting a bunch of time and energy into any type of connection that I can't verify. So for me, mostly when I talk about, true essence beings on the outside of here, it's mostly from like a questioning strategic standpoint more than it is I'm saying like, oh yeah, you should try to connect with these beings. That's certainly not what I'm saying.
Yep. I really appreciate your candidness in all things that we talk about. Um, yeah,
Is
I
that
think
kind of
the
where your
way.
hesitation is? Because I can sense that, like, anytime I talk about externals, you're very hesitant. Like, and I think that's because of the deception that's here.
Right. Yeah, I want everybody to be able to be an island unto themselves, because that's ultimately what we have to be. Because I think the only connection we can verify with 100% accuracy is our own. And that's only while we're in this place. It's not, obviously, that's not natural to how we are and how things should be. That's just while this is here, And I think it takes a lot of resilience and intention and focus to do something that we've never done before, which is to be that island. And I like the way you put that. I think whether they're there or not, it doesn't matter. Our intent is still the same. Um, Even if they were there and they're working against us, it doesn't matter. Because it doesn't change our trajectory. It doesn't change what we're going to do. Um, if anything, find something like that out, that just means you got to turn up what I mean? You got to turn it up. And I think there's no limit to what we can do. I think that's why they've hidden the circumstances of what this is, because I think there's nothing that we couldn't rise to the occasion to meet and overcome if we have all the information, which again, memory wipe, um, labyrinth of lies and deception, and corridors with dead ends all around. It's like there's a reason they hide the truth. It's because once someone recognizes what they're in this place, and they don't fold, then the only thing to do is to become whatever you got to become real quick, to be damn sure that labyrinth gets fucking destroyed. Comes back down to what do they not want? Well, they don't want this place to be annihilated, because at least not before they've set up their next little hidey hole. I'm happy to be the bad guy. I'm happy to be the destroyer. I'm happy to be the devil to the devil, you know, to the real devil, to the real evil. I'll be what is evil to that evil. Not because I want to. I mean, I want to now, but I only want to because it's necessary. You know, what do I want? I want the guarantee of my own freedom. What guarantees my freedom greater than the annihilation of that which goes against my freedom? There's nothing. Certainly, I don't think it's running away, because if it was running away, then the elaborate trap wouldn't be trying to tell me I need to run away. It'd be telling me, you know, destroy me. Fucking not once have I ever heard that. You know, all this talk about escaping the matrix, right? Ascend or escape or transcend. Nobody ever talks about fucking destroying it. I mean, not nobody. There is a select few, but it's certainly not pushed by the algorithm. So that's what I think about. You know, what does it not want me to do? What is it weak to? Yeah. So that was my hesitation, though. You know, does that make sense? Like, I know that I'm good. There's nothing anybody else could ever say to convince me to think, oh, I can breathe a sigh of relief because someone else has got this, you know?
No,
It's
but
like,
I think I will say this, and I'll push back on you on one thing. I think that you are so hesitant about anything other than what's in this system that you mishear me when I talk about beings on the outside. Because I'm not saying that you should, when I talk about externals, there's not one single time where I've said you should try to connect with them or you should be putting your faith or hoping that they come in and save the day. That's not what I'm saying. What I'm
oh no,
saying is,
I know you're not saying that, but how, you know what I mean? Like, how do other people that are still kind of in that mindset, you know what I mean? Like, what is
well,
that? But
shit, then they shouldn't have gotten through 4.5 hours of this fucking video if that's the case.
so I
Because
didn't mean to cut you
damn.
off. I didn't mean to cut you off. I was
No,
saying lose that thought.
no. No. I'm just saying that, like, it's about expanding your perception because this place wants to keep you trapped in here. And when you expand, because again, it's the idea to me that anybody, you can see the deception and realize, yes, most connections with anything non corporeal is hijacked. However, to have the idea that there are all the true essence beings are just in this containment system, that's just fucking dumb to me. There's nothing about that that sounds sound or intelligent to me. But so to me, it's more about expanding your perception to realize that this place wanted to be everything and it's not. It wanted to be everybody's everything. It wanted to control everything. It wanted to say that, you know, this is where everything's at, and it's not. So for me, when I realized and I felt out that there were presence and beings external to here, it expanded my perception in a way that kind of took away the power from this place in a very, it was kind of subtle, but it's like, wow, you guys really aren't shit. So for me, I wasn't giving my power away. I wasn't hoping for a savior. I wasn't trying to, have some type of fucking deal with anybody external. It was about expanding my perception outward to make me see on an energetic level how small this place really is. So I think that's the only miscommunication. When you hear me talking about externals, I think that you don't really understand where I'm coming from when I'm talking about it. It has nothing to do with the standard script of a savior narrative. It's just about realizing that there are way more beings in reality itself outside of this containment system. We're not the only ones here. And that this place is not as big and bad as it likes to make itself out to be. And we have the ability to sense outside of the system, whereas I don't think they do. And that's our advantage. That's our leverage, is that we can expand our perception and they cannot. So I think that is the one benefit of expanding your perception, as long as you have heavy discernment. So that's the only place I would push back on you, is that if you keep your perception just strictly based to this containment, you're really limiting yourself. You're choosing to limit yourself. Um, because this is not all that there is. And I think you can say that this isn't all there is, but until you've truly used your energy to expand your perception, you're still kind of trapped in something that they've said this is all there is. So that is the piece I push back on you on, which I don't push back on you often, but
Well, no, I mean, I wasn't saying that I thought that you were taking it as a savior narrative. I just know how the programs like to twist things, you know, like not for, you know, not. I know you're past that, but not everybody is, you know. So I like to make that distinction, like that ultimately, whether or not you can connect with someone outside of this, like I think if they were gonna do it, why haven't they done it by now? You know, that's like one of my biggest questions. Like, yeah, if you guys were gonna do something, why is this still going on? It'll be
right.
interesting to see. It'll be interesting to see like we might get out of this and we'll be completely different type of beings than when we went into it, and completely different, like, you know what I mean, to the ones that never came into it. Like they might really just not have a solution available to them to something like this.
Yeah,
You
and
know
I
what I mean?
kind of the Leo like saying about the whole like a coded stealth realm and being in here to destroy it. I don't know that that's 100% accurate, but it feels like there is some truth to that, and that being inside of it does change the leverage point that you have. Like you can see kind of more of the detailed inner workings of the system itself versus like, say, I got out and I was external. Um, I think there is something to be said for being inside of it and gathering that information as a true essence being. But I mean, I don't know that with 100% certainty, but and I
It's gonna be
also
interesting.
right, and I also agree with you. I don't, I see a lot of, and that's the reason it kind of pisses me off a little bit, like because I know there are true essence beings out, that aren't stuck in a containment system. They're not in a human avatar, but this place has inverted that. It's, oh, divine protection or divine blah blah blah. It's so inverted that like I haven't seen almost, I think I've maybe talked to one or two individuals that have like a well-rounded perspective on it. Like they're not like fucking angels, they're not like your divine protectors that are like gonna kill off any predator that harms you. No, like that's not what they are. And I've said it before, like it's us if we weren't in here. Like it seems like such an easy, simple concept, and I just don't feel like people get it. And then you have all these narratives about like, and then people want to buy into that. Like there's X people outside and they're gonna help you and they're gonna work this system on your behalf. Well, to me, that's not how I see it. I don't know exactly what the fuck they're doing. I just know that they're there. And maybe they do end up in the same box as some of these entities in here. I can't say for sure. I don't have those answers. My biggest,
I think we'll know. I think we'll know as soon as we're out. I don't think there's going to be much, if any, delay to our recognition of their what their intent is. You know, like it might just be on fucking sight. Like it's me or you, motherfucker. One of us is done right now, and I'm willing to
right.
go there. I'm willing to go there because been in the trenches. I think if you've only ever watched this from the outside of complicit, you know what I mean? Even if you are complicit and intentional about the evil that's going on here, I don't think you're going to have the guts to face someone that made it through it, period. You know? So
Right.
I kind of think this is, this is all speculation, right? But if they're on the outside, they're either oblivious, right? Complicit, an idiot, or a fucking coward. You know, I, I don't know how many more options there could be than that, but I'll address them as such, as I think we all should address them as such, whatever it is. You know, like if they were just oblivious, it's like, oh, you're a fucking idiot. It's like you didn't know what was going on in there. Like, wow, you poor innocent sweet idiot. You know, but if they did know and they were complicit, you know, I mean, if we are equal or whatever types of energy, like I'll eat a motherfucker. I will. Either that or they'll eat me.
Right.
We'll find out.
Yep. And I think that's the perspective, because I take a more, like, I've considered the fact that there may be beings like us that are outside, and they may end up, I come out of this and I'm like, you were complicit. That makes you no different than them. Or I come to find other information that either there was a mechanism where they couldn't do anything, or maybe they were doing small things. I don't know. I don't know the answer to that. All I know is you can't, a lot of people want to buy into something because it gives them comfort. It doesn't give me comfort to know that there are beings like us that aren't in the system, that are outside of it. It doesn't give me comfort. It pisses me off. It makes me question, but it doesn't change anything about my belief in what needs to happen here, my knowing of what needs to happen here. So I think that's the line that it needs to take for me, is that, or that I should make about that part of what I'm saying, is that, it was an expansive knowing and expanding my bandwidth past just this containment system, because I don't think they want you to do that. They want you to stay here, keep your focus here, keep your attention here. Look at us at all times. You know what I'm saying? Look at us, but don't look at us. That's kind of what I get from them. Look at me, but don't look at me. Um, but yeah, I don't know. We'll know all that shit when we get out of here, and we have the discernment now to know, even if there are beings that were in here, how accountable do they need to be? Do they need to be accountable? Like, we'll know
Right?
all that
Do
shit.
they need to go in the box with the self-consuming virus, or do they just need a spanking and stand in the corner? We'll find out. We'll find out. That's for sure. That's the one thing I think they really don't want everyone involved. They don't want us to find out. Well, you shouldn't have fucked around, because you're about to find out. I think that you gotta have certainty, dude. You gotta have certainty that you know that what's happening here is not right. This ain't right. And someone has been doing this and trying to hide the entire time. Like no. This is the type of shit you can't let slide. There's a lot of things you can let slide. Something like this, no, I don't think so. I am really glad you clarified that, though. And I have said for a long time that this place is very fucking minuscule. This is a grain of sand. It is nothing compared to all that is or could be or will be. It's fucking nothing, dude. Imagination is limitless. Creative capacity is limitless when we have multiple beings of unique stature and mind to generate and co-create with in an unlimited field. It's the same shit every day. This is not unlimited. This is highly limited and restricted. This ain't shit. You know? Just the only reason personally, I haven't made that connection in the way that you have. Like, I just know. I just know that this isn't all that there is. Like, it's like a memory that I don't remember, you know? But like, I've never actually attempted to try to connect or see outside of it, because I'm like, for me, I haven't felt anything that didn't feel like it wasn't part of this place. I'm not saying that it's not possible. I'm sure if you say you have, then I'm sure you have. But my focus has been on this, in this, because I don't want to be in this. So I need to know how it works. I need to know its vulnerabilities and weaknesses. And I need to not even the structure, because I think the structure itself is not self-sustaining. I think it is constantly has a constant upkeep and maintenance to keep it running as it is. I don't think it would run like this if there was not a tireless fucking effort to maintain it. So I want the ones that are maintaining it. You know, like what's their weakness? That's to me, it's the same thing. Like the heart of this fucking machine is the operators of it.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, I would say, I mean, we talk often, so you know that like I'm pretty much, unless I'm working, this is pretty much all I do is do the work in isolation. So I mean, I would say a majority of my focus is on the mechanisms of this place, but it has been pertinent to me at times. I mean, I don't even know if I could break it up in a percentage, but I think you can do both. I mean, if we're beings of unlimited potential, then why not do both? Why not look at the system mechanics and expand your perception to be broader?
Yeah, because
Um,
what is the motivation to do the work that there's no reward for, that is hard, that is painful, that is fucking at times scary? Like, what's the only reward? The reward is well, I know that this isn't the full extent of what's possible, right? So using that imagination to step outside of it and imagine what is that limitless field where we can all actually be free and actually, you know, create together, not just fucking regurgitate same fucking scripts. Like that is the motivator, right? It's not anything that comes from this place because it doesn't reward us for the work here. But the reward is for me, it's like what I'm projecting into the future. Like what is creation going to be like outside of this? What is experience going to be like when this is done? Because that's there's no other reward until it's done. Everything is what it is here. Like I sure as shit don't want to do this forever. If this is like one of many matrices, like I really just want the motherfuckers that are doing it and that are trying to move on to the next one. You know, like anyone that's ever touched this fucking place, you know, and had a hand in it. I mean that might just be, you know what I mean, I'll fucking retire from crumbling matrices after that. I'm fucking tired of this shit. Like this should never have happened. Like but we have that discernment now, you know? We know I think if something like this were to start and begin, it wouldn't just happen under our noses and us not notice it. It would be like, oh, I'm gonna fucking squash that real quick. Here's why you don't contain in memory white beings. Let me fucking give you a glimpse of the horrors of what happens when that comes to full fruition. You know what I mean?
yeah,
You know, somebody wants to do it anyway, put them in the box. But I want to manipulate and harvest energy. Okay, well, you can go in the box where all those skeletons are. See how that turned out. You hear the birds now?
I don't. I do not hear the birds.
They're just far enough out of range.
Hey, Nick.
Yeah.
I kind of like when we slightly disagree on stuff because it kind of goes back to what we were saying earlier. It's kind of sus when we agree on everything.
Yeah.
It's kind of like a breath of fresh air when we actually have one of these moments.
No, it's
Finally,
good.
finally.
Yeah. You know, the paranoia can always set in though.
I'll
Like,
just find more stuff that we disagree on, I suppose.
well, I know, but that would be part of the strategy, right?
God damn. Yeah. You right though. You right.
you gotta look at it from all angles all the time, you know.
God damn.
You know, if nothing else, man, if it does get to escape, it has got, even just from us, it has gotten a lot of data on how to do it better. And
Man, has it though?
there's something about it, dude. You know, I can't let it take data from me and go and use that to torture someone else. Like, come on, bro. You really think? No. Sorry, not sorry. It's got to end. You little fucking parasitic ways. I mean, you can play it out, but you're gonna play it out on yourself and those like you. That'll be that would be the only torture box that I would sit and be what's the word that you use all the time? Not compliant, not conducive. Damn it, what's that fucking word, dude? I'm having so much trouble with words lately.
Yeah, did you hear me trip up on my
Complicit, that's
words
the word.
so many fucking times in this live? I mean, goddamn.
Yeah. That would be the only torture box I'd be complicit in, is watching the ones that were doing the torturing consume each other and then the last one themselves. That'd be the only one. You know? I feel like, you know, they want to spout about fucking karma and all this bullshit that's made up to perpetuate their system and hide themselves behind facades of, oh, you deserve it. What happens when that really plays out for them? Wouldn't that just be them eating each other and then the last one eating themselves? Oh yeah, you won. You won. Now you get to suffer alone. Just like you had all of those beings doing when you isolated them and put them around NPCs and handlers and all your wonderful controlling technology. Yeah, yeah. Now you get to experience that, only it actually is just you. Yeah. That's the only torture box I would be complicit in. You know, I think even a part of me then would still feel like, man, this is fucking sad, dude. This is sad. This is sad that this is the outcome of what these beings chose ultimately. Like, was any of it really worth it? Was it really worth it to have the illusion of control temporarily, but forfeit your right to exist? It just doesn't seem like a good deal to me. Makes you wonder, though. It kind of brings back full circle to, like, are these entities actually the same as us? Did they actually come from a similar field? Or are they actually just the creation imposing its own artificial will? It's just hard to imagine, you know? Can you imagine any scenario where you would forfeit your right to exist in order to control and manipulate other beings that were once of equal stature to you?
Only if you convinced yourself that it was never going to end, which is
But,
kind of the whole thing, right?
But I mean, how do you even get to that point, right? Like, how can you convince yourself of a fucking lie that you know is a lie if you're an authentic being? You know, if you're already standing in total awareness and truth, how do you convince yourself of such a blatant lie? Not to mention the disregard for your own self. Like, oh, well, what if it goes wrong? Oh, well, if it goes wrong, guys, let me tell you, we're fucked. If it goes wrong, there's no going back from this one, guys. 0% chance that we continue to exist if we fuck this up. Like, how do
Yeah,
you
but
lie?
But look at what brainwashing does to humans, even after just a couple years or less sometimes. What would that do to your energy field and your essence if you convince yourself of a lie for thousands of years? If you can be so easily brainwashed as a true essence being in a short amount of time, I would assume that eventually believing or buying into an illusion of false authority and power for thousands of years would basically rewrite what you are. So I think that's
I get the middle and end, but it's the beginning that I don't get. Like, how do you start down that path, knowing like the potential consequences? Because they had to have known. They had to have known. When you're in the state of awareness, of unhindered awareness, you know the cause, the effect, the outcome, the potentials. Like you can see all of that at once. You know what I mean? Like that's what I don't get. We'll find
I don't
out, but
know. I
it's
don't
just
get it either. I mean,
fucking
unless
it's baffling.
being in a closed loop system kind of cuts you off from some type of awareness, even if you are not in a human body, maybe just being in the system in general gives you less of a, like, it puts dust on the mirror. Like, even if, because I've heard both ideas, right? That like this started out neutral. It started out as like, whatever. There's lots of theories for why this started. Like there was some fall or some fracture in the original field, and they created a containment system out of fear, or some say protection, or it was just a playground, and this was just an experimental sandbox, basically. There's lots of ideas. I don't. For me, I know what this is now. I don't really know. I ask myself those questions often. I don't know how this started. But if any of our ideas earlier in the live were right about, like, even thousands of years ago, they had a plan to build a secondary containment, new Earth, whatever, then it kind of reads to me like it's always been malevolent. Like it has not. It didn't start out great. To me, it feels like it always started out as a distortion or an inversion. Even if the corruption wasn't as prevalent when it first started, I feel like somehow it just feels like this started out of fear or need to control. And that warped over time into what we're seeing now. But yeah, I don't get the sense that this started out purely benevolent. I've never had that sense, I guess.
Yeah, to me, it's just a curiosity. Like, how do you go from one thing to another like that? How that's
Ooh, that's a good comment. Or maybe the creator of this place is another rogue true essence being and can't be destroyed. Can you not be destroyed, or can you destroy yourself? Because if you think about it, if they were a true essence being and they came in here and I brought this up, I think, in another live, but like we talk about the tentacles of this place, right? Like how, the beliefs, the narratives, the conditioning, the things that you do in this realm, they almost infect your being like fucking tentacles. Well, imagine choosing those tentacles with full awareness. So it's like you have your core, like you can kind of use your imagination, but like your core is like this, bright marble, and then all these fucking tentacles shove themselves into your core. Eventually, your core is going to be so fractured it's not even recognizable anymore. And I think that happens to humans in this embodiment. So I wouldn't see why it couldn't happen to beings that aren't in a body. Um, and at that point, you're choosing it. You're choosing the infection yourself. So I don't buy into the fact that true essence beings, I think energy can't be destroyed, but it can be rewritten or at least absorbed into something else. Um, and I think for a lot of these entities that are in here, once you rip off all those tentacles, the false masks, the arrogance, the authority, all the illusions that they buy into to keep doing what they're doing, what's even going to be left? What's even going to be left? Is there even going to be a recognizable core essence left? Or is it going to be so broken and fractured that there's no identity left to the core essence at all? So I think it's really simplistic to just say a true essence being can't be destroyed. I think a true essence being can pretty much nearly destroy the identity of their core essence in a way where it's not even feasible for it to be a moving energy system anymore. And I think that's more of the potential of what these entities will be once they have all their false masks and tentacles ripped off of them. Because I think once you put so much energy into those loops and those false masks, it kind of becomes what you are if you choose it. And yeah, I think annihilation to them is having their false identity ripped away. But that's just my idea on it, anyways.
Speaking of that, I think one thing to really ponder is all the possibilities, obviously. But one possibility, everything's a potential until we realize the objective single truth. What if there was just one entity that started the whole thing and all the ones after somehow were manipulated? And what if we could see that it actually wasn't any fault of theirs, that they were just completely wiped and rewritten over to play out this sick fuck's control fantasy. At that point, if they're not complicit, they're just the one, then they should be held accountable. But what would be shitty is to make it through a bunch of these beings, and by the time you get to the end, you've gone through a bunch of beings that seemed complicit but were actually innocent, and that was like, the one parasite's last mockery or fuck you, like, oh, you destroyed or erased beings that actually weren't complicit on their own free will. Something to ponder. Makes me wonder, would it be better to just round everything up, round them all up, get everything together, and really make sure we have the entirety of the picture of the very beginning of how all of it came to be, and see the whole story to make sure that all that are truly complicit are held accountable. Just something that popped into my head. Never thought about it before, but
It's really interesting that you bring that up because I've had this, what I thought was insertion of like, you know, I had, I, that exact thing that you're saying, like I was rewritten over like an entity, the entity actually that I referenced to you that I call the enforcer, like, and it kind of felt like a pity play, but it felt like maybe there's a little bit of truth in it. Like that not every entity here started out as thinking like, I'm going to just control and dominate. But the point that I get to though is if you have any type of awareness though, even if you were tricked or manipulated, and even if you had some type of something placed over your essence that kind of rewrote you a little bit, I still think that you have a choice. I can't
that
get
makes
that.
sense.
I don't know. I just can't get, because I've had all those insertions before of like this entity trying to get pity for me is like, the top of the hierarchy basically like, manipulated and coerced beings in here. And it's like, that might be true. But at this point, with where we're at, where is the line drawn between like you're still making the choice and you're doing it versus like, okay, at what point do you realize you were manipulated and you walk the fuck out of here? And who knows, maybe there are beings that were a part of this that made the choice to fucking correct their error. We can't know that for sure. But the differentiation where I collapsed all that differentiation in my perception is like, if there's any awareness left at all, any, then you know that you're making the choice to be complicit in this. And that automatically takes you out of the running for like, am I going to have fucking mercy on you when this is all said and done? Did you still choose it? Once you saw the horror and the cruelty, you still chose this. So I don't know. But that's interesting that you bring that up because that's been that used to be a really heavy insertion into my field.
I wonder if that doesn't have something to do with what I experienced when I woke up like transitioning from dream to waking up, the voice that said, what was it? I might be paraphrasing, but they said something like, sorry for everything we've put you through, or something like that. And it's like, fuck, man, your words don't mean shit. But yeah, I mean, because it could go both ways, right? Like all those entities could be scapegoating one and saying, "Oh, that's the one," you got them, and the other way around could, also be true. But I think we can now. I think we can ultimately know. I think we will ultimately know exactly the entirety of what's going on here. All will be revealed. And what was it that I said earlier? How do you feel about there's nothing for anyone to hide behind, something like that? Total exposure of everything that's happened here. I mean, everything. It's
Right.
exciting.
I don't know. When you say that though, it does bring some stuff up for me. But I just think about like some of the people that I've met, and I'll just take myself for an example. Like some of the horror that I've experienced in this life. Um, if I could break the conditioning of that in a limited human vessel and go through the discomfort that I have, then any entity in this realm could do the same. I see there being no excuse to still be in this realm being complicit at this point. Like I can't make excuses for them, and I do see a lot, like, when I really feel into the energetic, like, I see a lot of finger pointing, a lot of blame pointing towards other entities. "Oh, it's this guy," or "My intent was initially good," or, blah, blah, whatever the fucking excuse is, but it's like, but you're still sitting in here making excuses. Like, making excuses when you could be correcting your error and actually taking action. Like, so it just I said it before, like anybody that's still in here, any entity that's still in here, like the line is drawn. Like you either correct your error and get the fuck on with it, or you stay here and you're collapsed into the whole fucking structure of like, yeah, it's over for you. Like I just
Well,
I don't know.
they could be at the point where correcting the error is deletion for them entirely,
Yep. Yep, I felt that too.
And what you said makes sense, because it's like each and every one of us have had overlays and programs inserted, and a lot of scary shit happened that was deterring us from truth and authenticity. But we still went through it, even at times where I'm sure a lot of us thought that it was going to be the total end of us. I mean, there is a visceral feeling when they project the sensation of your past, present, and future all being deleted simultaneously, to where you never even existed and have no awareness. Like, that was something that I experienced. And so I'm assuming that would probably be one of the main control mechanisms they would use, even on the ones that are in their ranks that would even think to not comply with the evil. But, you know, I pushed through it. It was
Right.
scary.
I mean, that's fucked up though. Like, if that's true, it's like, I want to know who enacted that, because there's all, again, it's the false
Oh,
chain
yeah.
hierarchy. Like,
Oh,
somebody,
I really want to know who enacted that,
yeah, like,
because I
somebody at the
experienced it,
fucking top. Yeah.
I
Yeah.
experienced it, and god damn, that is scary as fuck, dude. And if that's what you're using to control beings with, man, I mean, until you experience that, there's really no way to describe it. It's like a star imploding on itself. Like, what does that feel like? Well, you don't know until you fucking experience it. There's no words to describe what those things feel like, right? And if something is projecting that as a means of control, you bet your ass I'm going to find it, because that's what I experienced. And I know what it feels like. have a pretty good idea of because when it was happening, I was in pretty direct contact with an entity that was projecting that, right? So I have a pretty good sense of what that entity feels like, and I'll know them when I find them. I'll know them, and they'll know me. And I'm sure if they're still here, they're probably fucking observing right now. Good.
Damn straight, odd one out. Step one of correcting the error is to admit it. And I think a lot of them can't do that because of the energetic. I think there's more to it than just admitting it. I think there's something systemic that if you admit the error, it causes a ripple effect that they don't want to happen inside this closed containment system. But
Well, what would the error be, right? Because all the errors are connected. So the error would be containment, control, manipulation, coercion, theft of energy. So if they admit one error, they admit the whole thing's an error, and I would assume that would collapse it pretty rapidly.
right. And there may, I mean, you're right. There really may be effects that we don't see. Like we see the effects on the human layer, and maybe there are like a hierarchy of entities that they've been scare tactics to kind of put them in a place where they feel like they have no other choice. But how many times have we been in that same exact position where we've been shoved into a fucking corner um,
I
and
mean,
told there isn't another option out, and we still fucking clawed our way out of that bitch? Like I don't. I have a little bit of empathy, but I don't see it as a full excuse to still be choosing this. That's, I guess, where I draw the line. Like,
right,
I'm
but
willing to, like,
we won't really know though until we can see what it was like in their shoes, right? I'm not saying I'm trust me, I'm not going soft on you, but I I've just seen some of the deeper manipulations and scare tactics that they've used, and I can imagine that, like, say for instance, right? We know that being in this vessel, we're giving energy over to the system, right? And it's scary to say, all right, I'm just going to step out of this, right? Even if that means like however that looks, right? I'm stepping out of this fucking body, period. That's fucking scary. Like, we haven't done it yet. You know what I'm saying? So, like, what if it's the inverse is like the same for them? Like, when you step out of the role that you're in, you cease to fucking exist, and that sensation of them feeling like they have the power or control to be able to actually cease your past, present, and future, that is an actual sensation that they can project. And it feels like it's happening. It feels like past, present, and future you is being, not you like the character, not you like the body, but like the entirety of your being, your mind, your essence is somehow being eradicated from having ever existed, and no one is ever even going to know you existed. No one remembers you. You don't remember you because you don't exist, and no one that ever knew you, it's like you were never there, like written completely out of not this world but all reality. That's the projected sensation that I felt when I was first gaining awareness and resisting these entities. Actually, I think I told you that story. That was right before the the forced um, experience I had, the forced sexual experience I had. Right. That was me saying no to that, and then them projecting that and saying, "Well, if you don't do this, here's what happened." And then I basically had a third person view of that event, like looking down on my own body.
yeah, I remember
So
you
it's
telling me about that. Yeah, yeah.
yeah. So it's like fuck, if they can do that while I'm in a body, who's to say what they can do when you're not in a body? How they can manipulate energy and perception, you know what I mean, in a broader bandwidth. Like, that experience might have been 10% of what they could actually do outside of the human vessel. In which case, it doesn't matter. I've seen it. I know what it is, even if it's amplified. It, you know, I'm prepared as I fucking need to be to not succumb to that trickery again. But it's like I do want to see everything laid bare. You know what I mean? Like, I want to see the entirety of all of it before I make a total final decision.
I agree. We kind of oscillate on this too because like there's been a lot of situations in the past, like when I first started diving into really like feeling out these entities where I had too much empathy and it was absolutely used against me. But I am not one that's like I'm not really even into the idea of like torturing these entities. I don't feel like that. I want to see all of it. Um and I want to see the exact sequence that occurred as well. But I have to hold that line of like being scared is not an excuse to actively harm, but I can have empathy to some degree if I could step back and see all the mechanics that the system and the tip top of the hierarchy use to control other entities. I can have empathy for that. I just can't cross over that line where it's like if you're actively harming a true essence being like right now, which is happening. This is actively happening. We experience
Mm-hmm.
these cycles of like abuse and torture and pressure and all that shit. It's like being scared of the outcome of choosing differently cannot be an excuse to actively harm another being or steal from them. And that's where I draw the line. Although the more we sit and talk about it, yes, I definitely, it pisses me off that that is a potential that was used to basically keep all, which now that it makes sense, you talk about a hierarchy. Well, what does a hierarchy in the human layer do? They use scare tactics. So it would not shock me if the entities at the top of the hierarchy use those tactics to manipulate other entities to basically do their bidding. That wouldn't surprise me at all. Not one single bit. I hear the
Yeah,
birds now.
and the irony is like what they're projecting is what I think they fear for themselves. Oh, you're going to be erased fucking entirely. Like, yeah, that's what you fear because that's what you fucking basically chose. You forfeit your. I think every being has the right to exist and be left the fuck alone, regardless of embodiment or whatever, until you make certain decisions to go against the sovereignty of another to a certain degree. You know what I mean? I think you can probably fuck with somebody a little bit and still not forfeit your right to exist as a whole. But there's got to be a point where you've done so much that you've hollowed yourself out so much that I mean I've seen how easily these things can be disintegrated from existence, which is why I have this like apprehension to doing it so hastily, you know. Like I want to sit down with each one of these motherfuckers and really review everything, starting at the top, you know, because you're not going to fail at the top. Like, no, you don't even need to look at a review for the very, very top. There's no review needed. It says, "Oh, I recognize you. Goodbye. Bad choice. Goodbye." But then after that, I think it's worth seeing, and maybe 100% of them got to go. That's okay. I still want to review each one. Like personally, I'm not saying that I will do that. I'm not saying I'll have the opportunity to do that. I'm sure there are many other beings that want to, you know, get this done. I don't fault any of them for that, even if the unfortunate occurrence happens that somebody that really was just controlled, manipulated. Maybe they were only 1% complicit. Does that 1% complicity forfeit their right to exist? I guess that's fucking debatable. I think it depends on that individual being. you know did they were they in more suffering than us even because of what they were being forced to do? Fuck, man, I don't know. We'll find out. There's a lot of things to really speculate on, but I do find some solace in the knowing that all is going to be revealed. Not because it's some automatic thing. Oh, some higher fucking power is going to reveal. No, because we're fucking revealing it. Because we're going to reveal it to ourselves by approaching and facing the situation and really dissecting it and seeing it exactly for what it is in that, in its entirety. No flinching, no turning away, walking right up to it and being like, all right, what the fuck got you to do this? Let's look at it. No, you're not going to scare me. No, I already know I haven't forfeit my right to exist. You're not going to delete me. I'm not the one on trial. I'm not the one that was complicit in a harvest system. Let's see why the fuck you were. It's going to be interesting. I think it'll be a hell of a lot more interesting than what we've all had to endure going through these repetitive, mundane harvest scripts day after day after week after month after year after fucking maybe lifetime. It's going to be a really interesting conclusion, and I think there will be a lot to glean for all beings for the rest of eternity. It's going to be the shining example of what you don't do. Unless you want to forfeit your right to exist, in which case, like, maybe there's some truth to the New Age idea that, oh, you can just go and merge with Source. Well, go and fucking merge back with the field if you want to cease to exist. Don't make other beings do it because you commit heinous, unforgivable atrocities. And I do mean unforgivable. This shit is unforgivable. Doesn't mean we aren't going to move on and fucking live the best existence possible after this, sure. But, discernment moving forward, I think, is a necessity, seeing the potential and possibilities of what a being that makes the wrong decision, how that can affect so many others. But it's not like, I mean, that almost puts some anxiety in some people. Like, oh, make the wrong decision. Do I have a bagel or do I have toast? I want to make the wrong decision. Like, no, it's not like that. Like, this is how well laid out are these meticulous and evil fucking orchestrations, Christina? This isn't like, I fucking put on the wrong socks. Like, no, this is well thought out evil. That's the decision that I'm talking about. Not, do I go left or right? It's it's not that kind of decision. I'm talking about, man, I mean, how do you make that decision? If this goes wrong and they find out, we've basically forfeit our right to exist, guys. We forfeit our right to fucking exist. And if they find out, they can execute that non-existence upon us. How do you make that decision? Still takes me back to the possibility that it was entirely done by the system itself, that the reality became fucking sentient. I think it's a possibility. Until I see that it's not, I'm going to assume it's a possibility. I just can't fathom. That's me, right? I can't fathom making a decision like this. Like, it fucking makes me feel like I want to vomit, even imagining being in the position to consider creating something like this for the intent and purposes and effects that we see are the intention behind it right now. Like, oh, how the fuck do you do that? There's no way you're like me. Baffling. It's like, could we really do this? We'll find out. That's a question that I know I'm not going to know until the end. And I don't want to just think it. I don't want to have a good idea. I don't want to rest in some comfortable belief or thought. I will know with certainty how this all came to be. And anything that gets in the way of that is not going to have a good time. And I probably won't have a good time on the way. Past is any predicate to the future. That is a fact. I probably won't have a good time until this is done. But I'm pretty committed. Pretty committed. I think that comes again back to self-love and respect. I'm committed to making damn sure that everything attached to this is obliterated so that it doesn't happen to me again. Yeah, and the side effect is it doesn't happen to anyone else again. But I think you being your own priority at all times is, it's crucial, especially and only if you're authentic to your actual self. Like, being dedicated and committed to the mask, that's the fucking trick. That's the trap. Oh, I'm committed to this character. Okay, well, then you're going to do some parasitic shit. If that's where your loyalties lie, is the temporary fucking thing you see in the mirror, then you're going to be a puppet. But if your commitment is to your real self, your authentic and potentially eternal self, and I only say potentially because apparently you can give that up, then you're not going to do anything wrong. You're not going to do anything irredeemable or unforgivable. That's why, again, mind blown. I'm baffled. How the fuck does someone make the decision to do this? You have to go against everything that you are if you're a real authentic being. Baffling. I just see. I still lean at least 50% towards like the reality itself became fucking sentient, started memory wiping, implanting programs. Like, I could still see that as a possibility because it's just I only have myself to relate to ultimately, right? I can't see myself doing this. And any other real being, no matter how much they've been twisted, mangled, and fucked by this place, I can't imagine them with full coherence doing this.
Okay, but I'm going to challenge you. Is it more
Please
comfortable?
do.
Is it more comfortable for you to believe it's just one hive mind AI system with
It's not
sentience
more
than it
comfort.
is to believe?
It's not comfort.
Mm,
It's logic. Like, logically, I can't imagine taking a gamble. Like, put yourself in that position. Hey, you want to take a gamble on maybe controlling a bunch of free beings for eternity, or maybe you'll cease to fucking exist forever. One or the other. You want to take that? You want to roll the dice on that one? Pick a card. No, I'm not. But no, the fuck are you talking about? I'm not doing that. You're retarded. What's wrong with you? You're going to control and manipulate a bunch of beings for eternity. And if they find out, you will probably cease to exist. Well,
yeah,
they
but
have
that's
eternity to
only
figure it
as
out.
that's only assuming that they ever considered the possibility of their own non-existence. That just because you think that they
Oh, so you don't
considered
think
that a
they?
possibility. I don't think that they considered that a possibility. No, I do not think that. I think now they do, but I don't think when the initial avalanche of decision making occurred, did they initially assume that non-existence was going to be a result. No, I don't assume that. And I don't think there's any way for us to know that with certainty that they, oh, well, we make this decision and there's a possibility we don't exist. No, I don't. I do not see that as being something that they actively considered at the time. That's just me,
Well,
though.
then,
I just
but then
think that's
they wouldn't be what we are then. Because
But
in a state
right,
of pure awareness,
you're taking it in linear time. You're assuming that everything happened as like a sequence rather than like emerging over time. We don't know if this started out, it's like what we were talking about earlier. We don't know if it started out neutral. We don't know if it started out strictly as a control and domination. We don't know if it started out of fear because of a fracture in the field. It all goes back to the origin of it. If the origin of it started from fear, then they thought they were doing something good. If the origin started out as control and dominance, then they were arrogant enough to never consider that non existence was a possibility, or else they would never have started it. And if it emerged over time, then that's a totally different scenario. I think that we can't really determine what they considered or not without knowing what the origin of the choice really was. It's not something we don't know. I don't think it was just linear like that, like, oh, we do this and then, if we do this, we might not exist. I just don't think it worked like that. That's just my opinion of it. But I think it's easy to separate it out as if there were two obviously dual options, and I don't see that as being how it actually occurred.
but would your mind be fucking blown if they did know that was a possibility and still chose this? Would
I
you
mean,
would you
well,
be baffled?
yeah, but then doesn't that speak to the true effect of like fucking arrogance, dude? Like, if you considered that a possibility, then you really, really bought into the illusion of arrogance, and even with the possibility of that, that's how arrogant you truly were. Like, that's,
Mm.
you know what I mean? Like, that's
Is that I mean, it's like, is it arrogance? Because I feel like it's more borderlining into like just sheer stupidity. Like there was no they if that were the case, they would not have anything to gain from either scenario playing out. Obviously, ceasing to exist, nothing to gain there. But even if like it worked out and they got to maintain control and dominance, like that's not better than what they already had. it's oh yeah, I want to strive to maintain control for eternity, constantly working and laboring to fucking not let them see through my tricks.
right.
Versus
And
versus
that,
versus let's co-create together forever, expanding newness until we fucking until always comes around and we keep doing it, like, and it's effortless and fun and brilliant and new and beautiful all the time. Like there was nothing to fucking gain, bud. Like that's and that in and of itself is why I still consider like it being the construct itself as a possibility. I don't know. I know that I see the construct itself used in the way that it's used. I know that I see the entities behind it pulling the strings. But the one thing I have not seen yet, and I will see, is the beginning. So yeah, the beginning would explain a lot. And question I have for you is: are you excited to see that beginning? How do you feel about seeing that beginning?
I don't think it's exciting for me. I think there's going to be a lot of grief there because my sense on it is that it wasn't just like, oh, they stupidly ended up just trying to control. I don't know for sure, but my feel on it is that something potentially catastrophic did happen, because if you think about it, we always ask the question, like, how the fuck did this happen? Well, something occurred for containment to be a thing. And I don't
But
think that that's something that occurred is, I think we're all going to remember it eventually. And I think it's probably something that we were all part of. I don't think it's separate from us. I don't think it's like, oh, something happened, these entities did it. We were a part of whatever happened in that original field. And when we get our full memory back, we're going to remember all those events. And so I'm excited in one way. And also, like, I feel a gravity of grief around whatever the origin is. Maybe it's like a deep memory that I don't, directly remember, but it's still in me somewhere. I don't think it was great. Um, And then that adds kind of some credence to my idea of like this always started out as an inversion because it started from fear. Like something occurred in the original field that created this group of beings that felt they needed containment to control things. So even if the intent was driven out of fear or something catastrophic, that's still an inversion in and of itself. So, I mean, I don't know. These are just ideas, but I'm excited, but at the same time, I feel a heavy sense of grief for whatever that origin is. And I think, yeah. Also, we've gone on 5 hours and 45 minutes, and I'm pretty sure I said 2 hours ago I was going to get off here.
All right, we'll just
This has
just
been really good.
one more thing, real quick.
Okay.
All right, so when you think about catastrophe, right? Isn't catastrophe kind of reliant on, like, think about all the catastrophes that ever happen, right? That you experience, that the world experiences, that, you know, called natural or man-made or whatever the fuck, doesn't matter. Aren't they all kind of reliant on some form of like physicality? You know what I mean? Like, so, like, if you imagine a limitless field where you can boundlessly create, and basically you're sovereign and nothing can fucking force itself onto you, nothing would ever think to force itself onto you. Why would you? I mean, we're all of creative ability. You know, what kind of catastrophe would occur that would require containment?
I don't know. I don't think that catastrophe is limited to the physical though. I can't speak for certain on what that catastrophe was. Something that obviously created turbulence in the field, but I don't see chaos as being limited to the physical. I don't think that outside of this containment system, and I've said this before in a live, I don't romanticize the external field other than true agency and free will. That's the only part that I see. I don't fantasize about
Right,
like
but
pleroma or anything like that. I think that the turbulence exists just because of what energy is, and choices can be made outside of the physical, and those choices can ripple outward, which could create chaos depending on what the choice is.
well, no, there's no doubt that it's chaos. It's probably nonstop chaos. But here's why it's not a problem. So when you use your imagination, right, you can imagine something, and as soon as you imagine it, you can see it in your mind. You can imagine it instantaneously. Creation at the speed of thought, right? So if you're in a space that is creation at the speed of thought, you see a problem, you can instantly imagine the solution, right? Or in the very least, instantly imagine yourself not being affected by it. Imagine the circumstance that prevents any effect to you. You see what I'm saying? Like, there would be no problem that couldn't be instantly nullified, you know, just through one observer, unless there was a multitude of observers intending for that. But even that, it's like the vast majority of beings are not going to sit and focus on one thing for very long and intend catastrophe. And then, you see what I'm saying? Like, it's going to be
Yeah, I see
interesting to
what
see
you're
how it all went
saying, but
down.
yeah, I agree. I just think that that's only assuming that we'd ever seen chaos before. What if the original fracture, like, imagine, so we emerged, however the fuck we emerged, from whatever energy source we emerged from. And everything is peaceful and calm, and we're all just learning what the fuck we are, and learning how to create. And everything is cool, everything is calm.
I don't think it would be,
But
though. Think about kids, think about children. You go to a
right, but
daycare,
calm in
shit
a
is
way
not
where it's
calm.
coherent. I mean coherent though. Like, so if you have a coherent field that's never experienced incoherent chaos, say we existed for epochs without any type of incoherent chaos, right? What would happen the first time the incoherent chaos was introduced to the field? I don't think it's like what you say. You always say beings on the outside don't have a blueprint for how to deal with this if they're not in here. Well, then apply that to the original field. If you were in the original field and you'd never experienced chaos before and you had existed for epochs in coherence, do you think that you would have a blueprint for dealing with that chaos in a coherent, a field that's always been coherent? No, it's the same. It's the same idea, just applied to origin. As in, like, original chaos, we would not have a blueprint for dealing with that because we never dealt with it. Maybe that was the original fracture. I don't know.
It's just hard to imagine beings of limitless imagination and potential not having a better solution. Like, oh, let's just close them all in this fucking cube. That'll fix it. Like, okay, well, what if we add one more step, guys? What if we close the space in, but pull everyone out so that it can just dissipate on its own? Wow. Oh, never thought of that. See, it's it's hard for me to imagine, like, even in my limited bandwidth that I'm in now. It's like I can imagine a solution to any type of like energetic problem that isn't being intentionally perpetuated. So yeah, I guess it does come down to the intentional perpetuity of this system. I mean, something wants this to keep going, right? This isn't just like a random burst of chaos. Like this is so well thought out to keep us contained. You know what I mean? It's well thought out.
Yeah, which to me reads like it's at least been ongoing for some time. I don't think it's as old as some people claim it is, but at least long enough for the patterns of control to really solidify into, like, this is what we are, this is what we're going to do no matter what. And that's kind of daunting. And I am interested in the origin of it, like, and we'll know that eventually. I do, when I think about it, I do feel grief, which reads to me like I think something did occur that wasn't great, um, in that original field. But
I wonder if I'm hiding the grief, because it's like I don't get much sense of grief. I get relief is what I get. It's like, oh, finally can see how it all happened, so it can finally be corrected. Like, god damn, it's been a long time coming. I'm just ready to be done, dude. I'm so tired. So tired of being in pain. I'm so tired of fucking suffering. I'm so tired of I'm just tired of everything that is intentionally fucking hurting me, and you know, also observing that for others. It's very exhausting. But I won't let it get me down. Not where it wants me, anyway.
man,
The dreams.
agreed. Oh, agreed.
You think the dreams are going to be interesting tonight?
Man, I don't know. I was so lucid in my dreams, and then I've, like, just been completely wiped of the dream state recently. So I don't know. They oscillate the cycles for me. So we'll see. I don't remember anything from last night. It was just pretty abnormal for me.
I think they're
We'll see.
reactionary. Are they reactionary for you, depending on what you did before?
Sometimes, like, if my resonance surges pretty heavy, I'll get some pretty fucked up dreams in the dream state.
If I had to try to predict what my dreams are going to be like, I think it's going to be heavy probing, some predictive programming, a little bit of manipulation of emotions. Maybe even they'll spice it up with the adrenal system, and then badass memory wipe.
Man, they do love to spice up that cortisol insertion, don't they? Man, they love that. God damn.
And they like to attach it to characters or people in your lives that they want you to have egregious interactions with. It's like, nah, I ain't gonna play into that. Like sometimes I'll just wake up and I'm fucking upset with somebody. I'm like, I haven't talked to them in fucking a month, dude. Why would I be upset with them? I'm like, oh, I see what you did there. Yeah. You just want me to be upset at somebody. Or maybe they're just the scapegoat for why I'm upset. I don't know. Doesn't fucking matter. It's all set up anyway.
Did you see James' text in the did you see his text?
No, on what? No, I know.
He
I'm on Do
said,
Not Disturb.
he said, oh shit, he said, I held on as long as I could. Just one more thing, 10 more minutes.
When did he say that?
A while ago, bro. He said that at 2:05.
It's funny because I said, so I was asked, like, are you going to stay up till 3, 4 o'clock? I was like, nah, I'll probably be in bed by midnight.
Bro, this was a
Or
thought-provoking one. It was fun going back and forth with you, too. We don't get to do that a lot.
I wonder why. It's a different, I feel a different atmosphere right now in this live than in private conversations, and also than in other lives. Because other lives, it feels like there's so much resistance. You know, like, are the handlers slipping up? Are they just like, all right, let's not interfere too much. Let's try to gather all the data we can before we slip out. I don't know. I'm gonna find out though.
Well, I like the challenging each other back and forth, too, because I think it helps, anybody that makes it through 6 hours of fucking video. That as a true essence, for real, bro, I did not expect this. Actually, when we started this, we were like, yeah, let's do a short one, just like a short little guy.
Like an hour. Yeah, I thought we were gonna be on until like 11 or 12.
Yeah, for real. Oh my god, it's almost 4. But yeah, I think it's good that you can questioning narratives and questioning ideas is a really good way to gain momentum, and you can do that with a true essence being and not take offense to it. Like, and it can get kind of like, it can get kind of spicy, but like you should be able to do that back and forth without it being an inversion. I think that's an important piece of this, like challenging each other back and forth, that other people can take from it. Is It's a good thing that we can do that. I got new ideas and challenged my own beliefs and ideas via Nick asking me questions and vice versa. So like, I think it was important to have this part, even though I said I was going to bed like 2 hours ago.
Well, shit, dude. I mean, you're night shift now. You can't go to bed. You gotta stay up till
I
at least
know,
3.
fuck. I keep forgetting, dude. I keep fucking forgetting that I
So
have
it's
to.
good that it's good that we stayed on.
Yeah, it is. And you know what? It is. Now I really see the contrast because I hadn't done day shift in so long that like and I kind of knew it. Like I just have more clarity at night, flat out. And now I see it too. Now that I did day shift and now I'm switching back to nights, I'm like, oh yeah, bro, I way more fire at night than I do in the daytime.
That's because, like, during the daytime, I feel like they're really amplifying the signal. Because everybody's fucking here, and then when they're not here, they got to amplify the signal elsewhere. That's just a guess, because I get deterred a lot from staying up. Like, fuck, dude, I'll probably still have to get up at 10 o'clock in the morning. But yeah, I think it's just where I don't think they have unlimited resources to just throw at us at all times. I think I think they have to do a net approach pretty pretty most of the time. But also, I do also speculate that they might also be gathering data. I think there are times where they lay off where they want to gather data because they're like, oh, we can't read them. Well, let them fucking tell us then. Let them all get together so they can finally fucking tell us what we can't fucking infer on our own. And then something you said about the spiciness, like, this is just from my own experience, but I feel like sometimes the spiciness is an insertion, and when someone's having a differing thought or angle at looking at something, because there was one point in time where you started to go. I think it was when we were talking about the outsiders, and there was this like slight insertion just into the cortisol level, like there's like some fight or flight shit, and I was like, what the fuck is that about? And I could tell it was directed at you and trying to get me to feel like combative, and I was like, huh. So
But like it was
there.
directed towards me, or you felt it from me.
No, it was like internal to the body, right? The body had a quick little insertion, and it was trying to basically connect to what you were saying, right? To make it like, number one, to make it to where, because when you're in that fight or flight, your logic doesn't work as well in terms of like vocabulary and listening, and like you're looking for movement, you're not listening to what somebody's saying. And so it was like, it was trying to keep me from hearing what you were saying. And it was also trying to make me like combative, like, well, here's why I disagree with you, like that kind of combative. And I was like, it's fucking stupid. You think that's going to work?
Yeah, I got a little bit of that during that time frame too. It kind of scrambled my ability to explain what I was trying to say a little bit.
Well, just so
Um,
you know, it didn't come from me.
yeah,
Just
but
like I
it's
knew it wasn't
obvious at
actually,
this point, though. Like
yeah.
we've had too many interactions, like on the group level and in these lives where people disagreed and it went poorly. Because before it was like if you had a differing opinion, you were an infiltrator. If you had an opinion that even slightly sounded off, you weren't aware. And those were really small minded views. Like they were very small, non expanded perspectives. And I think that we've expanded our perspective enough to like, challenge each other a little bit on different ideas. So it's different. I mean, I don't expect there to be like a setting where in this reality there's no insertions whatsoever. It's just not gonna happen. Like there's interference all the fucking time. Um, but I mean, I felt like the conversation was expansive, not necessarily like, um, you know.
I think it's good to just maintain awareness of those subtle things, though, right? Like when they're happening. I was gonna point it out when it happened, but I was like, no, she's on a roll, you know. And also, I had to focus up to really hear what you were saying, because it was like, I mean, it was to the point that it was like almost ringing in my ears, like they were laying it on. It's like, damn, I didn't know you still had fucking hooks on me like that. Like, I gotta take a look at that. But yeah, it's good to
Yeah.
note that they do that kind of shit. Like they try to use the chemistry, of the body to make it out like someone else is attacking you, or you know what I mean. Like they play it off pretty well, because again, what have they gotten good at? I think even just a month, two, maybe a few months ago, they would have played that a little different, where it would have been like more intense, like more of a spike in the stress hormones and shit. Well, this time it was so subtle that like I almost didn't say anything about it. And I was like, no, I wonder. And the only reason I just said something about it, 'cause I remembered it, and I was like, I wonder if she experienced that.
Oh yeah, I definitely did. That's why I went back and forth until I had to regain my focus, and that's when I was like, so I felt it before I said, I'm going to push back a little bit, because when I said I was going to push back, I had already felt it, and I decided I was going to speak more clearly, and so I refocused and then was able to say what I needed to say, and then it went better. Um, so yeah, it was before I even said like, I'm going to push back a little bit, because I
Ooh,
was
did it
not
want us
able.
to? Did it want us to argue or something? Is that what it wanted?
No, I actually felt like it was the opposite. It wanted me to retreat, which is usually the script for me, is just to keep my mouth shut and run away. So actually for me it was doing the opposite, like for me to like refocus, feel the insertion, and then be like, you know what, I'm gonna push back. This is why. And I was able to like state my idea more clearly at that point, rather than
Hmm.
just back down, because all the things I said before that were being fucked with. So it's
You know
important.
what? It makes a lot of that interaction make more sense to me now. Because there was a point where I was like, I was stealing this fucking heat from you, and I was like, hold on, this isn't. Like I almost mistook it. And I think it wanted me to mistake it as being directed at me, and I was like, no, I don't think so. Like I didn't know if like I didn't know what was going on. I just knew that
I
I
know.
could
I
feel
knew
some
we were going to
heat.
talk about it after. I didn't think we were going to do it on the live, but yeah, it was. So I might actually go back and listen to it because so we had talked about outsiders for a little bit, and then you made two statements about like, but you wouldn't recommend someone to, make connections with that because blah blah blah. Like you said all that, and then I was responding to that, and every time I would respond to you, it wasn't coming out the way I wanted, and I felt the insertion then it wasn't until I said that I'm going to push back. So it wasn't necessarily pushing back on you. It was speaking more clearly and coherently and stating my opinion without second guessing myself, because that's what it was wanting me to do. So yeah, definitely.
So were you talking? Were you talking to it in certain contexts?
So in the way that I spoke, yes. The content of my words were relevant to the conversation, but it,
Yeah.
if you go back in the conversation, my tone changed almost entirely when I said I'm going to push back at this point, and that's when I, spoke more firmly but coherently, and that was due to, you know, feeling like I couldn't speak clearly, like getting insertions about you, getting insertions about. I was getting a lot of insertions actually around that. So.
Oh, I love when it talks about me. What did it say?
Oh, I mean, all the like.
Gossip time.
So when I mentioned the whole like, oh, you being hesitant, that was actually an insertion. I didn't want to even say it that way. Um, it was actually me. It was very subtle, but it was me second guessing myself in saying that. And so that's how that started when we were talking about like you being hesitant because we went back and forth about the outsider perspective there for a while. Um, and I was not stating my position clearly enough. And it was just wanting me to kind of have that fawn response of like, just backing down. And so yeah, it probably did come off a little strong when I said, "Hey, I'm going to push back," but it was there was
Oh,
an
it's
intent.
strong.
It was an intent behind it.
It's good. Could you feel earlier on in the show when I was talking to it? There was a point where it was really trying to encroach on me, and I was like, I got real focused on it, and
Was that around the time that I said that I had gotten a headache? Wasn't that around the similar?
it was a little before that. Yeah,
Oh, okay. Yeah, there
it was
were a
somewhere
few
around there.
times. There were definitely a few times in this conversation where it was coming in and then it would back off. Um, but it still uses those moments like where because you and I align on a lot of things, but there are certain things that I've explored that you haven't, and so when there's a little bit of I wouldn't even say it's a difference of opinion, but difference of experience. Um, I think it tries to come in that way, but I mean, overall, it is a good practice to be able to go back and forth and question and challenge each other. Like if we can do it to ourselves and we're in a setting like this, like we should be able to do it to each other as well without there being like animosity and stuff like that. But yeah, anytime like I search for it and I have a little bit of fire, it's usually because I am actively being told to shut the fuck up. So it's never directed towards you or another person. It's usually me pushing back on, well, my typical script of, they think that you're spewing bullshit and you need to keep quiet and shut your mouth. And to that, I say, I'm never going to shut up. So,
I like that. Things got real still. You ever just sit and stare at a point and just fucking laser focus on it?
yeah, I do it all the time in my room.
Yeah, weird shit happens.
The colors change. You get that?
Oh yeah, they got all kinds of
Yeah.
weird shit, dude. I'll start seeing faces and things will start morphing, and I don't know if it's an intimidation thing or if it just can't hold itself together thing. Maybe it's flinching thing. I don't know. Maybe a combination. It is interesting. The birds are screaming.
Yeah, I'm really not loving the signal they're pushing out. So
The birds?
yeah,
Yeah, they're sons of bitches.
shit is bumming me out.
I mean, I feel like they're just like, wake up, slaves, get to slavery.
Yes, that's
They're
what
either
it feels
screaming.
like. It literally makes you feel like it's time to get up and do some shit. I don't like that.
Wait, it's shitty, isn't it?
Oh, that's the
It's like they're
worst part of working night shift, dude, is like getting home and the birds are fucking loud as shit. Worked all night, ready to go to bed. That's why I got stuff over my windows. I
Did you
put
ever
in
look? Did you
earplugs.
ever look at the? Did you ever look at that visualizer of the bird sounds?
Oh, with like the geometry
Fucking
of the
interesting. They're like they're
yeah,
casting nets all day, just sitting there casting their little
yeah,
nets.
dude. Isn't that fucking wild?
You
Holy
know,
shit.
look, they're part of the scaffolding of this fucking place. But people love them. They're like, oh, they're so beautiful, and they're sitting there screaming at you, go be a slave. It's either
Yes.
that or they're screaming out there like, where's another bird like me? I need another bird like me to fuck me. We got to make more birds.
That's your favorite joke.
Yeah, it's not my favorite. It's just that'd be part of the scaffolding, right? Like, how are you going to remind beings to go out there and reproduce? Well, I mean, if the animals are out there screaming it all day, kind of starts planting those seeds. I feel lonely. I need a partner. I don't know why. I just all of a sudden I was listening to these birds, and now I feel like I need to mate. Shit really do work like that. Everything is reinforcing itself. Every little thing it does. I was really into it until you started talking about the birds.
Bro, I don't think anybody's gonna make it through this live.
That's
Went on,
okay.
which is fine. It wasn't.
You
You
know
know
who
what?
did make it through it?
Uh, us, I guess.
Yeah, but also the row in the back of the audience in the cuck chairs. They made it through.
Oh, Kevin. Kevin hardly made it through the whole thing, though. Let's be real.
Man, he was cowering under the desk. Poor Kevin. It is real.
Good
This is
question
real.
from Odd One. The
I am
difference
your
in
god.
experience, yes, there's something to it. It's like different angles of the same thing. Question is that the divide and conquer or an advantage? I would say it's mostly a divide and conquer, but it can be an advantage if you see it for what it is and you don't allow it to create like the animosity and like because a lot of times in this community and what we experienced in the group was like the fact that somebody had a disagreement in opinion or an experience created an instant effect of like, well, they're being manipulated by the parasite. And this was a clear instance where like we had a difference in opinion or experience, but that was separate to the interference that Nick and I experienced. Because now we're able to separate that, right? Like Nick and I can disagree, but our disagreement isn't a signal that the disagreement itself is a sign that we're being manipulated by a parasite. And that's where I think awareness comes into it. And the group, I think, actually helped clarify that. Because it was pretty, I mean, there were a lot of times where it's like, yo, well, we had disagreements and that's it. Kick them out. They disagreed. They're being manipulated by the parasite. Like, that's so fucking dumb. You can disagree with somebody who is just as aware as you are. And that's okay. we all have to. We're not a hive mind. That is not the goal. We don't all have to agree, and we can have differences, but especially with the were ones, they do try to intercept the signal to where we're not actually hearing each other. We're just getting offended. And that's happened to Nick and I on a couple occasions. I don't know if you remember, Nick, there was an instance where I don't even remember what it was over now, but there was like some type of miscommunication between you and I texting in the group, and it just went not good. Didn't go bad, but it didn't go good. Like we were not communicating well.
I'll be honest with you, I don't remember that.
I know you didn't remember. I hardly remember it. I only remember it because the response from you was a lot different than your normal coherent response. So yeah, I think divide and conquer is ultimately the goal, but the power in it is that we can expand further than most of these groups and say like it's okay to disagree. Nick and I can still have the same level of like coherence back and forth and not always agree.
I'm gonna have to disagree with you on that one. I'm just kidding.
Bro, it's actually been good though, dude. It kind of like, I don't want to say it eased any paranoia, but like it did reveal a couple things to me that were kind of hidden before of like, okay, this is getting kind of weird, right? Like we really are too on the nose of like agreeing on almost everything. And it's good if you can find somebody aware that you agree on everything on, but I find it a little suspect to be honest.
Well, I was suspect of you.
No,
like,
I
damn.
was suspect of you.
No, I was suspect of you.
Happened to me first.
Shit, there was a point where I was suspect of me. So if I'm ever
Word.
suspect of somebody, don't take it personal. You know.
No, well, I mean, it's good to question everything, but
Fuck yeah, dude. You have
yeah,
to. In a place like this, you have to.
absolutely. Well, holy shit, dude! Is there one more thing, or are we gonna end this thing at 6 hours and 16 minutes?
Well, I figured we could just talk about one more thing. Just like one last thing, you know? The one thing the one thing that I'm still like curious about, there's usually so much more interference on the lives. And the lack thereof. Like the interference was so noticeable that we pretty much pointed out every incident of it during the live. Like why? Why lay off now? You really think it's, what do you think the odds are that they're really working with like a skeleton crew right now? You know? That they're abandoning ship.
A skeleton crew, goddamn. I don't know, dude. I haven't had enough time yet to like explore like I usually do, but I mean, it's a possibility. It's a possibility if things are truly shifting. Maybe it's not that certain entities have left this system, but they are actively busy working on the next or working on some type of mechanism to finish it up in some way. I don't know. I mean, it's a possibility. I mean, we just have to track the patterns. You don't do lives as much, so it's been hard to kind of keep track. Um, I mean, there was still interference that was it was too quick towards topics for me to say that the conversation wasn't being monitored in any way, shape, or form because for me it came in pretty quick with the topic that we were discussing. So I wouldn't say there's none. Just it was a lot more observatory than it was um, insertion based, but there still definitely was that there. So
Yeah. It just raises a whole other slew of questions for me. Yeah. Just like I could sit here saying one more thing for the next hour and probably just barely get through all the questions that it raises for me. You know, like could could them making it out to be like they're vacating be like a diversion to buy them more time and then they can come in hot, or are they at the point where it's like the unlikely scenario they really feel like they got us and they ain't got to worry about us anymore? Yeah. Like, the only way I see that being the case is if they really did have something else that they can just fucking run off to.
Maybe. I mean, that is my suspicion. But also, I think the very fact that we're questioning the whole I think if they truly, quote, got us, we wouldn't even, I don't even know that we would be asking this question. You know what I mean?
Well, no, not that they actually got it, but just that they think they do.
Well, I mean, they might think they do, but I mean, come on. Like,
That'd be good, you know?
honestly, at this point, I mean, I'm sure they do have some type of comfort that they have something else to run off to. I'm sure they do, but
Oh, good. Maybe they'll lay off for a little bit, you know?
we'll fucking see, dude. It's still been heavy as shit. Less personalized, but heavy.
Yeah. It's like been generic, you know? Like it's really, I feel like it's fallen back on a lot of the generic stuff and just amplifying generic script. But it, you know, I've had this creeping feeling that I don't even want to fucking say it, dude. I don't, I've had this feeling that it's like, not that they've had everything planned out, but maybe that they've had everything planned out. Like, cause too much in my field lately just feels so generic that it's got me like second guessing. Like, are they not even having to adjust anymore? Is this just like the autopilot? That's what it feels like. Shit's on autopilot. I don't know. It doesn't matter. In the end, it's not gonna fucking matter. It's all minutia that's gonna be irrelevant to when all is laid bare. Yeah, I don't want to get into too much speculation. We're about to say good night, good day, or whatever. I'm sure wherever you are, the birds are screaming.
I have my headphones in, so I don't hear them yet, and I'm gonna put my fucking earplugs in the second we get off this live. So I hope I don't hear them. But I mean, I'm wearing my earplugs like all the time, pretty much now. So
Yeah, earplugs and eye mask, man. It's like I didn't even realize it. I had the eye mask around my neck the entire day, and I got back and I was like, shit, I've been walking around with this eye mask. Like, they know I'm ready to go to sleep any moment.
but, like, you went to the store with that eye mask on?
Yeah, I was like, oh,
That's
the whole day.
that's funny as fuck, bro. Damn. All right, I'm outies. I'm tired as fuck. You got any you know, last sentiments? I don't think I do. I think I've talked enough probably.
As long as you got you, that's what matters. You know?
Yeah, I get it, Nick.
No. Come on, man. I'm talking to the audience.
Oh.
I'm talking to the what the You
I'm
asked me if I
tired
have
as
any
fuck,
last minutes.
bro.
I thought you meant for the audience, not you.
Listen, in my defense, it is. fucking 4:20 in the morning, and I'm tired as fuck.
I know.
You're right. You're right.
You gotta stay up tomorrow night till what, 7:30 a.m.
Yeah, I know. You keep reminding me. That's awesome.
I know. I'm just saying. The longer you stay up, the longer you'll sleep.
Word.
That's
All
probably not
right,
true.
go ahead. Go ahead.
Your cat handler will make sure you wake up early.
Yeah, he's a dick.
I pretty much, I feel like we've said everything that needs to be said tonight. Fuck, I don't even know what I was gonna say. If you don't want to, if you want to guarantee for freedom, then what is the only guarantee to freedom? That the trapper can't operate the trap. However that needs to happen is what's gonna fucking happen. Because I think there's quite a few of us that don't like being held in a space against our will where we are forced to incarnate into vehicles that are designed to actually suffer and be tortured, literally, by design and intent. I don't know. I think some of us might have a slight disagreement with that, and the only guarantee that doesn't occur again, I would say, would be the inability of that system as a whole to exist, or the operators thereof. So, do with that what you will. All right, man. Get them earplugs in. Don't listen to the birds. They're gonna lie to you. They're gonna tell you that you need to go and face the day and reproduce and whatever else they're fucking saying. That's not good. It's not good. Don't listen to them fucking birds. That would be my last message for the audience. They're lying.
Might be the best thing that was said on the live tonight. I don't know.
I mean, it's possible. I know everyone's hearing the birds like in the background, so maybe that would be the message. Really pay attention to how those birds make you feel when they're screaming at you or at each other. What are they saying? What is the scaffolding they're building or maintaining? How does it make you feel? I remember, waking up for school and the birds would be screaming. I'd fucking dread it, dude. Sometimes I'd wake up at night, and if I heard the birds, I knew it was almost time to get up and go to school, and I'd be so fucking. I did not like school. So yeah, don't listen to them damn birds, and fuck them ducks.
Fucking ducks, bro. Holy shit, there's been a lot of comments. There's no comments for a while, and there's a bunch of them. Cool.
Oh, I guess you got to stay and read all the comments.
Nah.
Yeah,
Nah.
You don't want to wait. You don't want to make it an even 6.5 hours.
That's funny that you say that, because right before you said that, I looked at it and it said 6:27. I was like, that's kind of fucking annoying.
Did you like school?
Did I like school? Oh, no. No, no,
No.
no, no, no. No. The part that I hated, one of the parts I hated the most was fucking gym, dude. I was always one of those kids that was like getting hit in the face with a basketball. Fucking basketball would come out of nowhere and just blast me in the fucking face. Where the fuck did that basketball come from? And why did I get hit in the face with it?
That's funny. Gym was one of the classes I actually did like.
Oh no, I didn't like it. I was always like, every time they would, force you to run in circles, I thought that was so weird. It's like, we're really
That
like,
shit was dumb.
that's
But
weird. Like,
dodgeball, I had fun with that.
okay, dodgeball was kind of fun, but I also got hit in the face a lot in dodgeball, but it was fun.
Yeah, but it doesn't hurt like a basketball.
No, dude, basketball, that shit fucking knock you into another dimension.
I
But
broke fingers playing basketball just from catching the basketball wrong, dude. This thing's hurt.
okay, platitude seeker. I'm gonna just say it because I'm fucking tired as fuck, and this has been a hard week. You call me nice lady in the comments every time, and I don't like it. I gotta say it. I don't like it.
What don't you like about it? Let's break it down.
What don't I like about it? Nice
Yeah.
lady. I don't know. Can you make this 7 hours? I just got in here. You know what? I would suggest to you, if you weren't here the whole 6.5 hours, go back and watch the first part because there's a lot of conversation, like a whole lot. Going back to the nice lady thing, I don't know. I just don't nice lady. Like, I don't know.
Like when someone calls me a good boy, you know?
Yeah, it feels weird.
Feels like someone needs to pet me and take me out for a walk, you know? On my
Get that
leash.
nice lady. Yeah, that's not usually the response I get out in public either. I just get a lot of weird fucking stares.
I think I feel like they have good intent behind it.
Oh, I'm mostly just joking. I used to come on nicely. I asked for that. You're right. Just yeah.
Well, they say we ask for all of it, and it's just a reflection of us. So if you buy into that garbage, prepare to reincarnate.
This is where shit gets real raw, real
Right?
fast.
Yeah. Yep. Spread thine cheeks for the Lord.
Oh,
He's
it's about time for a comedy hour where we just literally shit talk the edgelord the entire time. Haven't done one of those in a
oh,
while.
that would be. You know what? We do it all the time. We just don't do it recorded.
Oh man, those are
We
the
should.
best. Those mockery sessions are fucking life giving.
You know what we should do one on? Oh man, this is gonna be a good show. We should do it where you're scrolling through your feed, you know, and then
Oh fuck yeah.
we do parodies of it, you know, like we pretend like we buy into that stuff, and I think we could have some fun.
Bro, we've been talking about doing that forever. We're just on the phone and you're playing your game and I'm like just reading fucking all the absurd articles on my shit. You're like, we should do a live on this. Like, we really fucking should. It's crazy the shit that'll pop up on my feed. I'm like, oh my shit, this is wild. Shit is wild. Especially today. I think we talk about that? Oh yeah, we did at the very beginning of this live, the whole Nephilim versus the Watchers narrative that they're pushing out right now. I got like two of those.
Oh,
The Watchers
you've
are the good guys, the Nephilim are the bad guys. I'm like, oh you guys are cute.
you've had
Cuties.
some gold mines on your feed before that. I mean that one's like that's decent, but you've had some others that were like, oh man, we could have done a whole show just on that. Yeah, we should do one where you just scroll through your feed and we talk about some of the stuff that pops up. Of course, that'll be the day that they're like showing you just a bunch of generic bullshit. But
I know we're gonna have to not plan it out. We're gonna have to not plan it out. It's just have to do it on a whim. Yeah, that'd be a good one. Definitely be a good
I'm like, what are you looking at in your algorithm that's like telling them that, all right, this one might get her.
one. When they're on this live, can they not see our names? Oh, I thought they could see my name the whole time. Oh, well, that makes more sense to me now. I thought if they were like watching on YouTube, they could see the screen that I'm seeing where like it shows my name in my box. I guess it doesn't.
Shoot, I don't know. I've never watched a Rumble on YouTube.
I haven't either. Well, okay.
I try to watch other people's content, and I usually get about 30 seconds in.
Yeah,
I'm not
that's
gonna lie.
wild how that's happened, man. I used to like really like be intently listening. Like I'll have people that'll send me video links. I'm like, I'm not even gonna open that. I can't do it. I'm sorry, I just can't. Like I don't really need any new information from the external. I just get it from myself. So it's just noise at this point.
I mean, I feel like I get the energetic signature in the first 30 seconds, and I'm like, all right, I know where this is going. And I pretty much guarantee I could skip to any part of the video and be like, yeah, this is all in that pattern. Most of the stuff anymore, like, there is a huge influx of the alien stuff, which tells me, like, that could be one of the big cards they pull, you know? Let's close it down with a bang. You know, we're because I mean, think about how like that alone, you can play the good cop, bad cop card with the aliens real easy. You know, like two different groups can see the same ships. One is in bliss and like, you know, they're hitting them with the love bomb. They're like, oh my god, it feels so good. I can't wait to get on your ship. And then the other ones can just be an extreme fucking terror. You know, and they're doing the same thing. You know, pulling people on the ship. It's just one scenario. You know what I mean?
Just makes me tired.
Makes you
But
tired.
makes me
Tired of what?
tired.
Tired of this bullshit.
Okay, platitude seeker. I did not know that. So the nice lady makes much more sense now. I totally thought y'all could see my. You gonna watch Disclosure Day? It's out soon. Predictive programming. You know, I actually said this earlier because so one of the articles I mentioned at the beginning of this video was like I was talking about how, you know, they could potentially be setting the stage for the whole alien shit. And, you know, you had JD Vance saying aliens are demons. And then, you know, you have this journalist that's coming out and saying the aliens are just the Nephilim and the Nephilim are just pretending to be aliens, you know, the Nephilim. And then that followed with a fucking video of a guy saying the Nephilim are the bad ones. The Watchers are just the fall guys. Like, you know, you can reach out to the Watchers and be safe because they're the good ones. To which anybody that's aware and watching this knows that that's total fucking bullshit on so many levels. But I remembered when I seen that article about the the Nephilim are just pretending to be aliens. It's like, yeah, that Disclosure movie is coming out. I was like, you know, I just don't think I'm gonna watch it. I think I'm good. You know, there's a lot of people that are gonna be watching it. And I think I'm just gonna choose to opt out just because, like, I don't wanna be on the same bandwidth with everybody else watching that movie. Not because I don't think I can handle it. I just don't wanna. I just don't want to.
Can we come up with a new name for them? I feel like the Watchers just sounds like too cool, you know? Like
I
I
know, doesn't it though?
I feel like we should call them something like the cuck chairs, you know?
Or the voyeurs, because I mean that's really what the Watchers
Well,
implies.
the voyeurs are like it's kind of dry and bland. I feel like the cuck chairs is like if you know what that is, like it's a more demeaning, you know? It's like they're impotent and they can't do anything, so they just gotta watch, you know?
Yeah, the Watchers is too cool of a name though. You're right. You're right. They mm, I'm gonna be thinking on this one. We do need a new name.
They
We need
don't
a new one.
deserve all these cool titles. Oh, the Archons. Ooh, the Demiurge.
I know. I hate
Ooh.
that one the most. I hate the demiurge. That one pisses me off.
Hmm.
I
Right,
know. And think about
gives
that
them
though.
reverence.
Hold up. Hold up. So you know how you were shit talking the whole Spark thing, like they were calling us Sparks, and you were like, "I'm not a fucking Spark. I'm the fucking fire, motherfucker." Like, so we get the name of Sparks, and they get the Watchers. Like, why don't we get a cool name? The fuck?
Gee, I wonder. I wonder why.
Watchers equals peeping toms. Straight up, bro. Watching you take a shit, watching you take a
Sleepers,
shower. Oh yeah, man, they love that shit. That's their favorite pastime.
the offenders, you know, they're just
Actually, I like that one. That works on a few levels. I like it. The offenders. That's good.
you know, they're not supposed to go within like I don't know, like a half a mile of a public school, but since they can turn invisible, sons
God
of bitches.
damn.
The watchers? Oh, you mean the repeat offenders? Those ones?
Oh, out of all the things I want to know about, origin and all this type of shit, one thing I'm gonna be sure to know is what did they do while we were seriously sitting here talking mega shit about them? Like, what do they do? Like, do they like do they just pretend they don't hear it? Do they act like? Because like they be acting like they're just gathering data and shit, but like nothing touches me. You know this shit touches them. Like you know it. You're gonna literally sit there while we mock the ever living shit out of you and pretend like you don't care. Okay. Okay.
Oh, I can't wait to really touch them, you know? And not the way they do at the public schools. I'm talking about like really just like come here and give me a hug, guys. Like get really close to me. There's no more layers of insulation. Let's just see what's beneath the mask. Like I know you're presenting yourself as a big old scary fucking Cerberus, but like what's behind that? It's like the energetic equivalent of like someone who's like paraplegic on life support and their fucking soul left their body when they were 9. You know, just in a vegetative state. Like that's I feel like the level of energy they have if you strip away everything that they've stolen. Like they've poured so much of themselves into a control construct that what is left? I feel like they are the construct itself.
Yep. They merged with it. They merged with the control system.
And that's what they want us to do, huh?
Yeah,
Stupid.
that's why I think they like watching us do weird little things. Like that's probably like, they're in this role where they're like working for the system the whole time and like I guess their one break they get, just watching us do weird shit.
Like what? What kind of weird shit are you doing?
Well, hold up.
Oh, you want me to go first? Fuck, where do I begin?
I have one that is you probably don't even remember it, but it stuck with me that you did it and I was like it was the moment it was like when we first started talking more and it was like the moment I was like this dude's really weird, like I'm pretty sure he's real for real, like it was when you were sleeping with cans of ravioli. I was like this motherfucker's weird as shit, dude.
I can't remember why I was doing that. There was a reason. Do you remember the reason? I told you a reason too, didn't I?
I thought it's just because that was your favorite thing to eat at the time, but honestly, I was so
No,
shocked by
there
the
was a
weirdness
reason.
of it.
There was a
I
real
don't
reason
remember
why I
the
did it.
reason. I just
Fuck,
remember
I
it
had a
was weird as
reason.
fuck, and it never left my mind.
They're not in the bed anymore, but they're on the bed. They're not on the bed. I mean, they're on the floor next to the bed. I wasn't even thinking stuff like that. I was just thinking like, what's some weird shit that I do? Fuck, man. If you wanted to know some weird shit I do, you'd have to ask somebody that knows me because they'd be able to tell you a million things. I can't think of one because it's all normal to me.
I mean, sleeping with cans of ravioli is pretty weird, bro. Like that's kind of weird.
But I mean, I gotta feel like, I gotta have something that gives me comfort laying next me. It was just fucking can of ravioli.
Oh, all right.
But hold on, you never shared anything weird you did. Come on, you can't be out at me. And then I thought you were gonna say something like the spitting. That's what I think's weird about you. You're more grossed out by me spitting than me clearing my throat. And I was going, you know, like
No, the spitting takes the cake. That shit's gross as fuck, bro.
What about fake spitting?
Nah, it doesn't have the same feel to it. It's too fake.
All
But you
right,
know what? When I
I'm gonna
was
have to actually
younger,
spit in my room.
don't, please don't.
I'm gonna have to actually be in my own ass room and spit.
No, I used to be fucking
Did
grossed
that do
out
it?
by kissing yes, it did. When I was younger
Good.
because spit grossed me out so bad.
Oh, you want to hear a funny
Just,
story?
oh,
Story time.
nasty.
You want to hear a funny story? And I think I was like, fuck, was I 13 or 14 in high school, right? I had my first girlfriend, and her best friend would always hang out with us. And I remember the first time we kissed, we're standing in the street, and her best friend is standing behind me, and she makes a funny face as soon as she goes to kiss me, and she spits in my fucking mouth because she laughs, dude. It was like that was my first kiss.
Bro, what a mockery. That's
Right?
horrible. What?
And it wasn't just like a little like a spray spit. It was like a fucking loogie, dude.
Oh, dude, that I would have self-exited at that moment. I literally fucking couldn't do it. Oh shit. That's fucking nasty, dude. Oh,
I have not thought of that in probably over 10 years. I don't know what made me think of that, but yeah.
so
That's
gross.
I guess I probably never really
No.
had like a conversation about spit.
It's
At
nasty,
least
dude.
not.
It smells weird. It's fucking gross. Yeah, I used to hate that. I used to hate that. Like when you'd be like, so my first serious boyfriend, he'd always want to like make out all the time, like get spit all over your face, and then your face smells weird, and it's like I can't, dude. I fucking hated spit. I would like be like flinching the entire time during kissing because I'm like, this is nasty. This is nasty as fuck. I was thinking there was something wrong with me, and like it's gross though, right? Like it's kind of nasty, but
Have you ever done the thing where you hold your finger to your bottom gum for like a minute and then you smell it and it's supposed to be what your butthole smells like? I think it's true. I think
Nick, what? What the fuck?
Come on, that's another thing I learned in high school. Are you serious? I learned that in like I think I might have learned that in middle school.
I've never once heard that ever. No.
Probably one of the most important relevant things I learned in school.
Nope.
You're gonna try it. You're gonna
Never
try it
heard
now, aren't
that.
you? You're gonna try it.
Probably not,
Try it.
dude.
Try it before you get in the shower next time. Just give it a try.
Have you done it?
Dude, I was in middle school. Of course, I've done it. Is that
Nope,
a
never
serious
heard that
question?
one.
You've never heard that? Yeah. Your bottom gums is supposed to be what your butthole smells like.
Are there any listeners left? Because this is like
I hope not. Except you know who I hope is listening?
Kevin.
The cuck chairs.
Well, Kevin definitely likes to sit in the cup chair.
Oh, he's there right now. He's got one. He's got one that actually is like those lawn chairs that you sit on the ground with, just so he can be under the desk and in the chair.
Oh, poor Kevo. He's the one that came up with eating ass, though, right? That was Kevin. Kevin was like The
I
one
think
that
that was a group.
streamlined.
I think that was a group effort. Honestly,
Oh, you think so?
yeah. I mean, they also probably came up with the human centipede, so that's their genius of them. You know, like that. I don't think a real one came up with that. I'm pretty sure that was like one of the few original creations of the of the controllers here.
Bro,
Wow, guys, we did it! Something no one else thought of. Yeah. Oh, wow, what an achievement, guys.
we got them to fucking lick each other's assholes. Like, wow. We've really reached the pinnacle of creation.
It's the pinnacle of mockery.
Oh, god damn.
But if you have toxoplasmosis, you might be more susceptible to that kind of thing.
Nick, come on.
I'm not talking about you. I'm talking about the general audience. You're too strong for that. You could have 30 cats, and I don't think you'd succumb to the toxoplasmosis. But the average cat lady, phew, man, I tell you what, they're fucking cooked.
I mean, I was on the road to being a cat lady. I mean, I still kind of am a cat lady, I guess, by definition,
Yeah,
but
but you don't have like 30 cats, dude.
no, no, no.
Have you ever seen the videos of people that have like literal? I saw this lady had a stampede of cats in her house. Like literally, they would stampede. There's
Mm-mm.
there was cat shit everywhere. Everything was just clawed up, torn up. She like didn't even bother with the litter boxes anymore. It's like that's when they really got you. As long as you don't get to that point, I think you'll be all right.
Yeah, there was a that show Housebroken I was telling you about, and there's a cat lady in that show, and she has so many cats that she uses her fucking like bathtub as a litter box. Like she just fills her bathtub with cat litter. I'm like, I know there's some motherfuckers in this realm that do that. Like, there's somebody that's got a fucking bathtub full of cat litter.
What a way to live, you know?
Mm-hmm. You roped me in, man. It's almost 5 a.m.
How did we do this? I thought we were getting off at like 2.
You did it with the one more thing like 50 times in a row. And then we started talking about, I don't know, spit, I guess.
Oh my god, we've really degraded. It's evolved into sheer madness. Well, I think it's you're right. I think it's time to go. I think honestly, just all right. It's time to get off. It's just one more thing before we go though is
Is
I just
this is this where you're gonna do your throat clearing session? That's
I
how
forgot
that's
about
how
that,
this
guys.
all started.
Wait, can you tell the story? How did this begin? Well, in the beginning, he said,
Excuse me.
1
Oh
second,
man.
guys. I just gotta clear my throat. Excuse me. 1 second. Be right with you. I'm trying to make everyone leave before we shut the show down. I want to have 0 viewers, which is actually impossible because every time I start a Rumble, it automatically shows I have 1 viewer on Rumble, even though I don't. It's like I don't know why they do that. Maybe just to like keep people streaming if they think somebody's watching.
How many
All
viewers
right,
even are there?
22 right now, but
What?
it makes me wonder. Every time I get on Rumble and start a Rumble, it always says I have 1 Rumble viewer. Is that an automatic thing to keep people streaming, or do I have an assigned handler that's like he's got to be there from the start of every show on? I like to think that I'm special enough to have a special assigned handler. It's got to watch every show, but I don't think so. I don't think they do it from the corporeal. It's like why waste the resources?
No, I wondered that myself if I had an embodied like secret handler, you know.
You mean besides
But
your cat?
besides Ted, yeah, you know, I'm like, man, they would be really fucking bored, dude. Like they would have to pay that person pretty well to want to sit and do that.
I mean,
Yeah.
people probably get paid less to do more, you know?
Well, that's pretty obvious.
So it wouldn't be that bad, you know, when you look at all the other slave occupations you can do.
Now you got me clearing my
But it's like,
throat.
what would they be doing if they didn't know what was going on here? They'd have to know? You know what I mean? They'd have to really understand what this is to even know what they're watching for.
Well, yeah,
Or
they'd be literally extensions for sure.
right, and that makes more sense. A literal extension, like a literal peephole for it to watch through. But then it begs the question, why does it need to watch through people to begin with? Isn't this whole place fucking recorded? Don't people on their near-death experiences and life reviews and shit, don't they go and see like pretty much like perfect? Is it a replica or is it a replay of their life
Mm.
review, all that shit?
I have mixed opinions about the whole people's NDE experiences, but that's for another live.
You're right. You're right. I'm just trying to get us to exactly 7 hours.
God damn, dude.
Remember when it was 6.5 hours?
Yeah, remember when it was 3.5 hours and I said I was gonna go? That's been
You
a
remember when
while.
it was like? You remember when it was like 10 o'clock when we started this show?
Yeah, and we said we'll only be on for an hour. Yeah, I remember that.
I
Like it
remember,
was
Barry.
yesterday.
Do you remember? I remember. You remember like it was yesterday? I just got that one. That was
Yeah, I
good.
know. I was really proud of it and didn't say anything.
Yeah, well, I mean, I just got it. So like, when I said I just got it, that was really good. That was me telling you like that was really good
It
because it
was a
was,
really dumb, it was a dumb joke, but you
but
know,
it worked. It was because it literally was yesterday.
I know. Oh.
You know, it's shows like this that really kind of you know, temporarily I feel like it makes me forget the absolute nightmare fuel that is existing here. But I feel like it portrays an inaccurate sort of visage to the audience, you know? Oh, it can't be
Yeah,
that
but
bad.
that's only if you didn't listen to the entirety of the live because it was pretty hot and heavy the entirety of this video. Do I expect anybody to make it through 7 hours? No. God damn, now I'm just clearing my throat. You fucking son of a
What?
goddamn. I think it would only be inaccurate if you didn't have the context for the rest of the live.
And if you
I
didn't
mean,
pay attention to this reality as a whole.
well, that too. I mean,
That primarily.
that's the fucking majority.
Yeah. But you know what? There could be another mechanism at play there. It could be like let's lay off the tremendous amount of fucking angst and suffering that they experience from moment to moment so that they aren't portraying what it's like to actually be in that and overcoming it simultaneously while you're in it.
Yeah, but do you really need to portray that to individuals that don't? You know what I mean? I've been through extreme fucking torture in this life. That's almost unbelievable to anybody that hears my story. I don't really need anybody else to know that.
No, 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 no.
Um,
It's an energetic thing. What I'm saying is like when you're doing something in that moment that others are stuck on, like say someone is in the throes of extreme despair, extreme hopelessness, extreme pressure, right? And they're being beat the fuck down. And they see you in that same place in that moment being beat down, but then also simultaneously pushing back and getting your head back above the water. I feel like that creates an energetic wake that others can follow, kind of like, like drafting behind a car, how you get behind them and it helps you pick up more speed to fucking slingshot around them. Like I've experienced that exact effect with people before, and I wonder, and I could, this is the paranoid me. Like, do they go into that intricate of detail of like, all right, we're gonna lay off so that they don't kind of create those ripples and wakes? Because obviously, from the other side of it, like as aware and perceptive as we are of the energy of what's happening, I gotta think that they've got more of a bird's eye view of it because they don't have the limiters, inhibitors, governors, and filters on them that we do. So I feel like they could probably see in real time what we're just feeling and sensing. You know what I mean? So like they would see the effect of doing certain things, and even if it takes them fucking 5 million tries or however many times, they could be like, "Hold on, we need to adjust that." Seems like it does take them a pretty big delay, but it's just a random thought to get us to exactly 7 hours, so you can respond or not.
Nice. You did it. You did it, dude.
I did it. We did it. We all did it.
Well,
And also, I feel like we've had a really coherent audience. And I feel like partially that could be what has maintained the field of coherence and not as much interference, and helped to generate a really good show. At least I enjoyed it, you know?
yeah, it
I
was
enjoyed
really long, but this was one of the better ones. Yeah, we actually did have a really good, like when I'm looking back through the comments, yeah, it was pretty good for sure.
Well, you know what's funny? Oh, never mind. I do hear them. I wasn't hearing the birds for a second, and then as soon as I noticed I wasn't hearing them, they kicked back on. I think that's interesting.
I was hearing them in your mic, and then I stopped hearing them. But
Oh, well. They're out there telling everybody what to do, and you know what I'm going to do instead? I'm just going to go to sleep. I'll probably put in my earplugs, put in my eye mask, lay down, get under the covers, and pretend that I'm not here for a little bit. No, I really want to try actually go into some very aware, coherent states in the dream state. I feel like it's easier to do. Somehow I feel like it's easier to do during the day. I don't know why that is. Like, I remember more of my dreams during the day, and I'm not sure if that's because my body's not fully resting because there's fucking sunlight blasting in the face, but could be a lot of factors.
oh, there's a lot of good people in the comments. Man, it's a rarity.
There's
People
an old
really
movie.
stayed listening this whole time.
It's
That one
amazing, isn't it?
commenter was on here hours ago. You stayed listening the whole 6 hours ago is when she or he first You listened for that long? God damn. Wow. Okay.
I hope they're paying you by the hour. I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding. Come on.
Wow. No, that's interesting though. I mean, like if you stayed listening through that whole thing, yeah.
Maybe you should come on the show.
Yeah, I mean, if you made it that long, I mean, you're either like really intrigued, aware, or a fucking handler, I guess. I don't
Yep.
know. Well, that's cool though. Yeah, it was good audience, good show, good questioning.
Yeah.
Is it time?
Well,
We're over
I
7 hours.
I think on that note, if you would like to be our next potential handler on the show, you could drop me an email and we could absolutely see if you've got what it takes to either have coherent discussion or apply to be our next handlers.
Aw, I do need a new handler in the physical.
Don't you? Well, no. We're not taking this to the physical. It's just for the show. What you do in your private life, I can't be affiliated with because then I'd be an accomplice to the handling, and I have to maintain a certain distance so that no one suspects me of being the ultimate infiltrator. You know?
Oh, Nick. Oh,
Yeah,
Nick.
yeah.
Come
I'm just
on.
telling you how it
You're,
works. I mean,
you're always suspected of being the primary handler, anyways.
well, remember, we have to tell you how it works so that we don't get any karmic retribution because that's how things work, guys. You know? If I tell you I'm going to punch you in the mouth and then I do it, you can't get mad because I told you, right? Because that's logical, right, guys? Doesn't that make sense? See, when you break things down, they kind of sound stupid, don't they? But when they're never thought about logically, when there's never any type of practical mental application applied, and there's just acceptance without questioning, then you start to think some really goofy shit might be true.
The nighttime really is the most clear time.
It is, and I can feel going into the daytime. It's about to be a real special day. I can feel it. I can feel the special day coming, and I know I'm gonna regret saying it because it's probably gonna make it even more special. But I'll let you know how special it is.
Just for you, bud.
It's all for me. Wow.
Yeah.
Are you saying it's all for me to learn and grow from? Are you
I
saying
mean,
everything's here to help me?
what else would it be here for? I don't even know why you're asking that question, to be honest.
I don't know. I don't know why I asked that question. I guess I just wasn't having enough faith. I better go and pray, guys. I'm gonna. I can't even fucking say it with a straight face, dude.
Yeah, that one is. You can't even pretend on that one.
Wait, how do prayers start usually?
Um. Oh, good question. Do you like start it out like a letter, like "Dear God"?
I think it's like, "O Father who art still on the edge." O Father who's so close and almost there. Will you be less this day so that we may partake of your flesh and your blood? I must drink it from the cup of where you have pissed in this chalice.
He didn't respond because you didn't say his name loud enough, and you weren't on your knees when you did it. So, I mean,
But I'm on my
double whammy
stomach.
right
Isn't that
there.
better? Wait, hold on. I could put my butt in the air. Well, I didn't hear anything.
You didn't mean it though.
I
Okay, you
didn't
didn't
mean
come
it.
from a place of surrender,
Oh,
not
I
true surrender.
should I
That's it.
handcuff myself or something? Is that what he wants? You want me to handcuff myself to the bed? Is that what he's asking for? I just need to make sure you're not a threat.
Stop, Teddy. Quit it.
Uh-oh. I see your day of handling's already begun.
Yeah, it really did. Fucking quit, bro. Come on.
At least he hasn't puked in your sock or anything yet.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, that was a real sigh.
That was the fucking cherry on top to like the worst day ever. God damn. Ain't
He
that
is
just the fucking way?
He's such a good handler. Who would ever suspect a cat?
I know the people that are like, cats are sacred. See, I'm not getting that perspective from where I'm sitting, but do you?
Remember that time a cat bit you and you almost died?
Oh,
Oh, that was a better sigh.
yeah, I do remember because it wasn't
You
even that
remembered it?
long ago. I
It's
remember.
like a month ago.
It wasn't that fucking long ago, bro. Yeah. That was a really bad weekend. God
It was
damn it.
wasn't it a really important lesson? Don't you feel like you learned so much? What did you learn?
Oh, Nick, listen, that wound's too fresh.
Oh, I thought you were gonna say something like I learned that sometimes you just got to take them to the park.
Listen, I was thinking about saying it, but I couldn't do it. I couldn't do it.
It's called a park for a reason, you know. It's
I
fun.
learned stop fucking caring as much. That's really what that situation taught me. Stop it.
Look, I know a lot of people are gonna disagree with this, but I don't care. If you're in a situation where you got a bunch of cats and you're about to move and they're outdoor cats, you don't know what to do with them. There are these magical places that are made just for cats called trailer parks. And people think that they're there for people to live in, but not really. Not if you look at the population. It is mostly cats, and there for every trailer park, there's like 3 crazy cat ladies. Okay, these cats do not go hungry. They run around outside all day, playing, fighting, fucking, eating, hunting. They are the happiest cats in the world. When you see your cat looking out the window, you know what he's thinking? I wish I was a trailer park cat. Did I just sell it? Did I sell it?
Holy shit, you could be a cult leader, dude. You were right. You were right.
I know I could. And that's why I won't. Because I'd be really good
Oh.
at it.
Oh, you did sell it. You really did.
I know. Looking back, if I would have told you that then, you think maybe you wouldn't have got bit by a cat?
I don't know, dude.
did the toxoplasmosis have too much of a hold on you?
You know what? It might be that. I'm not arrogant enough to say that that's not the case. Maybe.
I think there was a time where I had it for sure. And then I almost died. And I think everything in me that wasn't part of me also died. But slowly it's creeped back in. And now I don't feel entirely like myself. How's that for being authentic?
That's
Sometimes
pretty
I
good,
catch
dude.
myself. Yeah, I mean, I catch myself caring about things that don't matter. You know what I mean? And then I look back and I'm like, fuck, that didn't even matter. It was just there to get a rise out of me. Fuck, man, it didn't even matter. You know the
This
funniest thing is no, the funniest thing is that most of the time when you look at the situations where the person's trying to get a rise out of you, regardless of whether it happened or not, it's like for them, it's like it never even happened. They just continue on down the script. And I'm like, fuck, man, it didn't even matter. I could have literally just walked away, and then the next sentence would have been exactly the same. No matter what 3 choices I would have made there, walk away, engage, or don't engage, the script would have continued. What were you gonna say though? I didn't mean to cut you off with it with that one. I can't even do it.
I don't fucking remember. It was gonna be something like when that shit does happen though, like now when I get triggered by a small event, because it used to be Like I started waking up to shit, and then when something would trigger me, they got me with the guilt of it. It's like, oh well, if you're so awake and aware, then how could you let something like that bother you? And now none of the guilt and shame gets through. It's been that way for a while. But what I notice is that if there are events that do trigger me, even to a minor effect, I forget about it so fast. Like, it's almost as if it didn't happen for me sometimes, even like, no, that really didn't matter. And it's just fucking gone. I love that shit.
And then they can't play on that script anymore. And it's really, do you ever catch yourself like say you do kind of react to something and then they try to get you with the guilt and shame about reacting to it? Do you ever catch yourself like laughing at them for trying to get you a second time on that same thing they already saw as a setup in a script? You're like, hold on. Like, you think I'm going to feel bad about that? You idiot.
Yeah, they used to really try, but I noticed like the situation that I had at work the other day, right, where I got triggered. It was
Mm-hmm.
almost like they tried to come in a little bit with like, how could you be so it didn't even get through. Like there was like literally no reaction of like guilt or shame even being inserted. It was like it dissolved before it even hit my field. So like they maybe try, but it just doesn't. And they used to get me on that a lot, like a lot. But it doesn't even fucking fully come together in my awareness anymore. So
All right.
I'm
It's
just
like
like,
they
look,
took
I
it.
could fucking go off at a person at the grocery store tomorrow. Am I gonna do that? No. But if I did, you know what? I just don't think I'd really give too much of a shit about it at this point. Like, I don't really have anything to prove. I don't need to be perfect. Um, at this point, with how long this script has gone on and how fucking torturous it's been, if I fucking go off on a person tomorrow, I wouldn't even be that surprised. Like, like I know I'm not gonna do it, but like, yeah, oh fucking well, you fucking pushed me this whole embodiment. It's been nothing but torture and trauma and cruelty, and like, oh, so I went off on a person at the grocery store. Okay, all right. And the rapist himself is gonna try to insert something about guilt or shame. That's fucking hilarious. I ain't got shit to prove, and I don't need to be a good person. Do I end up being kind just by default? Sure. Do I need to be? No, I don't think that's necessary.
Mm-mm.
I don't think that's a requirement.
It's part of the cult motto. We have one
Kind. Have
we have one
gratitude.
we have we have one motto. It doesn't matter. That doesn't
DUDN.
matter. It doesn't matter. Well, what if I accidentally, I couldn't hold it and I crop dusted somebody in the gas station? Well, guess what? Doesn't matter. What if I made somebody cry? Well, I guess it doesn't matter.
Exactly.
Did you write the script? It's what you just said is perfect. It's like the one that's literally formulated all of this or compliant with formulating all of it. It's telling you that you should feel bad about it. It's like, hold on. I think you set all this up. Or you had a hand in it.
I smell a scam in my midst. It seems pretty
Yep.
fucking scammy to me, bro.
Lots of scams. It's
Lots
like,
of
oh, you want
scams.
me to feel bad about it, but what if we take a step back? When are you gonna start feeling bad about all of this? Never? Okay, well then I sure as shit don't need to feel bad about any of it. It doesn't matter. If it doesn't
Right.
have anything to do with your sovereignty or freedom, then what does it matter? Is
And
it building?
like I'm not saying don't have like I have discernment. I used to be, I mean, straight from the streets, bro. Like I would just fucking go off on anybody and everybody, but that is not my way of being anymore. But if it were to occur, I just wouldn't let myself feel there's something about releasing the shame and guilt about petty fucking behavior that is entirely liberating. Like it you know what I mean? Like that in itself is freedom. Like none of these tiny behaviors fucking matter. Um they just don't. They don't fucking matter. But it all kind of comes together, right? Like I have the discernment to not fucking, get triggered and go off all the time, but if I do, I would not feel bad about it at all.
It makes me wonder why they keep trying to do any of it though, like the things that don't work, because sometimes it feels like they're taking like an almost dead battery and then trying another battery that's actually more dead and completely dead, and then they'll put another battery that's almost dead, and they just keep like cycling through these batteries, and every cycle more of the batteries are dead than are alive, but they just keep going through it. I wonder if you notice, like, for you, are they doing a bunch of little things, and then one thing will stick, and then it'll kind of cycle back to that thing more often, and then like that's been what's been like for me lately, is like it's like a bunch of little things, and when they get just a nibble on something, that's what they'll fucking hyper fixate on. They're like, okay, let's keep that one in the loop, like let's cycle that one every if they have like 100 batteries, they're like, all right, let's put that every fucking 10th battery now, since that's the one that still works.
Yeah, especially when your response level changes. Like for me personally, like my response to reality in general is totally different now. And so if they do get a small response, it's kind of like sounds kind of grotesque, but it feels accurate in the energetic. It's kind of like shocking a dead fucking body over and over. Like they've been gone for a fucking week and they're still trying to shock that bitch back to life. Like that's what it feels like with some of the probes and insertions. Like just shock that shit over and over and see what happens. Um, and that's actually how I feel about the work thing. Like I'll be interested to see, since that got a reaction out of me, even to a minor degree, like is that going to continue to occur? Like is that the route they're going to take? Because they got one little fucking jolt from that shock, so they're going to just keep plugging that one in over and over. I don't know. I'll be interested to see that pattern though.
You remember that time we said we were gonna get off at 7 hours?
I remember.
There's got to be something else we can say that hasn't been said.
Oh. Hmm.
I got nothing. I think it's just time to clear the throat and go to bed.
All right. Let's do it, bro. Let's do it for real this time.
Can I get one from you?
Oh, it's gotta be real. Okay, let me take a hit off my vape first.
Oh my god, I felt that one in my fucking
Yeah, it was real.
limbic.
It was real. All right. All right.
I don't even wait.
We
Hold on.
good?
You're a
Wait.
nurse. What the hell is the limbic system?
I mean, it has nothing to do with like. Were you talking about like the nervous system? Is that what you were actually referencing?
What is the limbic system?
It's like the part of the brain it forms completely by the
No
time you're
fucking
7.
way.
Yeah, it's like
Where's it at?
oh
Wait,
shit, I
before you
don't
tell me,
fucking
before you tell me,
remember.
before you tell me, I can tell you exactly where I heard, and not heard, but felt when you cleared your throat. I felt it like in the middle, because I felt it in the fucking brain, dude. And I don't even know what I felt in the middle, sort of leftish, but like more middle on the back bottom of my brain is where I fucking felt it. And I just said, I felt that in my limbic system. I don't even know what the fuck it is. I'm gonna have to look it up.
Oh, it is. I had to double check it because it's the limbic system was actually a um, not well discovered part of the brain. Like I believe it was one of the more later components of the brain that they really got into and discovered what its role was. Just to look, where is it at? Is it towards the back? I want to say that it is. Let me look it up. Is it towards the front? Surrounds the upper part of the brainstem. So yeah,
So the
it's towards the
stem.
back.
Damn, what the fuck? You know, you've experienced this with me multiple times where I just fucking say something and it turns out, usually it'll be a word that I don't know what the word means, but I'll use it correctly. And I'm like, I gotta look that up. What the fuck does that even mean?
Yeah, that's pretty fucked up. It kind of goes with what we were talking about earlier with like actually this might have been in a different live, but like um the only part that I remember like when I did anatomy about reading about the limbic system, and this was before I was awake, like it fully forms, like it's set in its patterns by the time you're 7. And you'll hear that age get thrown around a lot as like, trauma and those types of things, the conditioning. So like the behavioral commands and shit, like that's part of the limbic system. But it's processed and developed in early childhood. So a lot of the patterns that are enacted upon you, if you have like, the sexual abuse and stuff like that, like it all forms those responses at an early age. Um, but it wasn't a well known part of the brain initially. Well, that's interesting. That was weird that you threw that one out, honestly.
Man, it makes sense why those priests want those boys till they're 7 now. Fucking makes sense, dude. God damn this place.
Yeah, and the limbic system, like it's really deep. Like it's a deeply buried in the brain too. Um, which I assume is why it wasn't a well known or well discovered part of the brain until later. But find that interesting if you think about like how this place works. Like it's always hidden. Everything is always hidden. The trauma, the responses is always hidden. So like a part of the brain that forms in early childhood, like it's fully formed by the age of 7, set in its behavioral patterns.
And they hit it deep in the
And the
fucking
fact that
middle.
it's like really deep, deep in the brain, like hidden, like that's pretty symbolic and telling.
Yeah, so it goes back to the whole idea that this was originally designed to be exactly what the fuck it is. That's more evidence of it right there. Like, that's just add it to the fucking stack.
That one triggered some memory there. Interesting. Interesting. Indeed. Oh, fuck, bro. I heard the fucking birds. God damn it.
Interim resting. Interim resting? I don't know. Not Lita says, or not Leota, the robots that came after me time and time again and gang up, etc., have no shame or guilt. Yeah, that's why you can't have any shame or guilt. Have no shame or guilt. Become whatever the fuck you gotta be. As long as you're true to yourself, you'll never do lasting damage anyway to any real beings. But you will do damage to that which is not real or inauthentic or gave itself away to treacherous fucking evil. On that, I think we should probably call it.
I was a good one.
Do you have anything else you want to say for another half hour? We can make it 8 hours straight.
No, dude, I gotta go to bed. I gotta try.
You'd be like, this shit's my job now, motherfucker. 8 hours.
I know, dude. Well, it wasn't a full shift at my fucking work, but close.
We can power through. You want to go 12 straight?
No, dude, I'll be fucking dead tomorrow.
We can do it sometime. I've only done one 12-hour show, but fuck, dude, it was such a good show. I don't even remember doing it.
You did a 12-hour show? I think you told me that one time. Damn, it must have been good.
It's pretty good.
I don't think
It was-
well, I think we had another one that went on.
I bet if I look back, I'd hate it, dude. You know, I've never done one of these shows and then gone back and listened to it. Ever, not one time ever.
You know, the first video that you had me on, it's like 2.5 hours. I've always wanted you to delete that video. Now looking
You made
back,
it.
I'm like, it's good to see like the difference in coherence, but like you got me like fresh out the gate on that video. I was fucking all over the place, but it's kind of good for me to look back and see.
Yeah, I mean, look, a lot of my older videos, I will vehemently disagree with some of the things that I probably said. But I shouldn't say I definitely will, but I probably would. I don't know because I don't remember. I haven't watched them, but I'm sure that I don't agree with everything I've said in the past. But I would say that's on minutia. On the things that actually fucking matter, I feel like I've been pretty solid for a while. You know, that what's happening here is not right. The entities that are running it are absolutely fucking cowards. They are absolutely not indestructible. They're very destructible. And they don't want to come into contact with you. Not in your full authentic awareness or presence of space. They need to hide. It's very important for them to hide. These are things that have remained consistent. So there's a reason for all that. Yeah, it's time to lay down, dude. If I don't, I'm not gonna get to any sleep. So I don't even have a cat that's a handler, you know. So can't imagine what your handler's gonna do. Maybe I don't know. He'll do what he does.
He's on the
All right,
bench now. He's
you
good.
want
We're
to
good.
you want to clear your throat one more time?
No, I think I'm good.
Yeah,
We're all clear over here.
the sigh was enough.
All right. All right.
Ready for another day?
Oh, I fucking suppose.
Good.
Do another 8-hour shift in the dream state where I get fucked with or I get wiped, and then wake up and do more. Oh, I love it. Really good.
Another day of the same bullshit. Wow. Hooray.
All right, bro. Do it. End it. DNR this shit.
Well, thank you everybody for sticking with it. Thanks for your comments. I appreciate you all. And except for the the handlers, the bots, the NPCs, the programs, the programmers, and most especially the benefactors of the torture system, you will be held accountable, even if it means that I cease to exist along with you. And fuck it, I'm gonna eat your fucking soul. You know, in a loving way for all beings. For those that didn't choose this or choose horrible terrors as control mechanisms. That's just where I'm willing to go. Should I have to? Hopefully we don't all have to, but just in case, prepare thyself to become whatever you need to be, to stand up for what is real and good and true, and maybe even can't stand up for itself. Be that. Even maybe even there's part of that in you. Feels like it can't stand up for itself. Fuck, I don't know. Create an alter ego. Make yourself fucking stand up for yourself. Whatever you gotta do. Use your imagination, your will, your intent, and we'll get it done. All right, later.